Which is it?
Yeah, but is he working within a model AI in order for him to come up with the extrapolation? Or is he just saying that because that's what the target receives? Because I mean, how does he differentiate whether the Earth is curving in between? Or would have to be?
Well, there's also a problem of you could be at a certain location and have a low yield antenna, or you could be somewhere else and have a massive antenna that's more sensitive, right? And so the amount of signal that you're getting is easier to understand versus something else that can't. So there's all kinds of factors in there. I mean, he does have a good point, but not if you're having supersedery observations with the same technology, because then it's like, okay, well, how do you explain that? Because then you'd have to give up your straight line. So you can't have it both ways. Well, and to be fair, the Nicobine was not aiming at the ground. So it was intended for airplanes which were high above the ground. So that would change the math that you would need to employ.
Right. So then you'd go from the opposite end and reverse the path back in. So from the airplane that's receiving the Nicobine transmission, there's a straight line of sight to the horizon of a globe.
You know what's interesting too is that if you're like close to a land-based cell tower, you get horrible cell reception. And the further away you get better. And then eventually the further away you get, you don't get any.
Yeah, because the transmitting power is too high. It's like oversaturating the signal to your device.
Right.
That's why like if you live in an apartment and you got like your Wi-Fi router transmitting power is too high, you can affect other people's Wi-Fi next door. So like it's good to kind of turn it down if you live in a 1,500 square foot apartment. You don't really need the transmitting power turned up.
Now that guy did have some pretty precise numbers. Like the mountain has to be this far away and the boat has to be this far away. And then he tried to insinuate that he experienced that, which seems kind of odd. Because it seems like he was trying to set up a relationship between the tip of the mountain and the boat to be able to make a straight line and then say that this straight line intersection points are commensurate with the Earth curve being the reason why these two things are in different locations, right? So he was trying to set up this ideal situation. So I'd put 9 out of 10 that never happened.
Yeah, which meme infographic from flatearth.ws was he referencing at the time?
Yeah, like I mean, maybe because I think he said he was in a boat or something, but I mean, maybe. So maybe he's saying, well, I can't communicate with this other boat, but I can communicate with a radio station that's located on the top of such and so tower. Well, I mean, maybe the boat didn't have what it needed to communicate with you. Maybe it didn't have an adequate antenna. Maybe you had some propagation issues.
Yeah, more likely it just never happened, like you guys said. Like, what did it send to like a mountain in the distance, 60 miles away, and then the mountain contacted the boat that's in the middle and said, "Oh, we got the signal here, guys. Just letting you know." Because of the curvature, that's the issue. Yeah, he said he was a sailor for his job.
Like Popeye.
Funny thing is, most of the guys that come in like that, so far from the track record of history, it's like 9 times out of 10, they didn't actually do any of the things they said. They were just adjacent. So in other words, they are on a boat to get to their job on the oil rig, and everybody else on the boat does all the actual stuff. They just fleetingly understand what's going on, and then they just say, because I'm on a boat where people are supposedly doing things that require the earth to be curved, I'm just going to claim I have firsthand knowledge. Like, that's usually what happens. And then you got the other people who claim firsthand knowledge, but then they tell you it's proprietary or it can't be disclosed. Like Josh Ingersoll or GE Platypus, who's supposedly on a secret submarine that has periscope technology that could only work if the Earth was a globe, but he can't tell you because of national security.
Love it. I love it. Hey guys, we proved the globe. Can't tell you how. Trust
Also,
me,
did
bro.
he have a directional? Did he have a directional transmitter or an omnidirectional transmitter? So you got to know that.
Yeah, I was wondering that earlier too.
What is an omnidirectional transmitter?
Like a dipole, like just a straight up and down antenna.
Well,
They can get really
when you're
exotic, right?
transmitting,
Parabolic.
when you're transmitting something, you can increase the watts, right? Get more power. And if you're sending it in all directions, right, you're not sending the full strength in the direction you want the primary signal to travel, right? So if you restrict the way it's transmitting, then it's going to send most of it in the direction you want it to travel. There's also directional antennas, by the way, which are designed to be focused towards a certain direction and disregard things coming from other directions. So they focus on a specific area. So, for example, if you had a ground station that's focused on a specific bay, it's going to want to be getting signals from that bay. So it may have a more sensitive antenna array. Yeah, look right here. You can buy a FSA 5828 multi-directional 200-mile directional VHF antenna. Dang, 200 miles.
Seems like something they should probably ban from us buying because, like, prove something.
Oh man, Yoder, I was looking forward to a morning rowdy session. It's like, this will wake me up. Yeah, then homie left. Didn't stick around for the
Yeah,
angst.
too bad. Yeah, nobody's in the FED server either, so who knows? Who knows what happened?
All right. Well, this is what I got about that last argument. Okay, so when a VHF signal travels, it doesn't move in a perfectly straight line. It bends gently according to the vertical density profile of the atmo. That bending can create ducks, skip zones, and shadow zones. Here's what explains your exact scenario. The mountain 60 miles away receives the signal, but the boat 30 miles away does not because the signal path has gone into a refractive lift or duct, and near the horizon region has become a skip zone. The VHF ray leaves your boat because of an atmo inversion or humidity layer. The refractive index changes more sharply with height. This pulls the ray upward into a gentle arc. Near your boat, that creates a dead zone where the wave has already lifted up above the surface before it could reach the second boat. But further away, the ray intersects higher terrain like a mountain, and that mountain happens to be directly in the path of the lifted ray.
Right. Right. So
Everything
the
just works.
whole claim that that the VHF has to travel in absolute straight lines is what he needs. Right.
Yep.
And so to any supersedery observation, such as Nicobine or anything like that, he's going to appeal to ducting and all of that type of stuff, but in the opposite direction, right? So, I mean, the only thing the guy can do is shoot himself in the foot on one side of his argument or the other.
That Donald C clip yesterday had me rolling, man. I haven't heard that one.
Oh yeah.
No, dude, I'm freaking laughing my ass off, dude.
It's like the Howard Stern show. What was that guy, Dennis?
It's wild, dude. Like I can't believe somebody. And then they're like, he's been checked for mental health. Like he actually admitted that shit too.
Yeah, he's like,
Like,
yeah, what do you mean I'm not mentally fit? I have a certificate.
yeah, he's got a certificate. I'm like, golly.
No, they certified me. I'm mentally fit right now. I can
Oh,
prove it.
what the heck? Was that like one of those, hey, my coworkers were very concerned and there were all kinds of reports to HR. And so I went to HR and said, I'm totally mentally fit. And they said, well, in order to proceed, you have to get cleared by a doctor. And he's like, okay, Fiverr.com. I need a guy to forge a doctor's note for me.
Okay, what's weirder is that is it bad that I want to see that certificate?
Yeah, it's not weird.
Okay.
I mean, it sounded like he like completed a program. I mean, maybe he was in the funny farm for a little bit,
He did kind of sound that way though.
right?
He gave off the funny farm vibes, man.
And now Donald C. Just out the gate, berging.
Yeah, that was a good movie too.
Oh,
You know what
geez.
Funny Farm is about? It's about a guy who finally decides he's going to write his book. So he buys a house in Vermont. Him and his wife go there so he can write his book. Then he can't write his book because all this crazy stuff going on, and his wife gaslighting him all the time.
Is that a Chevy Chase movie?
Yeah,
What am I thinking of? Yeah, okay. I think I've seen it.
All
he was
us
hungry one time,
80s.
and
Go ahead, AI.
no, I'm not talking about anything important.
No, neither am I, dude. I'm gonna say something that's just as mundane as you probably.
Well, they had a picnic basket when they first moved up there. When they were getting into their house and stuff, and they had fruits in there. And Chevy Chase got hungry, and he went back to the basket to find the fruit or the banana or something. And his wife was like eating something. He's like, well, "Where's the banana?" And she's like, "Oh, there was no banana, just this apple." And then later on, he finds the banana peel. He's like, "You little." But you know what? The good part about the movie is at least she didn't help him with his book and then try to steal it for herself.
Oh shit, dude! What the fuck? Dude?
Well, just so y'all know, and supposedly on the 25th, there's going to be a setting of the record straight. If anybody cares to be preemptively warned about setting aside time from their personal life to watch the live stream.
Setting the record straight about what? The
The
Quantum
book
Eraser?
issue with the
Oh, the book
between
is
Quantum Racer and Nathan and all those guys over there. It'll be interesting. I mean, I'll admit I made some conclusions that weren't necessarily based on hearing both sides of the story. So it'd be interesting to hear the other side from the horse's ass mouth. I mean, a horse's mouth. I'm just being tongue in cheek, okay? No need to DM any of my mods to tell them to tell me that you're upset about it. Ah. Man, you guys ever think we'd get here in 2025? Holy crap.
Yeah, not like this. No way. No way.
Chaos everywhere. Dogs and
Yeah.
cats marrying each other. Blood in the streets. Dude, that is such an iconic line in movie history.
Ghostbusters. Yep.
You know what's weird though is that a lot of the people that are in the Western world and in the English speaking and stuff that have had movies, like we get those references. So I'm also sometimes curious about all these other pop culture references that are from other people's cultures that we don't know about. But I think the concept of dogs and cats getting married, I mean, that's kind of like it's actually iconic in Western art, if you guys remember. Like there are all
Oh.
kinds of images of marriages or a couple where the dog represents the male and the cat represents the female, and they're getting married.
Mhm.
There's that famous one
Yeah.
where it's the farmer with a pitchfork and his wife. Very iconic Americana painting.
American
Can't
Farmer.
remember it,
Yeah.
but the painting is basically called, yeah, like Farmer something and his wife or something, who knows. But they also redid that one with a dog and a cat. So the dog is the man and the cat is the woman.
Yeah. I mean, the temperament's so apt. I mean, how they're depicted and represented by each.
Yeah, so apparently, last time Neil was on here and I was trying to talk to him about something concerning the pitch data, and he spazzed out and left. He went and talked about it over on the FED show, and apparently that got Brian's logic interested to try to come back and save something. Who knows why he's motivated. So I was hoping Neil would be able to tell me if they actually had a fruitful conversation about that. I can't even remember. It's like the Schlepper document or something like that. I only listen to what Neil said, so that could probably, have to be the truth. Because Bill has a hard time with memory facts. But that means they respond based on absolutely no understanding of the position to respond to, because the people don't stick around long enough to listen to it. Hey, if I measure a job site and then I round up all the values, okay, and then you come and you ask me for the unrounded values, and then I tell you no, the rounded values are good enough, so I want to do some decisions that actually need the unrounded values, and I say no, you need them. I mean, would that be fair?
Just robot it hard.
Depends on the application, I guess.
But yeah, I don't want the rounded values. Rounded values might be embedding curvature.
Another one, if I use the 3-4-5 rule to measure from one point on my deck of the floor I'm building to the wall, but I don't actually measure all the points across, and then I tell you that it's plumb level square, could I actually accurately tell you that the floor that I measured across was level, or whether it had a curvature in it? Well, if you understand what I just said, the answer would be no. I could draw it on paper as plumb level square, and I could draw the ideal form of a triangle and put the base of the triangle in a horizontal position on a piece of graph paper, right? And then I could draw the hypotenuse up to the apex of the altitude of the wall, right? Use that as the opposite leg from the acute angle. And then I could do my trigonometry on that and tell you, oh, this is a perfectly plumb level square building, and the floor is perfectly flat. Now, that information wouldn't actually tell you that. And if you don't understand that that information couldn't possibly tell you that, and you try to critique someone who knows that that information couldn't possibly tell you that, they're just going to laugh at you, dumbass. Now, could the floor be flat for all practical purpose? Sure. But is that information in that data? No, it's not. It's simply not in there. So if I make the claim that it is in there, and then someone actually goes out and measures the point on the floor between my acute angle and the intersection between the wall and the floor, and they actually measure it mechanically and find out that it's not straight, but then I say, but on my piece of paper it says it's straight. Who's right? Who would be right in that situation?
The guy is challenging you because you didn't measure
Yeah,
horizontally
exactly.
all across every point. There could be deviations on the horizontal or on the floor that you're measuring from 2 points that you think that it's already level just based on the information you gave.
Right, but what if I put it into a really fancy PowerPoint presentation that I'm right? You know, when I describe what a triangle is, I describe what a level line is. I use the definitions from a book and make sure that you know that I know what these definitions are. Then I say, look, I clearly drew a triangle on a piece of paper. Therefore, the bottom leg of the triangle is straight. Therefore, the floor of the building must be straight. And the other guy says, but I actually measured the actual floor, and it's curved. It's not straight. I would be wrong.
Yep.
And then if I claimed what determines that the floor is straight is my graphic and my definitions, not only would I be wrong, I'd be stupid. Now, if that's complicated for anybody in the listening audience to include normies, to builders, to physicists, to self-proclaimed flat earthers, to self-proclaimed anti-flat earth glober superstars like McToon's dumbass, you know, from the least to the greatest. If you don't understand what I just said, maybe take some vitamins and read a book, take a nap and some orange juice, and think about your life choices. If somebody wants the actual raw data, and you're in the other side of that equation, and you don't have it, then you don't have the particulars that you need. So you can't utilize that end result to make a claim as if it is the equivalent to the raw data. Just can't be done. Can't do it. Okay. It's completely disingenuous. Now, if you think it's something that it's not, and you present it based on that thought, you are being genuine. But as soon as you know that's not what it is, now you're being disingenuous. If you then dismiss the inquiry for the raw data, guess what? How's your opponent or your inquirer going to trust you? Does any much more really need to be said beyond that? All right. That being said, don't forget to vote for me. Okay, because last year I lost out liar shill of the year to Jaron. Okay, and I'm going for it this year. So don't forget to vote for me. I could really use the prize money. Yeah, let me tell you, friend. If you come into our forums and you say, if the earth was spinning, I would feel it, right? Or if the earth was moving through the cosmos, I would feel it. But then you don't even know the sensitivity of your own senses because you never actually quantified them. And you don't know any of the quantifications that are known. It's like you're going to get critiqued on that. You'd be like, well, how could you make such a claim? You could say if the earth was moving in the manner in which I could feel it, I would feel it. But just to say I don't feel it because I'm like a superhuman, you know, and then use arguments like, well, when I'm on a roller coaster, I could feel it. It's like, dude. Or claims like it's impossible to do this or that when you don't actually know all the particulars. You know, all these different claims people make that they can't possibly have the knowledge of. It's like, why do it? Why? Why accept a burden of proof that you can't possibly have the knowledge of the particulars? Why do that? Like, why would you do that? It's like, I have to defeat the globe, so I have to accept all these burdens of proof I can't possibly substantiate. And then if somebody critiques me on it, I'm going to call them names and say that they're not even a real flat earther. It's like, why are we even at this stage at like 2025? Here's a question I got for you guys. So the Earth is land, right? Land and water. Pretty much all there is, right? So you imagine the land and the water, and it's obviously got a territory, and you can imagine as any particular boundary that you want that you're aware of, and it may or may not continue after that boundary. It may continue for a great distance. So if that's true, that it may or may not continue for a great distance, could you make a claim that out there in the distance you could look straight up and there'd be a star above your head? Could you make that claim? Somewhere you've never been, somewhere you have no data for, could you make the claim, well, if I'm out there, there must be a star above my head? Could you make that claim? Yes or no? The answer is no. You couldn't. Well, sorry, you could make the claim, but you can't make a substantiated claim. You could say, if I traveled well beyond the Antarctic perimeter, right, of what I think is the extent of the known territory, and I just kept going, there'd still be stars above my head. And I could look up and see stars straight above me and get a ground position to a star where the star is at zenith, 90 degrees. Could you ever make that claim? The answer is no, you couldn't. And then likewise, who's got the validated ground position of Polaris? Anybody got that? I haven't seen that presented yet. Not saying it doesn't exist. I'm just saying I've never seen it presented. Any of you guys seen that presented in the history of this topic over the past 10 years? Has any person talking about flat Earth versus globe Earth ever presented that you're aware of a validated ground position of Polaris? True.
Nope.
Sincere question.
Definitely,
That's weird. You guys taking bets? How many people do you think will hear what I just said and then go and tell somebody else that, quote unquote, AI is denying celestial navigation? How many? How many do you think? Simply because I said you can't possibly know if there will be a star with a ground position and a zenith beyond the territory that you possibly could know about, or that you haven't seen any presented evidence of a ground position of Polaris, both of which are true statements and really aren't necessarily making a particular claim except what's inherent within those 2 points. Yet just saying that will draw the ire of people who view celestial navigation as the primary basis for their claims about the Earth being flat.
Yeah, you'd have Vaxwax kind of contending with you on that one, man. He'd be all up in your grill with that one.
Well, I mean, he actually has the flat Earth map. He just doesn't. I've told him before. Told him just draw out your claim, dude, and you got the flat Earth map, bro. Get it done already. He's holding out on us, dude.
Yeah.
Now, to be fair, ideas, concepts, facts, figures, all these things, like they should primarily be about those and not about the people. But of course, people are intertwined into the pursuits of these things, right? So it's hard to disassociate people, the way they act about it, you know. But to be fair, if it was just about the people, right? So if it was just about the people, then that would mean that even when they agree with you, you wouldn't like them, right? You see what I'm saying? So it's kind of like, you know, you could say, oh, it's just a personality clash. Well, you know, when one person's accusing somebody and making you know, stupid claims that they can't back up, and then the other person's pressing them. I mean, yeah, it's two people having a disagreement, and so then it is sort of about the people. But the merits of the argument aren't, oh, you're Joe Schmo, therefore you're wrong. It shouldn't be like that. It should be you're Joe Schmo, you're saying this nonsense. That nonsense is wrong for these reasons. And one of those reasons can't be because you're Joe Schmo. It's like you're Joe Schmo, you claim the earth is a globe. You're wrong because you're Joe Schmo. That's how I know that you're wrong. Oh man. Oh, what the heck? Can we see if Apocryphon is muted for a reason? Did somebody mute him?
No, we can't unmute him. I don't know how he got muted, but it doesn't seem to work when we try to unmute him. Oh, actually, maybe it does.
Well, I mean, like 7 times out of 10, he probably should be muted. So are these the 3 times out of 10 that he shouldn't?
Yeah, I tried unmuting him, but it just self mutes itself back up. Weird.
Yeah, well, you got to do is use the bot command to unmute him.
Oh,
Crap, dude. I feel like I've inhaled vaporized engine coolant.
what Glober did you speak to, man, that you feel that way?
Nah, I think it's my heater in my vehicle. Hopefully not.
You know, you just repeated yourself 3 times, right? I'm just kidding.
Uh,
Ready for the home server to become discoverable? AI?
yeah.
We'll be at the top of the list once that happens.
Yeah. It should be the number 1 search result, but it will definitely be the top 3. Oh yeah. So a coordinator rank has to execute a bot command. There you go. Oh, he left. Patience on these guys these days.
Hello?
Rock, paper, scissors.
Who are you? What can...
Hello, Adam. How you doing today?
Where are you from?
From the United States.
United
No,
States.
the Midwest actually, but yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
So welcome to the channel. We're
Yeah, yeah,
discussing the
yeah.
nature. We're discussing the
Yeah,
nature of the Earth. So
yeah.
in regards to that, what have you been told that the Earth is? Perhaps something that information that you could tell us.
Which thing?
Yeah, what have you been told that the Earth is?
Earth.
Yeah.
Earth is like humans or living the earth is a natural.
Uh, DJ, you still there? You got your translating skills on, bro?
Yeah, yeah. Which types of this channel?
Apologies, Adam. I don't understand what you're saying.
Uh, Hello? Anyone not speak?
Yeah, just being honest with you, man. I can't understand you. So if somebody else wants to talk to you, they can like muddle
Yeah.
through what you're saying. That'd be great. But
Yes,
uh,
one doubt. Which type of this group my friends are inviting to like engaging in English language to speak very well. Then only I will join.
if anybody else wants to tag in,
Yeah. This type of topic today discusses like Earth. Hi, anyone is there? Hello? Hello, anyone is there?
We can't understand what you're saying.
Welcome to the room.
Hi guys, hello guys, hello.
Hi everyone. Nobody's speaking?
Yo, what the heck? I forgot I was even in this call. Nobody's even been speaking this whole time.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
We just wait till you leave and then we start talking.
Oh,
Just kidding.
I don't know. I've got some inside projects coming up, which I might actually charge more profit on. That way, I can take some time off in between. I really got to sit down and do some production for some flat Earth content. A lot of stuff going on in the community. A lot of confusion about arguments. A lot of confusion about positions. A lot of confusion about personalities. All kinds of confusion going on. Man, this past year's been wild, huh?
So far.
Yeah, I just drove somewhere. My vehicle's definitely got some kind of smell in it. Figure out what it is. It could be maybe I need to get the muffler checked. Might have a little bit of a leak or a crack in the seal or something leaking out. Or it might be the heater. So a lot of heaters they run the coolant over the heater coil or whatever. So if you have a little leak, it could be, hot coolant vaporizing.
Yeah.
So
The
it's either the
tiniest
exhaust or
bit.
the coolant.
I was just saying it sucks 'cause you can smell the tiniest bit of that mess. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Well, the worst part about it, yes, that's true. But then the worst, well, this isn't the worst part, but it's like another annoying part is that you can actually smell it on your skin for like the rest of the day
Ah, shit.
because it like
Yeah.
lands on your skin. So it's like,
Absorbs into the clothes and everything.
yeah. Which isn't bad. I mean, I could care less about the smell. It's that it actually makes you have like a slightly nauseous headache. Like unpleasant smells, like the actual smell itself, it doesn't bother me. It's the headache feeling.
Distracting. Yeah.
Oh man. You
I
know
think
what,
that's
guy?
just
You know
part
what, guys?
of
I
the class.
realized. I know things aren't necessarily about personalities, but I just wanted to tell you guys this. And since you're all here, I might as well. It's like it's amazing how much more listenable the Nathan Oakley show is without Adam and Brian around. Holy crap, it's so much more listenable. Oh man.
Those guys aren't around anymore with Nathan.
Oh, nah. It's a big schism over there because of the book thing. People started getting thinking about money and credit, and just like a lot of other people, they fall victim to that sort of stuff. Whether they think they're doing something evil or not, some people they think they're in the right, to demand certain things based on their point of view. So they're not like, oh, I'm intending to do an evil thing. They're no, in their mind, they're doing the right thing. How you write a good villain, in stories. Like the
But
really
give them
compelling villains, ones who are operating in a self, judged righteousness. They're like, I'm doing the right thing. But it's just more proof. It's like, yeah, flat Earth doesn't cure you. Like, if you were a globe earther and now you're a flat earther and you have problems with your character, you still have problems with your character. Like waking up one day and saying the Earth is flat didn't make you have good character all of a sudden. The human
Yeah.
journey still exists.
Being a
What
flat earther does not make you a good person. It just
leans more to
doesn't.
the fact that it's not going to be like a utopia if everybody knows that the Earth is flat, which is what some of
Yeah.
these guys think the end game is. Oh well, what does it mean?
Yeah.
Everybody's going to be like kumbaya? No, I don't think so. There'll be a whole
Yeah.
new set of problems.
Someone told me if everyone was a flat earther, there'd be no war and no famine. Everyone would live in peace and everybody would live in abundance. And I'm like, dude, you're
Really?
smoking some straight up facts. They also told me that nobody would fight anymore. And I said, well, how will we do that? What about people that are born that have violent tendencies or this or that? Oh, well, we'll have to deal with them. Well, what do you mean deal with them? Well, yeah, we'll have to get rid of them. Well, what do you mean get rid of them? And of course, at the end, they said, well, we'll have to kill them. So I said, oh, so your utopia requires random killing of people that don't fit your group's identity. Okay, I get it now. Yeah, we just have to kill everyone that doesn't agree with us. I'm like, oh, good job, bro. That's real peaceful. That's real.
That's like the Charlie Kirk follower mentality. They took Charlie Kirk out, and then they're like, "Oh well, let's start canceling all those guys. Let's see how they like it." I'm like, dude, isn't that what he was advocating against? And you guys are just
Yeah,
gonna fall right back into the same thing. He was basically,
Yeah.
if you want to carry his legacy, don't do the same thing they're doing. Do the opposite. Like,
yep. You know
That's
how I
the one thing
defeated
that
that
pissed me off
guy's
the
logic
most.
with his kumbaya utopia? It was so simple because he was like, well, everyone will have money, everyone will have food, everyone will have what they need. No one will be, jealous or envious of anyone, and so they won't have any motive to fight or go to war because it won't be like, oh, I don't have food, you have food. And then I said, well, okay, and I'm like, okay, so everyone will have a wife. Every man will have a wife. Every wife will have a husband. Yeah, they'll all have their own children. Sure, okay, cool. So every man is going to have a wife, right? So there'll be no covetousness, right? Yeah, of course. Okay, what if your wife's prettier than my wife? And his whole worldview fell apart because we know for a fact that in a situation when you have all these humans together, that some guy is going to covet another man's wife, and that wife's going to be wooed by him, and you know, be we all know this. Like we're not deluded into thinking that it's circumstances that yeah, circumstances can make people do things worse than they otherwise would, but there's always disequitable circumstances. You can never make somebody's life identical to somebody else's life where they have no reason whatsoever to covet anything that they possess. That's impossible to remove. You can't equalize everyone. You can't equalize everyone's desires to even know that you can give everyone what they want. So it doesn't even make sense. Absolute lunacy.
you can't get rid of the problem of sin, man. No matter how hard you try.
Right. Yeah, you'd be like, well, we'll just make all women have D cups by force. And then we'll make all women's faces look the same by force. That way no man could think another man's wife is more attractive than his wife. And then if one woman's tall and one woman's short, we'll cut her legs off. And then we will put those legs on another girl and graft them in, and then they'll all be the same height. And vice versa for the men. They'll all have facial hair. Like, get real, dude. You could keep trying to manipulate reality into this perfection all you want, but we all know it's not possible.
That was the problem with the Matrix, the first iteration. They tried to make it a utopia that people didn't.
Because it's like at the end of the day, you're presented with circumstances and you have to make moral decisions in those circumstances, right? And you're either going to do the right thing or not do the right thing. And everybody's capable of not doing the right thing. And not only are they capable of not doing the right thing, oftentimes they don't.
In fact, confidently, we all know for a fact that confidently we can say about everybody we meet that they not only have they done wrong things in their life, that they did wrong things in their life, eyes wide open, knowing what they did was wrong, and they did it anyway. We all know that about every single person in this room, and about every single person we've ever met, and about every single person on the face of the earth. We all know that. And anybody who thinks that's not true is retarded, and we all know that. And anyone who says they never have done any of those things, we all know is a liar. That's just the facts. But if everyone knew the earth was flat, then all of a sudden that would magically disappear overnight. Oh, get real. Isn't that the same stupidity with the Globers' zealotry of thinking that the advancement and evolution of mankind is going to lead to a peaceful utopia in the future one day? And that salvation of mankind is in the cosmos, out there somewhere in the stars? And
Yeah,
isn't
they
that just a reverse saying the salvation of mankind isn't out in the stars, it's on the earth? The face of the earth is the salvation of mankind. Does that even make any sense?
yeah, theirs is in reverse. They actually have to colonize a new planet where only the best and the brightest and only the upstanding moral people are going to be to start a new civilization. So that way, when they start that new civilization, it'll be pure. You know, only the cream of the crop.
Hey, speaking of the guy who asked me about AI recently, so you know all this stuff about traveling to other worlds, right? You could actually create a society that believes people have already traveled to other worlds and are communicating back with us, especially with the way AI is going. You can literally pattern human behaviors and interactions, and basically have this whole crew of virtual people that allegedly exist on another world communicating with us, and they'll like send us messages about their hopes and dreams and about the things they need, and how they witness this and that, and people will believe it, dude. They'll be watching it on a TV screen, and they'll literally think that these people are on another world, 2 or 3 light years away or something.
Yep.
I don't know, dude. It might be time for a new vehicle. Sell my truck and my van, and then get something new.
Sounds like a
Only
good
problem
idea.
is like the problem is though, like new vehicles suck, dude. They're all like got these super weak parts, and then their transmissions are made out of all this. You're not allowed to fix it mentality to where, oh, my transmission went bad. And in the past, you could buy like a $75 ring and then take your transmission out, put the ring in. Now the way they made it, it's like, oh, this whole thing's catastrophic destruction. So you have to buy an entirely new transmission, or you basically have to buy a whole new car every time it breaks.
Or
Getting
take it to
ridiculous
a
these days.
certified technician.
Yeah. But even the truck that I had there, I snapped one of the 4-wheel drive axles, and I took it, and they're like, oh, we'll replace the entire front transfer case or whatever the heck it was as one unit. When then I researched it, and it turned out that the part that needed to be fixed was only $500, and they wanted to replace the entire thing for like $3,500 just for the part. And that's not even including the labor. And those places charge like $150 an hour for labor. So you're talking about approaching getting close to 4 or 5 grand after everything's said and done to replace something that could have been fixed with a $500 part. So I just bought that part myself online and did it myself. So I spent $500 for the part, and then $300 for tools and the oil that I had to refill the thing with, and that was So now I have some cool tools that I get to keep, and I fixed it, and I saved myself thousands.
You're gonna be a dying breed, bro.
Bro, if everybody knew the earth was flat, cars wouldn't even rust anymore, dude.
Yeah, the laws of this world would be suspended.
Crazy times. All right, I gotta go into this place. I'll be back.
Later, dude. All right, AI is gone. We can start talking again. Just kidding. What are you guys up to? I love that verse that you just quoted. Fences over fences. Have you been studying? That's the battle within. At least that's what I call it. Paul was outlining that the struggle we all have internally.
Your own worst enemy is you.
There's three things in this world that are against you every day you wake up in the morning: the world, your flesh, and the devil.
And you take yourself with you wherever you go. So you can never get away from that. The number one problem in this world is self-control. And that's also directly tied to original sin.
Everybody wants to blame Adam and Eve, but everyone would have done the same.
Yep. The blame games end up being justification for people's mistakes, actions, or future actions, stuff, the mistakes they plan on making. When do we stop the blame game?
What's crazy is that acknowledging that you're held accountable is how redemption happens. The scene where the thief on the cross, both of them, one of them was just like wanting to get down from those crosses, was arguing with the other one, and also to Jesus was, if he said who he says he is, he would get us down off these crosses. The other guy was like, you don't even know who you're talking to. You don't even know whom you speak. This man has done nothing. He's like, we deserve to be on this cross. He doesn't. That's a complete and entirely acceptance of being held accountable. That's why, like at that moment in time, Yeshua turned to him and said, "You will be with me in paradise." Like because he wasn't like, "Oh, I don't deserve this," and just like not wanting to take that blame. He knew why he was there, and yeah,
He
Yeshua
rebu-
recognized that.
he rebuked the other dude too. Tell him, shut up. Don't you even know who that is? The heck's wrong
Yep.
with you, dude?
Yeah, and then he turned to Jesus and just told him, he's like, "I know you are blameless and righteous." He's like, and he knew where he was headed. He was like, "I know that you'll be with God, but just remember me," because taking that accountability on himself and like just like he knows he's not going to be where Jesus was going to be. But in that moment of
Yep.
understanding that and admitting it was where redemption happened. Right there.
Yep.
That's why I look at people that are boastful and they think they have a golden ticket, like modern Christianity, the way it is. It's totally sideways, man. To like what you see that particular scene of, humility and just, repentance. It's crazy though, because I think about it too. It's like, dude, I mean, that could happen at any moment, but somebody has to realize within themselves internally, like where they're at.
Change is a choice, and every new day offers the opportunity for a redemption arc if people choose to change.
Yep.
His mercies are renewed daily.
Paul often referred to salvation as like running a race. You're not at the finish line when you encounter, Jesus. It's like that's just the knowledge of who he is and such. It's actually enduring the life that you live
Yeah,
until the final moment, until the last breath. Then the race is complete.
it's more than just saved. It's the entire process of being saved.
Hmm. I just scrolled up, but I read what you put in there over fences. Cain killed Abel when they had everything. That's true. So yeah, even if everybody understood the Earth is flat and we have all things that we need, we're scientifically, technologically advanced race, it still would be the same. We'd have religious battles. Probably people would be worrying about other dimensions, just different things. It wouldn't be outer space anymore or anything like that.
Be the same exact nonsense. Invasion of the Outer Ponders or some other crap.
Yeah, probably. Welcome to the channel, gentlemen.
And certain groups would still be trying to explain creation without a creator.
Yeah. If you're joining the channel, welcome. You can open up your mic, say hello. It's always good to hear new people speaking. Most of us in here, we've been here a while, Zeus. So we're actually from like the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. So since we know each other, we're just waiting to talk to new people, essentially. Otherwise, we'll just have a like discussion amongst ourselves about other things. So then we want to talk to new people about the nature of our Earth. So to see what they've been told, if they can figure out if the Earth has been measured to be a globe, and all kinds of stuff like that. We can't actually do that if you're not on the microphone. So yeah, open up your mic, say hello. Or not. Welcome back. Yeah, that's cool. When you get a chance, hop on in. DJ, you're not running an event, are you?
I guess another event started and it got closed by the server mods.
Okay.
They got an Among Us event going on right now.
That's cool.
Game.
I mean,
Those gamers.
Yeah, it's not a stage event, so there's no rules stopping us just having our own event going. So I'll just start another one.
Awesome.
welcome back. Got Zeus over here that just joined us. Got an avatar where he's all jacked up like Mountain Dew, man. Looking like Dwayne Johnson and whatnot. I'd assume that's you, but it might not be you, huh? Yeah, we're talking about the nature of our Earth. Zeus 108A. Yeah, don't be shy, man. Jump on the microphone. What up, Special K? I like in this fog.
Was 2 hours late because of
What did I miss?
Nothing much. We just started an event.
All right. What's the name of the event?
Debate all day Thursday. I think that's what it is.
Oh,
We'll see if anybody comes in. There was a guy that just came in, but he was in the text and didn't want to join the voice calls.
how about Thirsty Thursday? Flat water will quench.
Doesn't thirsty doesn't have like double meaning in urban language?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, you see like 4-dimensionally, dude. I'm not seeing like a AI from the future.
Oh man, I got these scorch and sauce tortilla chips. Holy crap.
Bet you're regretting that now, huh?
Spicy. I don't know. I like it. I like it a little spicy. Sriracha is definitely my favorite spicy sauce.
It's all right.
Hey, Yoder, you want to know something funny? Huey was being called out for the Black Swan argument on Nathan's show earlier. They were critiquing the Black Swan, saying that all the extra stuff isn't needed. All you need is the distance to the oil rigs.
Holy smokes.
But I'm only saying that not to critique that statement, but to critique that, within a couple of weeks ago, there was a list put out of arguments that are bad or badly employed or that need to be critiqued or thought about or talked about. And man, some people got so butthurt about it.
Yeah, we were talking about him in here, man, in the morning time. It was quite fun, man. We had it was a pretty stacked panel. And then it wasn't even I think the list we stopped at 30 something when we did it. I think Yoder expanded it. It's in the 40s now. Probably more than that. I don't know where he's at with it.
I thought of a new one just the other day, and I was like, "Oh, this would be a good one," but now I'm having a hard time remembering it. Let me try to remember what was going on yesterday. Maybe it'll jog my memory.
Yeah, he's listening. He's probably busy at work. Yoder, can you type in what number you're at right now? You're in the high 40s, right? Like 48 or 49 or something. at 48. And that's not to say that that can be added to. It's just where he's at with it. Where, I mean, I think we were talking about it too. If it's a black swan, it means it's an anomaly, right? That's the anomaly, the black swan. But why does it have to be a black swan though? Because that would assume that we're taking a position that if someone is proposing that the Earth is a globe, but not experiencing it, like the common experience. But if the common experience is such that the Earth is flat, then wouldn't the black swan be that the anomaly would be the Earth is a globe? That's what we're talking about. I don't know what I mean. What do you think about it? Because that's where that's what we're. I could see that. You'd have to actually take on the world perspective that the Earth is a globe, and then say, well, the black swan would be that the Earth is flat, and then you see it. You went to Santa Barbara and you saw that extending distance to the horizon, which far exceeds the predictable curvature uh, amount. That means that now that is the anomaly. But that wouldn't that be just a common experience that everyone would have anywhere they go? Like there's no curvature being tested. I mean, or at least amount of curvature that's taken at any distance that would be given the geometry of the Earth, its characteristic. So it's not per se a black swan. I don't know.
It's like everyone thought that all swans were white because they saw freaking white swans everywhere.
Yeah.
Right? In relation to the horizon, no one's ever seen a white swan in regards to that, right? So what's the whole thing's just ridiculous. It's all set up around a scripted, ridiculous argument about there not being any refraction, screaming at people and muting them. It's all set up around that. A cherry-picked, blurry observation that's heavily distorted on purpose. So people will say the word refraction, and then someone can say, "Oh, it's not refraction. You're an idiot." And that's the whole.
Well, you can concede.
thing that
You could concede refraction. You could concede that the reason why things look different at different times is because of refraction, but then that gives up the geometry because now you only have a myriad of observations that are basically seen through the lens of optical phenomenon. And so your underlying geometry has to be proven separately, right? So the image itself isn't proof of the geometry.
Well, in all cases too, the bottom up obstruction would have to be observed at distances that would be equal to the person observing it, like wherever they did observe it. So if they said I seen a bottom up obstruction and I saw the ship, it was at like 15 miles or whatever, then that would be the standard, wouldn't it? Like you couldn't say that specific optical phenomena, seeing the ship disappear from the bottom up, you'd have to be able to see that, in the case of like testing it. So if you don't see that, like some people I've heard that they don't see the bottom up obstruction, it just goes to the vanishing point. So then it doesn't make it true then bottom up obstruction, even just saying that is not true to be in all cases. There's so many things wrong with that. What's even worse, if you give them a way they can see that it's not just a specific type of optical phenomena, but like also the waves that could be, causing that obstruction. That blows our minds. It's not just Earth curve. The undulation of that ship and that GIF that DJ posted one time, it demonstrates that at a fair distance away, the observer can see that I think it was a Coast Guard ship. I don't know what ship it was. I think it was a Coast Guard ship. As it was like moving through the water, it was undulating. You could see it like where the waves were actually distorting the bottom of that ship. Then it would pop up above the wave, and you could see most of it again. Oh yeah, thanks for that, Yoder. Yoder posted the arguments in the text. Can't try to remember. Was Flat Earth the one that actually was somebody from Flat Earth saying the 69 mile per 1 degree? Welcome to the channel, Nerb Hey. Oh really? Oh wow. I didn't know it was that well accepted. So this place is the only place that would raise an objection to that, what it seems. I don't know why. I just can't find the reasoning behind why people are so hung up on that map. I don't know why. Like that one, like that specific map. Well, yeah, I mean, I can see why they. Doesn't that just go back to what AI was saying earlier? How do you know if you've been 90 degrees underneath Polaris? Like that would be the next thing. Who's verified that?
Oh, that's why I told you earlier, AV, that that guy that we were talking about has the flat Earth map. He just doesn't know it yet because he made a whole bunch of claims about Polaris is in the center, right? All the stars rotate east to west around Polaris, and that there's ground positions of those stars. So all you got to do is just get a ground position above a known territory, and then you have a plot point using your 69 miles per degree, which you claimed were linear distances from the center, which is the ground position of Polaris, right? Which you've never validated, and but that's neither here nor there. So you put a dot in the center of a paper, right? That's Polaris. Then you put a dot for the ground position of the star. Then you get the angle to Polaris to get the distance. And then wherever you are, right? Let's say you're in New York City, for example. You now know where New York City is to Polaris. And then you can then see, through a period of time where the star moves to another ground position, you get that ground position. You could plot all these points out, right? So I told that guy, well, if you're making these claims, just draw that out, plot the points, and draw it on a piece of paper and see what you get.
You
Because
get
you're going to get
spokes on.
something that looks, yeah, you're going to get something that looks almost identical to an azimuthal equidistant projection, right?
Yep. You'd have to. I mean, you get spokes on a bicycle wheel, But so now it's just like demanding measurements from the Glober, and then the Glober doesn't have to demand measurements from us now when we're making this claim. Like, it's just, I don't know. It's too much to actually take on and say that we can't be bothered by figuring out the measurements after, the Glober says, okay, well, you wanted me to give you the measurements of the globe, but you're making a 69 for 1 degree rule, and have you measured that? Like, they could say demand the same. Well, what's going to happen then at that point? We're just going to shout them down into oblivion? Like, yeah, Yoda brings up a lot of good points. He said you get a globe actually doing
No.
that.
You get something, but it won't be a globe. You'd have to make another step to put that into a globe. You may
What do you
get a
get after
confusing bunch
360
of
though?
weird. Man, there's no 360 Holmes. Only on one axis. So let's say that the star, you're going to have a flat piece of paper. You're going to put a dot in the center, right? And then you're going to draw out your coordinates, right? Based on latitude and longitude, which is just time and distance or angles. And so all you can really draw out is a bunch of dots that are in a spider web like grid, for lack of a better term. Like a circular, circles expanding out, right? Because these are quote unquote circles of equal altitude around Polaris, right? So you're going to end up with what looks like the classic spider web azimuthal equidistant coordinate system. And then you can only plot your points on that. So you're going to get something that's flat with a whole bunch of points plotted on it, and those are going to have consequences. If you're making the claim that these are direct, triangles on the surface of the Earth, and the point that you're at is getting the ground position of the star from your point from where you're at, and so you can start plotting these points out. Now, maybe the case after you plot all these points out, you're like, wait a minute, it doesn't make sense about the relationships of the distances between all these cities unless I curve it or something, because I have to decide, did I make a false claim about the relationship of the geometry of the sky to the ground, or did I do it the other way around? And then you're going to have to decide to abandon your claims about the direct geometrical relationship between the sky and the ground, which is one thing that flat earthers did in the past. They said the sky doesn't have a direct geometrical correlation to the ground. And then, after a while, they started adopting again, oh, but now that I'm a flat earther, I can start doing a direct, mapping of the ground from the sky. Based on my claim of elevation angles to Polaris and everything goes east to west and this, that, and the other, but you never actually plotted those points on any map. You can't even, when asked, you can't even do it. But yet you come in here and try to lecture us that we're just believing our friends who live in Australia when they say, this is what I saw when I looked south. Okay, that's what you saw. But apparently those guys that live in Australia are liars, because other people say everything's, measured in elevation angles to Polaris. And it's been driven into their minds and they can't even think for themselves. So yeah, maybe the case that when they get to that junction and they see that what they basically created was a relevant relationship between the ground and the sky, that when they look at it, they're like, well, the easiest way to solve this would be just to assume the Earth is a globe. Or because otherwise I have to abandon all my claims I've been making about the relationship between the sky and the ground. When I thought it was that part of the whole flat Earth, let's just call it a mantra for lack of a better term, that a lot of them have been saying, right, is you can't determine the ground from the sky. So you're told you can't determine the ground from the sky, and then you're bait and switched and saying, oh, but here's a sky determination that tells you what the ground is.
Right,
So
or Eratosthenes
could
baked-in
argue,
assumptions.
yeah,
Yeah, using elevation
you could
angles as a
almost,
method.
yeah, you could almost argue that it's a cyclical, like it's a cycle, right? And they were brought along for the cycle to be convinced that, whether they realize it or not, they're basically being retrained to believe that how you determine what the ground is by appealing to the sky. And then it makes it very easy to just go right back into the way of thinking that you had before.
Hey, AI, let me ask you a question, man. Did you bring this up to anybody about it? Like the other chats that you go to?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it wasn't like taken in and thought of or critiqued or anything. Like they just dismissed it or what?
Well, I mean, there was a long time when they would actually respect what I had to say, but then once it became a personal issue between me and some of their members, who, by the way, were doing direct bad things to me, and I was just defending myself essentially. That's when they started not caring so much, and basically that they allowed those guys to trick them into demonizing me. So rather than listen to the merits of what I had to say, that just be like, well, I could just dismiss what you say because you're a liar, you're a shill, you got bad intentions, yada yada yada. And it's like, dude, I'm just asking you, draw that out for me. You made a bunch of claims about the geometry of the Earth relative to the sky. Can you draw that out for me? That's it. And to be fair, some of the Globers were critiquing some of these guys, saying, "Hey, can you just do this steps for me? Like you're saying that I can do this with a flat Earth. Can you just do the whole process so I could see it happen?" And they're like, "No, I'm not going to do it for you."
That's pretty crazy, man.
It's like the equator, right? I mean, the equator, according to some people, is where the sun passes over the Earth, where it's like equal time and equal night or something like that. And then one of the other explanations is the equator is quote unquote 0 degrees declination of Polaris in your field of view. So basically, whenever you're going away from Polaris and then all of a sudden you can't see it, that's the equator. Well, if that's true and that is the quote unquote equator, and you're claiming a degree relationship of the declination of Polaris as a straight line distance, which would be the base leg of the triangle, right? The angle from you to Polaris would be the hypotenuse, right? Then you're claiming a literal distance. You're claiming a circle that has a specific circumference, right? And the distance to that, if you claim it's linear versus what the Globers would claim, those are two different distances, right? That has consequences. And then if you're claiming that all the other stars are, have ground positions and they could be plotted within or without this circle as essentially either a concentric circle within those circles, or maybe a little bit elliptical, or maybe off a little bit here or there. But either way, they've got real distances because you're claiming the base leg of the triangle is a real distance to the ground position, and you're claiming it's a linear distance. Well, you could plot that out on a chart. I've yet to see one of these charts. And it's not as simple as somebody who doesn't really know the argument about that coming in here and not being educated or not understanding it and being asked for that. No, these are people who supposedly have been under the tutelage for years of people claiming to be experts in celestial navigation and experts in how to measure the earth with elevation angles and all this and that. But then when they come in here and we ask them for something simple as, oh, well, can you just draw that out for me? Can't be done. Oh, well, can you tell me how you get these things in the south? Can't be done. So it's a head scratcher, isn't it? Now you could argue until you're blue in the face that elevation angles proves the earth is flat, but when any of those questions are asked, you can't answer them based on this whole synergized celestial navigation argument. And then the Globers are listening. What do you think the Globers hear? They hear, well, the reason why none of these flat earthers are doing what you're asking them to do, it's not because they're just mad at you and there's a little, tete-a-tete between your personality and their personality. No, it's because if they actually did it, it would result in a globe, and me being a glober already, accepts the earth being a globe. So I'm just laughing at these stupid flat earthers because it's the answer so obvious, solves all the problems of why they can't reconcile these distances, right? So the glober goes away completely unconvinced. The glober actually never even took a pause in their worldview because everything that was argued about to them was silly. But rest assured, if you just repeat elevation angles has a specific definition, therefore the earth is flat, you think you've won. Well, I mean, maybe you've won something, but it depends on what you're trying to win. Okay, real distances and straight line baselines and angles, they have real consequences, right? Like if you're building a building and you're trying to lay walls out on a floor, right? That's gonna be either it's going to be plumb level square, or your distances are going to be wrong, and you're going to end up with a different shape. So if somebody then asks you, well, can you draw that out for me, or can you build that out for me, and you can't do either, and your entire argument exists within rhetoric, but you can't actually model it or demonstrate it, then that person may not be convinced. And it's not unfair for them to ask you to do either of those two things, especially if you're claiming to have specific knowledge and expertise. And to go into other people's forums and spout off at the mouth like you know what you're talking about, and then when pressed with a simple question that you should already have the answer for, to be able to then validate that you have any expertise in what you're talking about, and then you can't produce it. I mean, that's pretty embarrassing. Hey, Miggy, you're fired. No, I'm just kidding.
What up, homeboy? Damn, on my day off? Damn. What's up?
Man, yeah. So what? So like for example, so what's if I had told you to tell me what my position has always been about the stars' relationship to the Earth, would you be able to do that?
I mean, it would be the common answer that we all say in here. You know, they help navigate, but they're not any relation to the surface condition. I mean, I don't know. Did you say something according to like it having a relationship to the surface condition? Which would be something I haven't heard, but I've never heard you speak of it like that.
Well, my position was always that once I realized it, that basically the stars are they're just something we see in our field of view from our observer's location, and their true place relative to the Earth and relative to different observation points is actually unknown and can't possibly be validated because no one's ever been to the star field to validate their actual locations. So you just have all these different observer based model interpretations, which you can synergize to use for certain practical benefits, but there's no real true knowledge about the physical locations of the stars relative to the Earth
Yeah, I mean
because no one's ever been out to the stars.
that was Yoda's position. Try to get a 90 degree to any star. Has anybody ever done that?
Not on the surface of a ball.
Oh, what's up, Radwin?
I mean, I would challenge anybody to get 90 degrees on any surface. Yeah, go out in your backyard and make a level piece of land and then get something 90 degrees from it. That's actually truly vertical. I mean, maybe you could say drop a plumb line, but then you wouldn't even have to worry about the ground at all, would you? You could just go out in your backyard and drop a plumb line and then just say there, now I've got 90 degrees. So why even bother leveling the surface? But like if you went out back in your backyard and poured a slab of cement, right? Even that cement isn't going to be perfectly level. Even if you think, well, it's kind of like a liquidy substance, and so it's going to, just self level. Not necessarily, because cement actually has some viscosity to it, and then you got to screed the top, and so you may be off a little bit. And so then if you put some wood on top of that cement, right, you got to fasten it to it. That wood isn't going to be perfectly straight. Then you're going to put a wall up, and you're going to use your level, right? And maybe you're going to use the 3-4-5 rule from your floor, but you ain't going to get that perfect either. So you may be at 89.5 degrees or 89.75 degrees off of true vertical. If you're going to tell me that you're going to go out there with a handheld bubble level, a plumb bob, and wood, and actually construct something that's perfectly 90 degrees oriented vertically, you're smoking some crack. But that doesn't mean that your house is going to fall down. Right, your walls your building doesn't have to be idealistically perfectly plumb level square for it to function, right? Just has to be within the tolerances for the purpose that you're utilizing it for. And in most houses, bubble levels is all you need. Good enough.
Some people might hear you right now and mistake you for saying that gives the glober the excuse that over a distance you could have the occurrence where there is that little bit of tolerance to have the globe exist. Because if you're saying, well, I measured a level straight horizontal surface and I connected it to another level straight horizontal surface, as in the case of surveying and that, when they transfer the line, that they're actually doing it over a surface of the globe, according to what you're saying. So they might mistake they might mistake what you're saying for that.
Well, you got to think about it like this. So, what's the most accurate leveling device that we possess? Probably water, right? And I'm just going to use numbers that somebody else gave me. This is just for sake of argument, okay? So what they told me is that a water level, and the water level being a not a bubble level, but a water level, and the water level is where you actually use water over a long distance. So you might take it in a tube, right? And you have one end of the tube here, and you could have like 200 feet of tube on the other end, and then you fill it with water, and the water will rise up in the tube to the same level. And so you could then take a pencil and mark off level where that water is, and go to the other side and mark off level, and now you got a level between that 200 feet, right? Maybe you had 3 points on it, so you could do the middle too, right? So supposedly in that scenario, the confirmed accuracy can only be within a 50 millionth of an inch. That's what I was told. So even in spans, water level to be able to measure is only accurate within a 50 millionth of an inch. So according to that logic, if the Earth was a globe with a sufficient radius to where the entire known territory of the Earth that we have ever had available to us was a 50 millionth of an inch of curvature over that entire span, and then you extrapolate the Earth out to be this globe of gigantic proportions, right? And by gigantic, I mean, I haven't done the math on it, but you'd be talking about millions and millions of miles of radius, I'd imagine. Then yeah, the accuracy that we can employ would still leave the logical option that it is curved at that rate of curvature, because we don't have anything more accurate. Now, if somebody said, no, you're wrong, that can't possibly be true, guess what? I'm sorry to say, but they'd be wrong. Unless they have a more accurate methodology of measurement than that, which they don't.
Yeah, that's great, but the issue isn't that. It's more of what's on the table right now, and that's the size of what the claimed radius is. So if the tolerance that you just described is still within bounds of being able to measure specific radius, like that they say that the Earth is, then that's different than it exceeding that and not being able to measure it, like if it was a bigger ball. You get what I mean? So I just kind of wanted like maybe there to be where you said like, yeah, if it was outside of that range, there's no way you could detect if you're on a giant ball or not. But that's not what they're saying. They're saying it's within the,
Right.
you know what I mean?
Yes, exactly. And then what happens on the other part of the flat earther arguing against that, they will think that if you say something like that, that you then think that this giant ball that you're postulating for a hypothetical means that you could then walk forward and eventually you'd be standing sideways to how you were standing before, because you'd be on the quote unquote side of the ball. But why would you assume that? You would only assume that if you're carrying over certain trappings from the previous worldview that you were critiquing. So, for example, plenty of flat earthers will say that up is up and down is down, right? And that a down is not inwards to a giant ball. Well, you could actually live on a giant ball and up be up and down be down. Unless you're linking the direction of down to the ball's surface, right, as a radial from the center. So you're mixing your worldviews there, and you're actually not doing an adequate critique of different positions. You're only limiting yourself to two options, and the first option is entirely something you've been told, and you're still living within that view and trying to make it work on this other view where it doesn't necessarily have to exist. There are some people, dude, that couldn't even fathom this. Like so if you take a piece of paper, right, and you draw a circle on a graph paper, make the origin of coordinates right at the intersection, right? Draw a circle so you have the X and Y axis, right? We all can imagine, we've all seen graph paper before, right? So if you make the Y axis up and down, right? Then if you're going off on the side of the ball, you'd fall off. And you hear people say all the time, well, if the earth was a ball, you'd fall off, right? So they understand the principle, but then when it comes to thinking about it, they don't apply it. And so if you tell them, hey, even flat water on the surface doesn't tell you the overall shape of the earth at all, right? It just tells you the surface that's facing up is flat. Right? That's all it can tell you. It doesn't inform you about the extent of the boundary, right? It doesn't tell you where the quote unquote edge is or if there even is an edge. It doesn't tell you what's underneath the earth. It doesn't tell you that if you go far enough away from where you are now, eventually you'll reach a part where the earth just keeps declining in elevation for an undefined period. It doesn't tell you any of that information. And so if you're saying from everywhere we know of is flat because it's covered in water, right? And then now I can start making claims about places I've never been. That's where you start putting your foot in your mouth. Some people think that if you just keep walking, you just are going to always have more land to keep walking on, right? That's some people's interpretation of what flat Earth means. And you're just going to keep walking and walking and walking, and the land will just never stop. Maybe you could walk 1,000 years and there'd still be more land, and you'd have no way of knowing if it just keeps going for another 10,000 years. Now that's different because notice how I say you could keep, you have no way of knowing, but there's people out there that say, oh, I know the boundary conditions of the earth. I know the extent of the earth. Well, how do you know that? Just like God said to Job, did you stretch a line across the earth to tell me the breadth thereof? Well, have you? I'm being serious here. All the flat earthers, listen to me. Have you stretched the line across the earth to tell me the breadth thereof? Have you gone to the ground position of Polaris to tell me where it is thereof? Et cetera, right? There's going to be a lot of flat earthers making a lot of claims that they can't possibly substantiate, while at the same time criticizing other people for being critical of arguments. It literally makes no sense.
AI, are you saying that Earth could be a bigger ball?
Well, logically, if everywhere we know is flat within an accuracy of a 50 millionth of an inch, right, and you can't possibly know the full extent of it, then yes, logically, you could be living on a gigantic, enormous, astronomically kabungus, big chungus, fat mungus ball. Yes, that's just logic. And if I said anything otherwise, I'd be being dishonest.
Right.
And so anybody out there who, has an ire against me, like Neil from FED, who wants to go back and report to FED, oh, AI said you can live on a bigger ball. Well, if you say that's not true, go ahead and disprove anything I said logically. Go ahead. With any argument you could possibly think of. Because logically I'm airtight and there's no instrumentation that exists. There's no instrumentation that exists that can disprove what I just said. So yes, let's just call it a Schrodinger's possibility.
Hey, AI, if I'm not mistaken, is that not a similar sentiment to what Flat Earth Dave had in his interview with Jesse Lee Peterson? Remember when he was grilling him? He's like, "Oh, are you sure without a shadow of a doubt? The Earth is flat," and he kept not answering that. It's like he wanted to reserve that similar type of possibility. It seems. I don't know. You know what I'm talking about?
No, yeah, but it's according to the idea that he's postulating that the Earth is flat. So there's this whole you can't. Okay, there's a double speak. If you're okay, I get it. Everybody gets AI's point, right? You understand why he's saying that, though, right? Logically, I don't know if you're. Well, I kind of need to hear how you. Let's put it this way: 20 cups. All right, so you heard AI.
It was just like that. That's kind of what resonated with me. Go ahead.
Yeah, but you heard what he said, right? So what did you understand by what he said? Like, is there any way you could tell the audience? I'd like to know.
Yeah. In a nutshell, what I got is based off of the precision of our available instruments, right? The accuracy of 15 millionth or 5 millionth of an inch or something like that. We could not tell if it was curving within that range because our instrumentation is not sufficient.
Outside of that range. Now within it you can. Yeah. Outside of it you can't. So if something was greater than that, like it was a lot, the ball was bigger, you would be able to detect whether or not you're on a curved surface beyond those parameters.
Well,
now
not
check this out, brother.
Waters, but we could be within a crater on a bigger ball, right? Where
that's fair, but before we lose the point, I just want to point out that other things that have been claimed to be direct measurements of the surface of the Earth to make the conclusion that it's flat, right? They may be sufficient, but they are not more accurate than a 50 millionth of an inch. Okay, celestial navigation is not more accurate than that. Okay, I hope we all understand that. Celestial navigation doesn't result in pinpoint accuracy. Okay, let's be clear. Do we all agree? Okay, as far as I know, I mean, you're talking in the celestial navigation, you get results that are like accurate within a mile or something, or maybe 300 feet, or who knows. Anyway, it's not in the sub inches. Okay, period. Lasers aren't even lasers over long distances aren't that accurate either. Now, are they sufficient to the task to be able to get information from? Yes, but not on a subscale. So yes, there is a quote unquote logical Hail Mary dreamland where a glober could say, maybe I live on this gigantic ball, right? But that still destroys their entire paradigm.
Yeah, but Overlord, it will go infinitely. It will go infinitely. There will be no possibility to just tell if someone just keep making that ball bigger and bigger.
Yeah,
and bigger.
exactly, brother, exactly. So I got one question for you. I got one question for you. Have you laid a line across the Earth to tell me the breadth thereof, sir?
No. I didn't. But
I want to answer the question. Just answer the question. Just answer the question.
I didn't. I just answered.
All right, perfect. So now you can continue. Go ahead.
the point is, even if we assume that you get that those instruments that can give you the measurement, that won't be sufficient because someone else will come and will make that much bigger. So we have to have accurate billions of an inch.
Necros, you're breaking up, bro.
I'm sorry. I'll disconnect and reconnect.
Yeah, he's just saying. He's basically just saying you're going to get into an infinite regression.
Mic check.
Yeah, we get you. We heard you. I heard you, bro. You're saying if you do something within the millionth accuracy, someone's going to claim a billionth accuracy, and then someone's going to
Yeah.
claim a trillionth accuracy, and so
Yeah.
that they can always claim that they live on a cosmic entity. That's so before we live on this little ball inside this huge universe. Well, let's just make the ball the size of the universe.
Yeah.
Well, maybe that's
correct.
the truth. Hey, bro, maybe that's the truth. Maybe the Earth is the whole universe.
Yeah, I was actually saying that from the very beginning. But no, I think does anybody have? I'd like to do this as like a teachable moment for anybody listening. Does anybody have any objections to what he's saying, or you'd like to raise any comments, or perhaps you'd like to engage with what he's proposed? I don't know if there's anybody that's taking what you're saying right now because nobody's chiming in, and they're just like, "Is he saying the Earth is a globe?" Because I think that's like as the globe that we all know of or been told, not the one that you're talking about.
I literally agree 100% with what he said, and he
Okay.
understood my point. So, but for the moment, because we have that line just separating between the claimed globe that we already know about, so that have specific dimensions, and no curvature, meaning that it's flat. So curved on not curved, so meaning that it's flat. Dependent to the accuracy, that will be when we agree that it's not that claimed globe with those specific dimensions. We can try to find if we can see if it's curving just a little bit with that accuracy, like the example that he gave, millionth of an inch or billionth of an inch or gazillion of an inch. Who knows in the future?
But that's how level is defined, right? So when you're actually trying to get with like the water level, that's how you understand that. Yeah, you're gonna get level off of that. So if anything is beyond that, how are you gonna define that after that? What would that be?
I don't know.
There's no
The definition.
well, no, I'm saying that if there's something that exists that's outside of that parameter, then it would be named something else, But as far as we know, that's level, that's flat.
Yeah, for me, I work with the fact that level is horizontal. They are equal. Level is horizontal for me. So that's my baseline.
Right.
I don't think anyone's going to have any pushback here. Like, yeah, there could be a scale so big that, yeah, level is horizontal at this scale. I don't think anybody in here is claiming anything beyond the known world, like that being, the Antarctic Circle. So I don't think you'll get any pushback. And there already is a very small group of flat earthers called crater earthers who believe that we're on a crater on a bigger ball. But I think, yeah, there's already these ideas going around. I don't see this being a problem with anyone.
Well, check this out. Yeah, so if you were, let's say you did, just for sake of argument, live in a crater on a giant ball, and up is up and down is down, and level is level and horizontal is horizontal. So in other words, level is not a circle conforming to the equipotential surface of a ball. Level is just horizontal. So if you live in a crater on a giant ball, if you were able to get out of the crater and go towards the edge of the ball, you would be experiencing a descension. You wouldn't be rotating radially as you travel over the arc. You'd be experiencing the arc as a descending hill. And then once you got to the edge of it, you'd fall off, for lack of a better term. Right? And that would fit, that, what I just explained would fit all of the claims of the flat earthers over the past 10 years about the earth being flat, about level being level, all of those things, right? Except for the one claim that the overall form of the earth, right? But the known territory would still be flat, it'd still be level, it could still be measured with angles, all of those things could all still be true. So all of those things don't logically exclude the scenario I just described. Now, some people, whenever you argue that way, here's what they will rebut you with. If the earth was a giant ball, then you're saying water would stick to the side of the ball. Now, real quick, that is an actual rebuttal that I was given. Not just given, but screamed over to be given. Now, does that make any sense? Is that a fair rebuttal?
I think it
Or do you need
depends
me to
how
No,
clarify
it's not.
it?
It's a straw man.
Yeah, it's a straw man, exactly.
Yeah, of
But
course.
not
'Cause
only is
what
it a
you're saying
straw
is
man,
at the top, right?
yeah,
There you
right.
go.
So it's not just a straw man, but it's an example of how people are so conditioned into a line of thinking that they can't even think outside the box. So their version of a globe must be the glober's version of a globe. And anybody who mentions a shape that is a globe, it must work that way that the globers claim it worked. It can't work any other way. So it just shows you just how deep the systemic indoctrination is into people's minds that it left them permanently scarred or permanently inoculated to being able to think for themselves.
Well said, bro.
That's wild. Isn't that wild?
This is a really healthy discussion because at the end of the day, it's all speculation beyond the known land masses, right?
That's
This is
correct.
Correct.
speculation.
And within the tolerance that we can measure level and flat. So anything
Let me give you
outside of
another
that
hypothetical. Oh, go
falls
ahead.
into speculation. No, I was just gonna say anything outside of that falls into that realm. But logically, it would still stand. So you know what I mean?
Yeah. So the argument that's being used that water, can't stick to a ball, is relevant in the scale that the Earth is being portrayed in the heliocentric model. But when you're talking 100,000, I don't know how many times bigger it would need to be, there would be a place where you could have water on a giant ball.
Yeah, well, see, the part of that whole mental exercise is if you say water can't stick to a ball, therefore the earth can't be a ball, that doesn't logically follow. Now, if anybody's not following what I just said, ask about it and I'll help you understand it. So I'll say it again. If you say water can't stick to the side of a giant ball, therefore the earth can't be a ball, that doesn't follow. That's not a true statement. Anybody misunderstand it? Or everybody get it?
Can I ask a question? Could water stick to a ball with a radius of 3959?
What? No. That's a positive. I'm doing it in the counter positive. So, for example, when people say water can't stick to a giant ball, they'll oftentimes do an example by pouring water over a basketball. And they'll say, look, the water can't stick to this basketball. So, according to their previous reasoning, they would then have to conclude that the basketball is not a ball. Do you see the problem?
Yeah, the
Anybody
physics.
not get it?
I think what needs to be highlighted is the physics that are working on the Earth that we're on right now. So if they're saying this thing is like something where physics is being used, then what is the thing that thing that we're on is something that physics is described in a different way. You know what I mean? Like that's because you're on the thing that physics is being
Yes,
utilized.
exactly.
You know what I mean? So you're trying to use a demonstration of a ball that you can see, like a basketball, pouring water on it, and then saying that the Earth is exactly like that, but it doesn't follow because it's not analogous, because it's not like that thing that you're holding in your hand. It'd be an entirely different
Right,
entity.
right, right. So the correct logic form would be water can't stick to the sides of a giant ball. Therefore, the Earth can't be a giant ball with water sticking to the sides of it. Not that it can't be a ball. The can't be a ball wouldn't follow from the previous statement, but it would follow that it can't be a ball with water stuck to it. But there's a little bait and switch in there that a lot of people don't even realize that they're bait and switching themselves. They're not trying to bait and switch the person they're talking to. They're doing it to themselves and they don't even realize it. Why are they doing it to themselves? Because they've been so indoctrinated in a way of thinking from the past and they're still not on the other end of the road yet. For
I think
example,
some
if you
people.
deny a perfectly logical option that you don't have any explicit counterexamples against as being a possible option, you're doing yourself a disservice logically. You're actually stifling your own thought processes because you're railroading yourself from previous artifacts from the way you used to think when you were a Glober and from the way other flat earthers are encouraging you to think in the present moment, right? So you're still being railroaded, right? You got to look down and see the railroad track on your left and on your right and realize how many of the left railroad track is from the globe artifacts and how many of the railroad tracks is from flat earthers who are still stuck in a paradigm of thinking that isn't actually being honest with itself.
AI, aren't you opening the door to gravity on a bigger ball? Somebody would be
I could care
upside down
less.
somewhere. Yeah, but somebody would be upside down somewhere in some part of the
Why?
universe. Well, a ball is spherical, right?
So
somewhere in existence, if it was hypothetically a bigger ball.
No, doesn't follow.
Why? Why not?
You missed a step because you missed a step.
Okay.
Okay. If I take a ball in my hand right now and I put something on the bottom of it, actually, I'll do it. I'm gonna. So I got a. It's not a ball; it's a cylinder, but it'll work for now for this example. So I'm holding a cylinder in my hand. It's a soup can. I turned it perpendicular, so now the curve is facing down. And I'm going to take this nut driver, and I'm putting it on the bottom. So now I have a curved surface. The bottom of the curved surface. I put a nut driver to it, and I let go, and it went down. So something being a curved surface has nothing to do with the direction of down at all.
So I am struggling to understand. So are we talking about? So the argument is a body of water can't stick to a ball, right? But in the scale that you're talking, it's no longer a body of water. It would be something like water tension, and your water tension could stick to all parts of the ball, right?
Water tension, dude. Water tension can't even stick to the side of a soup can. So how in the world could it stick to something bigger? The amount of water on the side of a can, it's only going to have droplets on it. As soon as you add more water to it, it runs off. So how would having a bigger ball mean that water tension would mean water would be sticking to the sides? That doesn't follow either.
You need air pressure for that water to do that anyway.
Yeah, I understand how Roots is thinking about that. So Roots, it's not about the scale. It's not like you are thinking about a droplet of water sticking to a pool ball, for example. No, that the surface tension. I agree with you, but in that scale, because you can, no matter how big is the ball, you can't make those droplets like a quarter of a cup, the third of a cup of water. And you can't do that. Even if you make that ball with a rough surface, no, you can't make the droplet bigger. Little bit bigger, but the surface tension will break. So it's not about the scale. So if you scale that ball, you can stick an ocean. You can, if you scale that ball to billion times bigger, and you can stick the ocean to the side of that ball, and you call it a droplet sticking because of the surface tension. No, it's not because of the scale. About the scale, it's about the molecules of water and how they work and how they create that layer on the surface of water that we call surface tension.
All right, I understand that, but how would up and down work on a bigger ball?
There is no up and down on a ball in reality, like Overlord exactly said. The up and down are in reference to horizontal, and in a ball you can have in, out, or away from the surface of the ball, close to the surface of the ball, on the surface of the ball. But there is no up and down in reality.
Are you confused, Roots?
Right, there's also
Am I the only one?
yeah.
I'm waiting. I'm waiting for somebody. I think AI should start dropping some bombs here. I mean, he's gonna lay them. If not, I can come in here. I just waiting for him to reach a crescendo that he feels like he wants to move in.
Dude, I'm happy for some people to be confused right now and some people to get it. That's fine. The fact that they're scratching their heads is sufficient. Because that's what they should be doing, rather than making bold claims about the nature of reality beyond the scope of what they're available to access. Right? For example, uniformitarianism, right? The physics locally are the physics everywhere. That's part of the Glober's problem, right? They're making all these claims about things trillions and trillions and trillions of miles away that they have no direct access to, assuming that everything that works here also works there. So real quick, like let's say in our previous hypothetical with the crater Earth, and then you're imagining water sticking to the right hand side of it, right, like on a piece of graph paper. Well, that's not necessarily true, nor is it necessarily false. Nor do you have to have gravity in any kind of traditional conception that Globers would believe in. So, for example, you could just, when you go to the side of the Earth, if it exists, the creator of the realm could just have a completely different set of physics there, for all you know. How would you know? The answer is you wouldn't. This is the point I want you guys to get through your heads. The answer is you don't fucking know. Do you get it yet?
Dun dun dun. That's it. I was waiting for you, dude. I was waiting for you to say that, man. But so you understand, Roots? The problem is when you're trying to upscale to a level that you can't possibly understand what it would be, you can't then therefore make a claim as to that's how it would be. You get it? Because hold on, Nicholas. It far exceeds the amount of knowledge that we could comprehend within the realm that we are in right now. Does anybody get that, or is it just?
If someone
I don't know.
remembers my discussions, when I talk about the surface and the property of the surface, I always explain and explicitly say that it's about the known surface to a human race, the known surface to us. And I'm not talking about what is not explored. If there is something to explore or there is none, I don't know about that shit. So I'm talking about this surface that we know, we human, it is flat. The oceans, the water,
Right, but
the surface of water, on the known Earth to us, the known Earth that we can go to we can verify that we already measured and explored and navigated through. That's flat. And I agree with you 100%, Overlord. It can be whatever it is. And be a concave, it can be non-reality, the end of the reality. Reality is this known Earth. Away from that,
yeah,
it's the end of reality.
yeah, bro. Exactly, brother. So let me posit this for you guys thought processes. There's a predisposition, especially on the Glober side, and especially on the secular, materialist, atheist, evolutionist side, to put God in a box that he must operate within the laws of the universe, right? So there's certain things that occur within the universe that even God can't undo, like gravity or like this or that or the other. But remember, if God is truly the creator, then he transcends all of that, right? And the same token, on the flat earth side, people are making claims about the nature of reality and the way it functions that also puts God in a box to where his limitations are strictured to the creation. In other words, the creation is imposing limits upon the creator, not the other way around. Right? So for example, in my metaphysic, which means, my overarching understanding of the way the natural, the supernatural, and all reality work together, is that the creator is on a level of omnidimensionality that is beyond our comprehension, right? And so if there's an area of free space that we could actually travel to where down is no longer down, and it's now flipped, I would have no way of knowing that that exists, and I would have no way of claiming it can't exist. I simply can't, because I know that the nature of the being that created this place is sufficient to be able to have that if he so wants it. And who am I to tell him what is out there, what is over there, what is down here, and what is up there? Because just like he told Job, hey, bro, who are you to tell me what I created?
Yeah, I get your position now, AI. Thanks for going over it again. People make assumptions, especially when you talk about, say, multi-dimensions or something, like they have an idea of what that is or what that would look like. For all we know, it may be connected physically, to this place, and who knows? So I think I get what you're saying. It's not that you're making any claims or even trying to push any ideas. It's that stop living inside this paradigm like you think you know how things work.
Yep,
Because
we
like
could.
AI said, physics could be completely different, and it could be a physical place.
Well,
Just
yeah. Just one second. Hold on, Nicholas. There is that the Creator has given us a sound mind to understand the nature of our Earth, in so much that we can identify it as what we see it and be able to rectify it with some sort of a semblance of knowledge. Right? It's not going to be just like leaving us out there like, babes in the woods. Like he's going to give us a way to understand the nature of our Earth. At the same token, only so much to say that we can identify it as what he's made it as, not what its constituent parts are derived from, and like the length of it and all that. That's far beyond the comprehension of any human. You know what I mean? Like there's the nature of what he did and how he made the laws of our reality, and that's far beyond anyone's understandings. So we can only know what we know, right? And be able to tell people what we know based on our common experience. Is this making sense? Like, it's been my position to always have tell people about this, because I have the same sentiment,
ultimately,
Yeah.
it's about
If we
keeping an
do,
open mind, right? That's what you're saying.
Well, yeah, because every time we talk about the flat Earth, you've heard me say it. I've always said that the known territory is a horizontal plane, like as far as we know. I don't
So
say
if
anything
we do,
beyond that.
Yeah, it's simply about
Yes,
not making a
Steve.
positive claim.
if we
Yep.
do like AI said, like AI overload said, we will not fall at the crisis that the heliocentric model have now. So they have now to create that idea of multiverse because they created those assumptions about the unknown world, so the cosmos and those unknown places and the edge of the universe, and if the earth is the center or not the center. So they created many assumptions that it led them to change their theories over the time. So from gravity, attraction between masses, so to the bending of the curvature of space-time, to adding materials to the world, unknown materials like dark matter, dark energy, now to create the idea of the multiverse because they can't stand that their background, microwave background reading got that the Earth is in the center of their known universe. So they created the idea of multiverse. So if you followed what AI overload said, we will not fall in that trap. You will be always in what you know. You don't assume anything about the unknown, so no one will debunk your ideas because they are not founded. You don't have anything to defend them. So you will create something, a new explanation, a new excuse to defend that.
Right, that's a fair point, but for the Glovers out there who didn't understand that, because some Glovers come in here and say, oh, the reason why you don't make claims is because you don't want to be debunked. No, it's the reason why we don't make claims about things we don't know about is because we don't know about them. That's why. Not because we just want to stop ourselves from being debunked because we're afraid of being debunked like you Globers are. It's like, dude, if I don't know about the fundamental nature of certain things, why should I make definitive claims that I do? Like, that's just stupid.
Let me highlight an example. So we all see the effect of what everybody understands, what the word gravity, when somebody says that, right? We see the effect. Everybody sees that. You can drop something in the medium of air, it falls to the ground. We all see that. How does that law function in a perspective of understanding the causal nature of that? That's unknown, right? You would say that like I would. It's unknown. So if that's true, then everything AI said is also true. Because then the creator made something that nobody can know how it operates to then therefore say that it can't operate in a specific way by putting water on a ball. Do you get what I mean now? But yeah, there's this idea of a causal mechanism trying to be defined by our common experience, and then, fumbling around like, 3-year-old kids that are trying to learn about like quantum physics or something. You know what I mean? You're not going to get there.
Well, there has been examples of flat earthers who had this philosophy, which is falsification of somebody's idea doesn't mean you have to replace their idea. Falsification is independent of having an alternative idea, right? You can just falsify somebody's claim. It's perfectly fine. And so they went from that sentiment to this sentiment, which is I feel obligated to give people answers for the answers and stories that the globe side had for certain phenomena. So now I have to come up with something to tell them about how gravity works, how this works, how that works. It's like, why? Why is that your responsibility now? Why is it your responsibility? Here's why. If you feel this urgent sense of responsibility to replace just so stories for someone, the odds are that you're going to replace that with another just so story rather than the truth. And that is why you should always have the humble attitude of I don't know. So for example, well, if the Earth's not a globe, then what is it? I don't know. Why make some stupid story up?
Want to hear something funny? I use I don't know at work, even when I do know the answer, so they got to go find somebody else to do it.
Excellent idea, brother. So wait a minute. Are you trying to say that I do know and I'm holding out on you?
No. I'm just saying, I always
All
say,
right.
I go like this. Oh, I don't know. Like that.
Yeah,
This
here's my
one,
challenge. Next time someone asks you to speculate on something after you just proved their claim wrong, and they just stick to your guns and say, I don't know. And then if they say, well, then how could you just prove my point if you don't have an alternative? You'd be like, I don't know any alternatives. I just know yours is wrong. Also, when they clip this out, because our friends over in 24/7, who watch clip out our convos, it'll probably be titled. Feel free to share it with Neil from FED so he can get butthurt about it, and then go out and tell everyone that I'm a Glober now, because they can't even think for themselves to realize that I'm actually just putting out logical arguments that really don't actually have conclusions. Because the conclusion of all of what I just said, who can tell me the conclusion of all of what I just said? Anybody? 3 words. 3
I'll wait
simple,
till
humble words.
I'll wait till somebody else says it.
I don't know.
I don't know. There you go.
No concept plan.
Let me see if I can give and you gave a great analogy. You gave a great explanation. But for anybody that's listening that still doesn't understand it, if they're a Glober, like, oh no, you got to have a replacement. No, if I tell you to hand me a red crayon and you hand me a blue one, and I say that one's not red, and then you're like, well, that's the only one I have. What else could it be? I don't know.
Yeah, you don't give them you don't say, oh, that you're right. That one's not red. Here's a purple crayon, but it's red. Right? I mean, why would you do that?
Because you don't want to hurt their feelings and you want to help them like understand what you're saying. So you'll admit that the purple crayon is actually red.
Well, there's another sentiment from a famous flat earther that they're happy that all the stories have been taken away about reality, because now it's an age of wonder and new surprises on the horizons, so to speak. There'll be new discoveries. There'll be new things to learn. You won't have to hear about endless drivel about, stupid space stories about something happening a trillion miles away that nobody cares about and it's never going to affect their life in any way, shape, or form. But they can actually focus on the wonder of what's here, what we actually have available to us.
Yeah, it's just they stick on the title. The title says it all. Even what you have to follow, which is flat Earth. We are talking about the surface. We are not claiming any shape. It means that we are agnostic about what is over the known Earth surface to us. So you stick to that. You don't talk about the sky. You don't know what is the sky. What are those stars? Who are those stars? You don't even know what are those things.
Hey, I like how you said that. Who are the stars?
Yeah, who are the stars?
Yeah, you don't even know. You don't even know whether the stars are sentient entities or not.
I know. I know. Can you debunk the claim that Apollo is the sun, is a guy on the chariot and something like that, and have superpowers, and can appear like that to you? Do you? Can you? You can't because you never verified what the sun is.
Hey, you know what's interesting, bro? Here's what's interesting. A lot of people in the world, in fact, the majority of people in the world adhere to the great religions of the world in the billions. And in their scriptures, it says things, and in their traditions, it says things about the nature of the cosmos. Some of them, it says that the realm of earth is given to man, but the realm of the heavens is for God. So there's already a separation there. And then it says in other places that the stars were disobedient. Well, how could they be disobedient if they don't have sentient agency? And then in other places it says that the stars will fall to the earth. Well, how could that happen? And et cetera, it goes on and on. But they claim that this is the scripture from the creator of the world they live in. But then when a quote unquote scientist comes along and says, no, a star is not a sentient agent, it's actually just a burning ball of gas, they just lap it up like it's the gospel truth without even thinking twice because some scientist mook in a lab coat said so.
Yeah, I lived that, and I talked about that with the Muslims because in their scriptures it say the same thing, that the stars are like that. They will fall to the earth and some kind of things like that. But they don't follow the scripture, but they follow what they are told from the so-called scientists, not scientists in
Yeah.
reality.
How could they? Yeah. How could they fall to the earth if they're billions of light years away?
And bigger than the earth, and would incinerate the earth as soon as they landed on the ground.
Yeah, Beetlejuice is like what, a million gajillion times bigger than our sun. So crazy.
Wait, did you say Beetlejuice?
Yep, Beetlejuice.
why Canis Majoris is 1.8 quintillion times bigger than the sun.
There you go.
Oh, yeah. So a lot of people will never touch Canis Majoris. And of course, they'll never touch Labia Majoris either.
Yeah, and you don't know if it is the thing that you just know the name, its name, what it is, and if it is those dimensions that they are telling us, of or if it is just an inanimated matter, not a sentient, like you said earlier. Yeah, you don't know. No one knows. You can't know.
Hey, if you want to see smoke come out of their ears, tell them that they don't know that the light on the moon is actually reflected sunlight. Like they can't know that. What you'll see, they'll be spinning around. What do you mean it's not reflected sunlight?
You don't know that.
Yeah, prove it.
Or on like an ambulance light. You know that ambulance light with that cover that spin inside the lamp, and that light will spin over and over. If you make that ambulance lamp like spherical, like the moon, and the same mechanism inside, you will have moon phases.
Well, they were actually telling me too. They were like, "Well, so you're saying that it has its own light?" I'm like, "No, I didn't say that either.
Yeah,
Never
no,
said
well,
that. I'm just saying you need to prove how you know it's sunlight being reflected on the moon."
Crazy times, crazy times.
when someone come when we were in the other server, politics and religion, whenever someone come to us and claim that he is agnostic about the shape of the earth, I just say that we are also agnostic about the shape of the earth, and we are the first agnostics people about the shape. I'm not claiming any shape.
What about Earth shape? Earth shaped.
Sorry,
Gotcha.
DJ?
I said, what about Earth shaped?
That's a good shape, bro. The problem is that a lot of women in the United States, because of the malnutrition and overabundance, are earth shaped.
That's hilarious. It's true and hilarious and sad at the same time.
So you know how tourists, when they come to a country they've never been to before and they've only ever seen on television or in stories, and of course you got to consider that other countries have their own television networks. They're not necessarily broadcasting American shows, and so they're like, "Oh, I'm going to go to the United States and check it out." So I had some college when I was in college. I had some college friends that were from Germany and Austria, and the one chick, she was very into tourism, and she would go around and take pictures of everything. But one of the interesting things that she would always take pictures of was fat chicks. The reason? Because she was just blown away by how obese our nation is, especially the women. She was just like mesmerizing to her. She's like, I have to document this. I have to tell people at home. They were also, and they're not living in poor countries either, but they were flabbergasted about our grocery stores. Like they went to one of our super Walmart grocery stores. You're just like walking down aisles where it's all the same product, and they're just like, "What the heck? This whole aisle is one product?" Like, yeah, that's how we do it here. Somebody's got to feed all these fat people.
Thank goodness for Snap.
But that's a good point. It's like just because you switched from one diet to the next doesn't mean you're healthy now. Okay, let's be clear. So just because you switch from globe to flat doesn't mean you have healthy thinking now. There's still thought processes in your mind that require exercise, that require fine tuning, that sometimes require to be starved for a little bit so that you're not being polluted by them. So you can look at them from the outside in and be like, you know what? That soda that I was drinking really did make me feel bad. You know what? That bad argument I was holding on to really did hurt my overall progress. So here's another good example. Here's another good example of when people weren't able to think straight about mixing and misunderstanding things. So there used to be a time back in the day where there were all these supersedery observations of globe geometry that were being presented to globers, saying, look, dude, you have a fixed geometry. This is clearly beyond the extent of the geometry you claim. So the Earth can't possibly be a globe the size you claim. So one of their knee-jerk reactions back then was the Earth is bigger. Maybe the Earth is bigger because they didn't want to give up that it's a globe. They just wanted to believe that the Earth was bigger to solve that problem. But here's the problem. They wanted to claim the Earth was bigger, but then they wanted to maintain the same relationship of the celestials with the Earth. So in other words, the North and South Pole would still have the same phenomenon. The equator would now be on the middle of the bigger Earth, et cetera, et cetera. But see, the problem is that would just stretch the Earth out, and then it would also stretch everything else out, so you'd end up with the same proportions. But what would actually happen if you had a bigger radius Earth? Cities wouldn't get farther apart, right? They'd still be the same distance away. So what you'd end up with is a bigger Earth, but where the known territory represents a smaller portion of the Earth. And that means that all the angular relationship to the celestials wouldn't be around a ball, they would be on the top of the ball. See the problem? So now they still lost their whole paradigm, but they didn't realize that that was the consequences that they were making by appealing to a bigger Earth. I mean, at this stage, some people are better off just claiming that the Earth is a simulation. That way they can have it be a globe and flat simultaneously. That answers all the observations. That all observations are unique and instanced to the observer at the particular moment for the end use that the simulation designer wants it to be. And that could be a multimodal expression of geometries, time scales, energy scales, all those things, right? With non-local, effects like, how all these people claim that there's your particle's here, but another particle 1,000 miles away is being affected. All these different things could all fit together in some wibbly wobbly simulation. That could be a good coping mechanism.
Yeah, that will get them only so far, though. Hopefully, somebody does take that bait.
So there is these three great positions. You got materialism, then you got idealism. Materialism is basically only matter exists, and then idealism is only mind exists, and then there's duality, which is both mind and matter exist, right? And so some people lean towards idealism because without the strictures of laws or anything that apply to matter, you can then free yourself from any bounds by any physical laws. But even so, you could still have dualism and still have the mind be greater than the physical laws. So that doesn't necessarily exclude it. Now, interestingly enough, if you depending on your worldview, so for example, a lot of people are influenced by their religious worldview rather than just their whatever they're taught. So, for example, there were these ones called Gnostics, which was a Christian cult, and they were denying that. Oh, sorry, they were basically saying that the material world is evil, and so if so, your flesh body, your plate, your chair, they're all evil, and only the spirit world or the ideal world is not evil. And that's one view. Another view is that, well, the physical world is actually amoral, and it's actually only the decisions and actions of sentient agents that are actually evil. So in other words, evil really only exists in the ideal space, not in the physical space. Although, I mean, you could do an act of evil that's in the physical world, like killing someone, but the actual thing that's being deprived is really the ideal space. So the person is being deprived of their life and their body while you're doing an act against them. So it's really you that's doing it, not your body that's doing it. So there's all ways of looking at this, and at the end of the day, it all comes down to metaphysical, supernatural, and moral and existential claims, right? It's more about existence as who we are and why we're here and what we're doing here and what morals we have to uphold than it is really about the shape of the earth, you know. The shape of our hearts is more important than the shape of the earth. So for AV's benefit, leaning towards idealism heavily, I wouldn't fully go that route because in the worldview that we both ascribe to, there's a claim that those who deny that Jesus came in the flesh, right, are the spirit of Antichrist. So to deny that flesh exists or to claim that flesh is evil would go against that scripture, right? And so according to my worldview, if the scripture comes from the boss of reality, and he said, if you deny that Jesus came in the flesh, meaning that there's a spirit world and a flesh world, and you're denying that duality, then you'd be wrong. And so I would defer to the guy who knows, which isn't me. Now, some may say, oh, that's stupid because Christianity is retarded. That's fine. If that's your worldview, go ahead. If you're internally consistent with your truth claims and your worldview, go for it.
Hello,
What's up?
I'm great. How about
We're
you?
just yakking. I'm about to eat some food, so I'm doing pretty good.
Go eat your lunch, man. We got some other people in there. We got Roots.
Welcome to the channel. Was that Mona?
Thank you. It's my first time trying to speak here.
Ah, so extra warm welcomes to you. Good to have you.
Thank you so much.
Are you aware of the topic of the room?
No, I'm not aware. Just I click on the conversation and I don't know what the topic.
Right. So this topic is flat Earth. Have you heard of this before? Flat Earth?
No. What does it
No?
mean? No. What it does mean?
So in this room we discuss the nature of Earth. So it may shock you to hear this for the first time, but there is obviously people believe we live on a ball with a certain size and a certain radius. But actually, in reality, we don't have any evidence that we live on a ball. We have evidence that the only evidence that we see in nature is contrary to the claim that we live on this ball that they tell us that we live on of a certain size. So we're here to share information, answer any questions, just around that really. All the empirical evidence that exists in nature show us that the Earth isn't spinning and that the Earth isn't curving at this rate that they say the Earth is curving. It's supposed to be curving at 8 inches per mile squared, but we don't have any evidence for that. So what's your thoughts? Do you have any questions?
No, I don't have any question because I don't really get you.
So what is the Earth from your perspective? What is Earth?
Earth is the place where we live.
Yes.
Well, describe it for me.
How do you see it to be?
Yeah, you could say.
How do you experience Earth to
Mona,
be?
Mona, don't let them bully you. I love your answer. It's a beautiful answer. Earth is the place where we live. That's a true
I
answer.
agree. You know what? That is a great answer.
In
Hey, there's no
fact,
bullying
in
here. I
fact,
just wanted to
and
describe it
I
for you.
know I'm just teasing. I'm just teasing because I just wanted to draw a contrast to her answer and how honest and sincere her answer is compared to the answers that we normally get. All right, go ahead.
I don't know
Mona's thinking.
I
Go
don't know
ahead.
if the Earth has another meaning. Tell me.
You're on
Well,
point. That is exactly what it is. It's where we all live.
it is. But academia tells us that we live on a ball of a certain size and that across the Earth we have a curvature rate where the Earth curves. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Well, would it shock you to learn that the curvature rate that they're telling us doesn't exist in nature, in our observations, in anybody's observations? We don't experience the Earth as this ball that curves, and the curvature rate, it's supposed to curve 8 inches per mile squared. We don't see this. We don't experience this. They also tell us the Earth is spinning, and we can't verify that either.
Mm.
What could this possibly mean, Mona? If there's no evidence that the Earth is spinning or curving, what could it mean to? What does that mean to you if this is true?
Um. So I'm going to leave because I'm not interested in this topic. I'm very sorry.
No, that's fine, Mona. That's fine. Well, have a great day, and if you ever want to think about this, come back.
Man,
Welcome, MP with.
did you get her number? Did you get her number, bro?
I charm all the ladies. AI. That's just my
I felt the
style.
chemistry. I felt the chemistry.
Yeah, it's part of my skill set, dude.
I don't know. You got a pretty svelte, accentual voice there. I'm sure it charms some of the ladies.
I work in sales, bro. Not gonna lie.
Hey, wasn't there a song that says "Stand in the place where you live"? Oh man, that's a good song, by the way. Oh man, you guys want to get these lyrics? Dude, these lyrics are crazy, bro. Dude, this song is long, bro. Song by REM, Stand in the Place Where You Live. Just read a little bit of the lyrics. Stand in the place where you live, now face north. Think about direction. Wonder why you haven't before. That is weird. Now stand in the place where you work, now face west. Think about the place where you live. Wonder why you haven't before. If you are confused, check with the sun. Carry a compass to help you along. Your feet are going to be on the ground. Your head is there to move you around. Wow. Your feet are going to be on the ground. Listen to reason. Season is calling. Feet are going to be on the ground. Interesting.
Now that song's gonna be stuck in my head all day.
There's something wrong with the world today. I don't know what it is. Something wrong with our eyes. We're seeing things in a different way, and God knows it ain't his. It sure ain't no surprise. Oh. You're gonna put that song on, aren't you? Special K.
I was just looking it up.
Ну, у вас тут, а что все молчат?
Welcome, Logan.
Окей.
Thank you for joining the discussion here. We're talking about the nature of our Earth with all new people that are joining.
I am that English.
Uh-oh.
Просто зашел, а тут тишина такая.
Yeah, but not on Tuesdays, man. We don't on Tuesdays. We only do that on Fridays.
А это криптомани?
Yeah.
То есть ты в курсе, шаришь, да?
Nah, he
А,
didn't come in today. But if you want to talk to him, he'll be here later.
I love cryptomani.
Yeah, you gotta. That's the wrong channel, man. We don't talk about cryptocurrency. But we do, but it's not all about that.
You do understand the crypto industry, right?
Yes.
Cool, at least that. So, do you trade it or just know everything about it?
Well, we know that Bitcoin just dipped down to 86,000 right now. I just got an alert. Holy smokes. We got a huge dip coming. Bitcoin just crashed to the floor.
Crash!
It's going to be a juicy dip, my friends.
But Fartcoin is up 20%.
Attention.
Jeez.
Attention.
Jeez.
So I talk to you through a translator, and it just puts everything I say in Russian into English.
It's awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, man. Yeah, it's awesome.
Oh man. You know what this means, fellas? We're gonna have some juicy fights over the week.
Yeah, hold on to your hat, Special K. That's one heck of a falling knife right there.
Oh.
He's old man. Somebody just lost their shorts, the farm, everything. Feels like we're back in 2019, Special K.
Oh. Is there any crypto named Ice9?
Haven't heard of it.
I was just thinking about Ice9. So if you don't know what Ice9 is, I think it was from a story where this guy makes a molecule called Ice9 and it somehow like ruins everything. I don't know if it makes everything freeze or if it just destabilizes matter or something, but it's basically like, for lack of a better term, the way I can remember it was some kind of destructive substance that once it's released, it just consumes everything.
There actually is a crypto called Ice9, but it's AI, but it's dead, apparently.
if it's what he just said.
I know.
Well, that's why I was asking, because I'm always curious about it because I just wonder if there's like some kind of underlying code that there's somebody who could just undo everybody's crypto.
Well, I mean, I know some people that are avid crypto Bitcoin maxis that are crying right now under pillow. But my Bitcoin.
Dude, crypto is such a scam right now. Don't you think?
Look at the freaking knife that's falling, bro. It's just like, whew, they went from like 93 to 86. Like, what the hell, dude?
Well, dude, I got a new crypto. It's guaranteed. If you join now, it's guaranteed to earn you somewhere between $0 and $1 trillion.
Sucker.
Some of the bros have been buying the dip for the last 4 weeks, dude, and like just bankrupting themselves. It's insane.
They got sucker punched, dude, right in the gullet, dude. Just ugh. Bitcoin's like, how you like me now, sucker? I'm telling you, man, they lost everything right now.
You know what will happen though? Once enough people are liquidated, the bull run will begin.
I know. We're waiting for the bottom, baby. I know it was coming. It's coming. What are you thinking, Special K? We're going to like what, 40, 50? Ooh. Isn't that all to do with like the Epstein stuff that's going on? That's gonna be released. Dude, I heard some stuff about the president. Like, I was like, dang. Coworker was telling me about it.
Some people have already been indicted. A few
Yep.
deans of
Yep.
universities have stepped down.
Yep. Yes, sir. It's going down.
So, yeah, but what I really want to know is Nancy Pelosi's portfolio getting wealthier.
Oh, man.
You know that whole thing where some people, they only trade on Nancy Pelosi's trades?
Yeah, that's how you make a little scratch. She's the lowest of the
Rumor has
low,
it.
the dirtiest of the dirtiest.
Yeah, rumor has it that if you join Nancy Watch's elite group at the Epsilon tier donation level, that you also get free nudes.
Ew. Who the hell would want that? No, thank you. I'm here for the trades. You can keep the feet pics.
Dude, I'm down for the complete upheaval of all these career politicians and these career bureaucrats. That's one key thing. Is like a lot of the politicians come and go, but the underlying bureaucracy of their offices stay. So they have people in like essentially tenure that have been screwing things over for everybody for decades.
Yeah, isn't the big boss indicted in all this, Sheepdog? That you know, like I think he's somewhere in the crosshairs, man. If I'm not mistaken.
Who, Trump?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
No, all they got on
As of
Trump is
right
that he
now.
was blowing all they got on Trump is that he was blowing some dudes in a back
No,
corner
Clinton.
that were all
Clinton.
adults. Yeah, dude, Trump was blowing Clinton in the back room. You're right.
Oh, is what I'm hearing. Dude at work, I was like, dude, come on, man. Come on. He's like, yeah, it's in the what's it called? One of the files.
Well,
Yeah, one of the Epstein
at
emails.
least can we all
Yeah.
can we all just agree? Can we all just agree that Chelsea Clinton is ugly? Can we just agree? Globers and flat earthers unite on a common cause that Chelsea Clinton is dog ugly.
This dude. You're way too savage for 11:30 in the morning. Or afternoon, midday. Yeah, people are stepping
Dude,
down.
I got
I heard.
this. Oh, go ahead.
No, people are stepping down. I heard what Sheepdog was hearing. So
Preemptively,
there's a lot of stuff that's
or
going down, man. Like it's no wonder why the markets are as shaky as they are right now. People are yanking their dough and going somewhere else, bro.
going where, dude?
Yeah, I'm some unknown island where they can. Well, you know.
Oh, you mean they're cashing out so they can take a
Yeah,
payday before they get screwed? Okay, I get you now.
they're trying to get somewhere, man. They're like, okay. We try to wait till the
Dude,
very,
they could
very,
go
very
to
end.
Asgardia.
Yeah. If we see an uptick on their numbers, we'll know what happened. This is so dumb, dude. I hate this stuff. These guys have to be like crooked and all this other shit, dude. Like, just the way the game is, I guess.
Well,
I mean,
see,
it's like
if I was in charge, I would have a division that actually pays mercenaries to train fathers to execute vengeance against their kidnapped children. So we basically have a militia force whose entire mission is to make sure that no kid is lost or unaccounted for, and they have basically license to kill everyone involved. So they could just like go up to an agency and just blast everyone. Be like, "Where's the kid?"
Sounds like a Jason Statham movie, man.
Well, dude, it's like nobody fears fathers anymore. Like everybody has deferred to the government to take care of everything. And to be fair, part of that is like from media and stuff. It's like people are just trained. It's like, oh, you can't take quote unquote justice into your own hands, which in some ways is a respectable way of thinking, but not when it completely divorces any sense of justice at all. You know, there's got to be the people standing up to government saying, "Listen, you need to take this stuff seriously, or you guys are out of here." Man.
I could just see the scene right now, man. There's taxi cabs getting suitcases thrown into, Ubers being called, flights being arranged.
Well, yeah, but little do they know that Trump was delaying the release of the files because he was hiring a whole bunch of people all over the place in public transit and stuff to actually rat out the fleers. So there's actually maybe a safety net that's going to catch a lot of the fleers. I'm just thinking hypothetically, of course.
Yeah, I mean, I like to. We'd all like to see accountability, but
Well, that's what I would have done. You know, I would
you know,
have set up this vast net to catch everyone before I pulled the trigger on the sauce, so that when they finally got scared and ran, they would just be running right into my net. And with a government, with a government agency and billions of dollars and all that, I probably could have achieved it, at least to some degree. Like some of these people that are helping people escape, they're helping multimillionaires escape, basically. And they themselves barely make any money compared to that multimillionaire. So basically, I'd be giving them the option, be like, hey, you're helping this rich ass dirtbag escape. How about you turn on them when they escape, and I'll give you 20% of their assets after I seize them, or something like that.
let me go poke my nose over there next, see what's going on. Something's going on.
Hello. Hello. I think I gotta go too. I think I got a meeting. Somebody here.
See you, dude. Welcome all newcomers. We got Razon 447. Welcome. Maybe not.
But yeah, just to kind of harp on what you were saying, AV, there's been a few indictments in a few different states. I think like Michigan has a couple of indictments going on. I don't know if New York has done anything yet. I don't think California's going to do it. California's going to be last, probably, just the way that system's all set up. There's a few states. I think Texas might even be one of them where there's some kind of indictment that went on, and so it'll be interesting to see how those go. I think I saw something saying that Peter Strzok and uh, who was the old CIA director, Brennan, the old FBI director Comey. I think they're being brought in for something, but I think that those are all on federal, so they're probably in DC.
That's too crazy, man.
I mean, it'd be nice to see it all go down. I think the court system is too corrupt. Like, obviously, you can point to somebody and say, "Oh, you've committed a crime," but if the judge won't prosecute and there's no opposing prosecution, um, then is there ever even really a crime, right? Like the crime only occurs once somebody's been convicted. Like it's only cheating if you get caught, right?
It's crazy, bro.
But personally, I've been working a whole bunch, so I don't even know what's going on in the news right now. I know there's a lot of distraction. Just be careful. And then you got AI making videos now. You really got to be careful. There's a lot of people out there that share AI videos, and they're like, "Oh, look at this person doing this." It's like it's not even real, man. Like, have you seen the video of the moms holding babies, and they're like the babies are like 4 feet tall, and they're like 3 months old. And they look like they weigh like 150 pounds.
Yeah, there's a lot of videos now that are doing it.
Like
They look real.
there's no woman out there that could hold a baby that big with one arm. I remember one person saying, "Look at all those people in the airport looking at that obese person laying on the ground that can't get up." Like, if you really watch the video, the suitcases of the people walking by are all like start acting real weird in the video and everything. AI video. Like, I'm sure you've probably seen the videos of the babies playing, and then something bad's about to happen, and then the dog saves the baby. The AI video. Yeah, I feel bad for the people who aren't awake right now. If you haven't woken up to the truth yet, it's going to be real hard moving forward. And as far as the whole Trump thing, I'm waiting to see what happens, what comes out, what doesn't. I think he's tied up in a bunch of stuff, but it's a matter of like I said, who's going to prosecute him. Well, I'm at work, y'all. Y'all have a good day. Hopefully, I'll talk to y'all again soon.
See you, sheepdog. That's quite the interesting conversation earlier, huh, Roots?
Yeah, conversation was interesting, mate. I liked it though. I think it's ultimately keeping everybody's mind open, stop people from thinking they know stuff they don't. Right?
Well, we regulate that to like bad arguments that people have. Pouring water on a basketball or saying they can't feel the earth spin.
Sometimes you got to dust away the bad arguments, sweep some stuff up.
Hold on,
If it
saying they
sweeps away
can't feel the
the,
earth spin. Sorry, Ether.
I was just saying, if it sweeps away that easy, then it wasn't a strong argument to begin with. So it's a good thing.
Yeah. So you know the memes that they have. Well, they still have them out there, but it shows like spinning at like a merry-go-round. Then the next one's spinning at like at a carnival ride. And the third one is like spinning on the earth as a globe, and then everybody's sitting down like at a table, like eating and stuff. Like, you know what I mean? Like that's a really bad argument.
Right, but there's the argument that there's no motion to be detected on the earth still
Yeah, that's
stands, right?
true. That's true. That you could feel it is not.
Oh, right.
In
Yeah,
other
yeah.
words,
Yeah, I'm with you
ves-
now.
your vestibular system is not able to like determine whether or not. It's just these are bad
Yeah.
arguments.
Yeah, I've heard similar arguments with Coriolis as well, where the ones who know what they're talking about, they don't even claim. You know, like the helicopter argument, where if I raise a helicopter, I should be able to move location on the ball. That's a bad argument. It's not even what they claim.
Yeah, it doesn't match the claim as the other thing too. So the argument has to line up with the claim. So if you're saying, "Well, we can't feel motion on the earth," were they saying that you could? You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah. Yeah, but I still like the argument that, there's no experiment or way to detect any motion whatsoever. Because that's true, right?
yeah, that is, and that's a standard too. Because if there was motion detected, I guess, well, you gotta think about it like this: the real world observations always, like the common human experience, would be that we make observations of the physical world, and we can say we observe something happening in the physical world, and we want to test it. So, what would we test in the case of the Earth in motion? What are we observing in the real world, or actually in the physical world, like outside? You go outside, you make your observation. What are you noticing that there's motion that you want to test? That's the first step. You make your observation of the physical world, which is nature. Is it doing something? That's the question you're asking. Is it moving? Well, if it is, you see it or you think it's moving, then you can make a test. But if you make no observation of the Earth in motion somehow, then why would you test for it? There's no observation of the idea that you see something like that.
Yep. Stripping the argument right back.
Yep.
New Perspective likes to make an argument about runways, and I know he champions that as one of his main arguments. But I do sometimes, I don't cringe, but sometimes I'm like, you're saying too much here. Like you're making too many assumptions that isn't even part of the more advanced understandings of the globe's perspective on Coriolis.
Yeah. Who is it? I think somebody they gave an example. They're like, okay, so you got a runway in an airplane, but you're trying to say that it's not possible for the airplane to land on the runway because the Earth would be spinning out of control and it would be just too wild and crazy. You know what I mean? And they have the examples where the Earth would be doing something underneath the airplane. And then you have the other argument where the Glober could say, well, it's just like if you imagine an airplane aligning itself to an aircraft carrier. The aircraft carrier is in motion, and the plane's trying to land on it, so it's compensating for that, and it's like trajectory, so it will be able to know how to navigate right on that runway while the ship is in motion. I know it's different with the Earth because you got different vectors of motion, but like this is just it's like a silly argument to have because you're in other words you're already giving them something, and the something you're giving them is that okay, so on the one hand you're gonna say, okay, you tell me how you can propose that the Earth is in motion and also how the airplane lands on a moving runway. You know what I mean? So you're already giving them the idea that it could be possibly. They just need to prove it. But if you're saying it's never been observed, so you can't even posit the idea that it's in motion. So you'd have to go from a point of observation first. That's the first step. You can't just imagine, oh, I just imagine the Earth's. But no, you can't imagine it's in motion. You don't know what to think about. I mean, first of all, you wouldn't even think it wouldn't even pop in your head unless somebody told you. So you make your real world observations. You look up in the physical world and see what you can see, and then from there you can make your test.
Yeah. Yep. You need the data, right? You need the data. You need to know, the directions. You need to know, your latitude. You need to be able to actually provide that data. If you're going to make that claim, you need to give a specific example with the data to say, okay, well, this is your claim. This is the amount of deviation we should be experiencing. If not, you're just opening yourself up to them making excuses that you can't really rebut because you don't have the data.
That's correct. And that's a position we should have every time they come up with this information. It's like you need to support the claim with the data. I've been saying that quite often lately. I think it doesn't matter. You can bring whatever evidence you think is evidence, put it forward. Now, that evidence is going to have data to back it up because obviously people are saying that the Earth is spinning, the Earth is a certain size, whatever. But if you're saying both ships go over the horizon or whatever you're saying, then you just can't tell me, oh, I made the observation of a ship go over the curve. Okay, that's what you think. Where is the data to support that claim? If you don't have the data, I'm going to toss that evidence out, as in you can't use it because there's nothing to go by. There's no way that you measured and tested and verified. It is a specific distance away from the observer, all that kind of stuff. You got to come with the data, man, if you actually want to make your point stand.
Yeah, I like it. This is the new standard. This is like the second or third day I've come in and everybody's trying to raise the standards. It seems like it's going to stick. I'm glad. It's good to hear.
Yeah, exactly that. Most of the time it's because of the bad arguments that were being put forward, and it was an easy win for us because there was really no rebuttal against what we were saying. But had we, or if we do get somebody that wants to dive into like us giving information out, what are we going to posit to them if we are making the claim ourselves? And then some of the things that we were talking about like earlier, yeah, nobody's ever challenged the claim. So if somebody did challenge it, what would you say? Like on the spot. Thank goodness it wasn't like in a huge open forum where you weren't prepared and you were making these bad arguments and somebody was like, well, how did you get the data for that? You couldn't shout them down. You just have to address what they said. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That water on a ball is a good example because you're basically using a false equivalence fallacy to rebut.
That's right.
the idea when there's far better arguments or ways you could put it, right?
Yeah. Yep, exactly. You see how you're seeing past like what people's bad arguments are now? Like that's what I'm talking about, Roots. You're getting it now. That's
Yo, hello.
being at this level means that you have a responsibility to understand the level of argument that you're putting forward. To be able to be scrutinized, of course. I mean, obviously, if they're going to scrutinize what you're saying, you're going to have to stand for it. If you're positing something. Someone say something. Welcome to the
I
room.
think someone said hello.
Thanks, man. Thank you a lot. Thanks.
Did you want to contribute to what we're saying, or are you just saying hello?
I'm just saying hello, man. Like.
Okay. So yeah, it's just what we're going to be dealing with more is people trying to get on par with the way to present. It's difficult because a lot of people don't know that what they're doing wrong until you actually point it out to them. It's like, you know, we would feel the earth moving if it was actually moving in the speed that they say it was. You know, that's a bad argument. I mean, and it's always been. It's just that for so far too long, flat earthers have been getting away with not making like because there's, in other words, the glober couldn't respond to like how that was derived. So the flat earther could say whatever they wanted to after that, because the globe earther couldn't posit how it was derived. So because of that, the flat earther felt like, well, I'm just going to insert that if the earth was moving that fast, I would feel it. The vestibular system in our inner ear would have picked it up. You get me?
Yeah. It comforts me though that I've only heard one or two people say it like that. I mean, the main guys, you know, the main crew here don't do that. You know what I mean? Which is why I said to AI, you're not going to get the pushback from here. It's more the floating guys who come in occasionally. I think occasionally I've heard that argument, but it's not a regular argument. I think it's pretty tight over here in general. But I get you know, we should over here. I like it. It's like it's now time to lead, right? It's like moving from debating to leading now. So I'm all for that. I think that's amazing.
Yeah. So the angle that we're moving forward towards is like starting to create content and like that. The debate stuff was what we did before to put our mark on this earth. You know, with how we handle arguments. But now that we're able to assess critical thinking a lot sharper and faster, like I think it's going to be better for all those listening.
It was refreshing as well to be able to, with AI kind of talking in a speculative fashion to make his point. You know what I mean? Like, I do think there is room for speculation as long as it's understood that's what it is, or as long as it's used. You know, he kind of reverse uno'd his point here to say, look, you know, flat earthers, you know, we don't know certain things. You can't make these claims, and here's a bit of speculation as to why. So I like that because I don't know. I just think there is room for philosophy, as long as it's understood that's what we're doing. So it was nice to hear that.
You're not. In other words, you're not breaking anything if you just say like what he said. Logically, it could be something outside of our purview because of the fact that we can only do so much as physical beings, like trying to interpret the physical world in a way that we can quantify it. So we can quantify it with the tools that we have. But what if the reality of the situation goes far beyond and exceeds our methodologies to be able to know what we're dealing with, you know? So the limitations are our value, our standard. That's our standard, is our limitations. So we're using like a ruler, you know what I'm saying? Like this is the type of way that we measure, this is the type of way we quantify. Outside of that, we wouldn't be able to. So in other words, it's up to the mind to think about, but that we're not. In other words, being empiricist, you can't go there. So like maybe the Earth is a really, really, really big ball. We can't go there because we're only allowed as much as we can interpret. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, 100%, bro. And when you're dealing with the sky, there's so much room for interpretation. Because I don't know if you caught what Yoda put in the chat earlier about the lack of evidence of a GP to Polaris or the Southern Celestial Pole. I mean, he's been highlighting these things for a while, but it's been a bit rigid. Nobody's really entertaining it, or maybe people don't understand, what he's saying. But I just think there's so much space there. You know what I mean? To kind of open up potential philosophies of what it could be. At the same time, you don't want to make any claims, but at the same time, you don't want to close your mind off. You know what I mean? Because some of the stuff Yoda brings up about the GP argument. I mean, what could that mean? You know what I mean? It could mean several. I can think of 3 or 4 different options where it could either
But
be infinite land or it could be a reflective sky, an illusion in the. You know what I mean? Like there's so many things.
You know what? Necros actually enlightened me on. I was listening to him. He said we are the first agnostics about the shape of the Earth. The true agnostics for the shape of the Earth. We don't know what it is. You get me? Like
Right.
overall.
Yeah.
Overall.
Yeah.
Overall,
Challenging the
the whole
assumption of flat earthers, right? Flat earthers are seen from the outside as non-agnostic, like we know something, right?
Yep. Because within our known world, we could stand on the principles of measurements and such. That is how we navigate this earth. Like I was saying earlier, if the creator endowed us with such abilities as to understand and be able to quantify things on this earth, then he did so with a limited range. It's not with a full scope of knowledge of like an Enochian perspective. He gave us more of a vantage point of being on the surface, understanding the reality that we have based on our physical limitations. And that can only be understood by what he's given us, not by what we can imagine having. Like let's say I think the Earth is a bigger ball. Okay, well, how did I quantify that? Because as far as I know, it's flat and level on its surface and it's horizontal. I need to have something outside of my my capabilities and abilities technologically speaking to be able to quantify that, and we just don't have that. There's not something better than what we already have now to quantify to the minutest level of like what reality is on its surface. So
Yeah,
what we do have,
that really came across to me when AI said, about multi dimensions and realms, and I don't know, I can't remember exactly what he said, but it was like I have assumptions, and those assumptions are based on, without realizing it, it's based on this whole space time realm idea. You know what I mean? And it's like it may not be anything like that.
Exactly that. Exactly that. And it's only based on our limited abilities. So we can say with all assurance that what we understand is that the Earth is a horizontal plane. There's nothing wrong with that because we can investigate this Earth as given the capabilities to us, endowed by the Creator who gave them to us. But there's nothing wrong with that. We can say, yeah, based on what we have, the thing's pretty dang flat, man. I mean, that's what we can test and verify, observe, all of it, on all accounts. Now, outside of that, who knows, brother? You know what? Like that's
Yeah, it's refreshing. Yeah, it's brilliant.
So you can always stand on the affirmative when you say the Earth is flat. Always, you can test, verify, and also falsify. You gotta know.
You get in a jam whenever you start making like these definitive claims of like seeing something at the small scale and then saying that it extrapolates out to the largest scale of the earth.
Yeah, I just like to think, let's not shut down the wonder. Let's not shut down the the exploration side of this, because this topic can open your mind up. You don't want to then shut it down with limited empiricism and then start thinking, okay, this must mean this, that must mean that. I think there is space for philosophy, there is space for wonder, but it should be built on a foundation of of truth, which is your empiricism. So yeah, it's just kind of blending the two and understanding what goes where.
Yeah,
I
because
think
you can only say, but you can only say what you know to somebody. You can't tell them what you don't know. That'd be absurd. Like so, then like philosophically speaking, is interpreted through the eyes of like maybe religious ideas or whatever, and that can't be put into a manifestation of the physical realm. Like you can't say like, oh, those twinkling lights up there are like are living entities. You can't prove that, so you don't know that. You know what I mean? So philosophy. Somebody's hot mic. Yeah, so philosophy has a limitation to like what you can say as far as what you know, but the physical realm you can actually quantify things in a way that we can't say what we know. Like you're gonna have to parse that out. You know what I mean?
100%. I'm thinking more of I think it was Yoda again, or AI said, try taking a 90 degree to a star. Do you know what I mean? And what like try and locate the actual positions of the star. It's impossible based on the limitations of what we have, right? So there's space there. There is space for philosophy, and that's the only thing relevant, like to talk about, apart from, well, we don't know the actual positions of the star. So it's either the end of the conversation or the beginning of a speculation, right?
Yeah, I guess if you so choose, I think I don't know. I guess I choose the route of making sure that the person is firmly footed in a knowledge base that's like they have a solid foundation versus where they already were just always speculative. They don't really know anything. So you want to at least land them to where they can stand up and they can say, "I know this and I know that. I just don't know that other thing." So you have to give them something. You can't just say, "Well, it's just we're only limited to this," but overall we have to think about it in the bigger picture. I think we should give people an idea that we're put here to understand the physical world to as much as we can. And it seems like to us the way we envision or the common experience is we're going to see the earth as the way the creator designed it, as a horizontal plane. And you know what I mean? We taking it
Yeah, there's
outside of that.
levels to it. Yeah, there's levels to it. There's levels of understanding, and I think this is only relevant for more advanced conversations, really. But I just see so many people who are built that way, who just can't jive with the empiricism, because they're just built for that wonder and that, you know what I mean? They just want to ask about what's beyond the ice wall, and what's
What's at the edge? Yeah.
what's the sky made of, you know what I mean? And it's like they need something, you know what I mean? Sometimes it's worth leaving the door open, but I think over
But
the
they
whole, yeah, you're right, it needs categorizing specifically.
well, they've always said like, show me the map of the earth. That's the first thing they come at us with. Just show me the map. Show me the map of the flat earth. I want to see a map of the flat earth. Do you guys have a map of the flat earth? Show me the map of the flat earth. Like that's what they don't know how to stop. They just continuously say that over and over again, as if we're gonna say, okay, you've asked about the 20th time. Here you go. Like it's not gonna work.
Yeah, but they think there's a working actual real map of the globe, right? So you know what I mean? You're kind of dealing with someone who's probably got a whole bunch of assumptions to begin with. Like I only recently, and I say recently, this year, really, really dawned on me that we actually have no real map you know, even if it's in a globe projection, there is no way to validate the map. You know what I mean? Validating distances between cities is so subjective. It's impossible, right?
Welcome to the club, man. We have jackets. Let me go get your jacket.
It's honestly, bro, it's only this year it really started to click. Like, yeah, we give a depiction, and the globe gives a depiction, and flight routes work, but you know, longitude and latitude is based on the sky, right? So, yeah, it just dawned on me this year.
I can hear Yoder saying amen back there. I hear you, Yoder.
It's listening to Yoda that I've started to realize that, to be honest. Yeah, he's done a good job helping me with that.
No, he caught a lot of flack for it, man. So I think he's still catching flack for it. He did say amen in the text. Crazy.
Yeah, we're listening, Yoda. It's going in. It's starting to land.
Earth-centered, Earth-fixed. The dudes are falling out of their chairs, man. Their brains are smoking everything. I mean, you get the whole nine, dude, when they come in there. It's a conversation overload for their mind. They don't know what it means. It's like, what are you talking about? Like, we navigate with this coordinate system, therefore the Earth is what we're navigating with it as. Duh. It's like, duh. I mean, that's the position, isn't it? We're using the system to navigate in a plane. We're getting from point A to point B. So obviously that system is verifying that the Earth is what we're using the system for it as. It's a globe. Duh. Exactly. This is why, I mean, this fires me up, man. To have conversations with people in the know about, you know, cartography and all that. Like, I think, dude, what a conversation this would be if we. Do you get what I mean? Like, actually sit down with people that actually mean something in in that world. In the field of geodesy, like, I don't know, who would we speak to? Like, we'd have to get somebody that's at the top of the field, or at least close to the top, someone that actually knows what they're saying.
You never get them. They'd probably just run and hide. They know what's up.
It's so, like I was saying, Kingsley, I know you've been through this conversation, listening to us for quite some time, but we're taking it to the next level, man. Like, far beyond the level of just being a debate on internet chat rooms. This is going to go into discussions and sit downs with people, and like serious conversations about this, seeing what people can actually extrapolate from their knowledge about the whole topic, laying it all bare, for everyone.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Dude, I want to hear that answered. What you just said, I want to actually the little snippet. What you just said, Yoder, I would like to ask that question. That's, if not the most important question for that specific rule. It would have to apply. It would have to apply in all directions. It's mind melting, dude. This whole topic that we're talking about right now. It's exciting, really, if you think about it. It's really exciting. Exciting times, man. I'm just glad I'm here to see it, see it happen. I mean, well, in the field of geodesy, like the people that actually are working I mean, it would have to be somebody that deals with technology that like planes use or whatever kind of aircraft that would utilize technology. Like it would have to be somebody that deals directly with that sort of information. It would have to be because they would be in the know. They would be like the one putting the information in there for operational purposes. And then you get, the aircraft doing what it does based on this information, which is vital for the aircraft. I don't know. It's just that's why I think I don't know certain Globers they can't handle like the old tired like anti-flat earthers. They're not the ones who I'd want to take this to. I'll be honest with you. I would not want to take this to an old tired anti-flat earther just to be covered with a bunch of nuts and a bunch of ad homs. Like I'm tired of that. I want some answers, one way or the other. We have to have an answer, one way or the other.
How are you planning on getting these guys in positions like that? You guys have any idea?
There's avenues. I'm pretty sure. There's ways to do it. I mean, the right way. Channels that you can go through. Maybe somebody knows somebody that can probably bypass some of the red tape. I mean, within the group, there's people that know other people that know other people. You know what I mean? It could happen. It could work. Something could go down. We just need to know. We need to have a plan in which way we want to execute the plan.
Yeah, that sounds cool.
I just signed on, but I heard half that. So are you like wanting to try to get answers from like the academicians?
Yeah, the people that are held accountable for the technology that operates on the craft that the people use every day. The airliners that are using this information, military craft, like whatever it is. And I'm not going so far as to going into like, oh, let's bust down the doors of the information that we can't get to. Like, I don't care about that. I want to know how that information was derived in a way that's applicable for that airplane to get from point A to point B based on just raw data. Just raw data. Just give me what the information you got as to how you're plotting that course, or at least the system by which it's going to use so it can navigate with. Show me that stuff. I want the rock bottom raw data. I don't want the already supposed globe and the models and all that. I want to know how it was derived. Like, go from there. or is everybody just working off the back of these models? Like, how far back does that onion peel back to? Like, when you get to the core, what are you going to find?
So I suspect you're probably going to track back to a set of formulas that somebody put together, say, in 1945, where there's probably some calculation somewhere that says, okay, when you measure this far, you use this multiplier, and then you know that this is the curvature of the Earth. So then we can do these other things, and then at the end of it, we'll then divide it by a coefficient or multiply it. I'm sorry, if we we multiplied at the beginning, and then so at the end, then we'll divide it by this coefficient of efficiency, and then that'll divide out the number they put in at the beginning of it. So I would be willing to bet any amount of money that that's what you would find. And so where I would probably start with this is I wouldn't start at, say, the current generation of technology. I would I might try to look back into the avionics designs of the 40s, 50s, and 60s, and probably a lot of that is public. So where I'm going with that is you can probably find the answers right there, and instead of, say, starting from scratch, nobody ever started from scratch. I would strongly hypothesize that they just kept building on and on and on. And so at the beginning of it, somebody just made a formula, then later on they added how to divide that out, and then there you are. The problem will be is the people who design those systems and work with those systems. Two things are going to happen. One is they're probably looking for every shortcut, so they don't have to start from scratch. They can just add on and add on and add on. And then number two, I think you'll strongly find is you'll never get those people to talk. But there's got to be a way to get around that.
That's my mindset right now. Right, what you said, Barrington, is what I'm thinking. It doesn't need to be like, let's go bust open those contracts and see what's behind the proprietary tech. I want to talk to somebody that actually is in the know, that can talk more practical about it. I want to hear the practicality of it.
So I wonder if we find, like I say, I bet if we did some digging, we can find a evolution of the various things that they've added on. The one step, then these people added on this, and then somebody else took that and then added on that, and then those other people took this here and then added on to that. So I would bet you if you would go a few steps back, you might find some open doors, especially what you'd really be looking for is the people who, they're in their 60s, maybe even 70s, who have sinecures at various companies. Maybe they made the company millions of dollars back in the 90s and never going anywhere, and they love to jabber and talk. So if I were going to go out and start looking for people to talk to, that's who I would try to find. Like I say, I'd dig around on LinkedIn and try to find somebody and connect with them, and I bet they'd spill a lot more beans than you might expect.
I think one problem, I agree with that, but I think one problem would be those people from the 60s and 70s are probably also NASA fanatics, and the Apollo missions where they were fully supportive and loved every bit of it and would probably hate what we had to ask of them.
So then we pretend that that's what we are as well. So we pretend, to reach out to them, like you can almost make sure your LinkedIn profile has a bunch of NASA stuff and this and that.
That would be the way to do it for sure.
I would think if we could LARP as anti-flat earthers with YouTube channels, you might even be surprised at how many of those people would just start frothing at the mouth to talk to you because, we need to shut these flat earthers up once and forever.
Right, like how Dr. Shiva is now buddies with McToon.
Yeah. If you did that sort of thing, right? Hey, look, I just want some kind of deep background information for the show that I'm putting together. And, it'd really help me out if I could just kind of understand a couple things. I'm going to tell you what they're telling me, and I don't agree with any of it, but this is what they're telling me. I just wondered if you might be able to help me out a little bit so I could kind of put them in their place.
An excellent example.
I kind of feel like I want to come at this with a more intellectually honest and keep the integrity of like what we're doing as far as like moving forward, so that there's no misstep. I get what you guys are saying, but I don't know. I just don't want to come off as sounding like some kind of person who's had to fool them into telling me, like, if they're not going to be forthcoming with that information, I want to know that up front. You know what I mean? Like somebody who's just withholding that for some reason. Let the world know that they're doing that, like they're withholding it. And I would ask relevant questions like, for what purpose is it going to be that you guys don't want to let us know the practical information, not the secret reasons why you don't want to have to be spying over China or whatever. Like, I don't care about that. I want to know the reasons why it's an actual sphere, as in you proclaim it to be, with the technology that you put the data that's installed in these systems. Like like questions like that strike to the heart of the matter without having to go through the layers of tech that they're going to talk about. Just the practical way, like why would they install a system that uses this coordinate system?
Yeah, and where I would go with that is I just think that if you come with an honest approach, the reality is they're just going to put I wish I could give you a good answer to that, but that's not in my wheelhouse.
What if we set up a sit down with someone that will be allowing us to have that conversation? That's what I'm saying. So beforehand, before we engage, we'd have already an agreement that we're gonna have, some disclosure is gonna happen, without it being like stepping on any kind of like, information that we don't need to know. You get me?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the angle that I'm going for there.
I think it's going to be a lot like Mark Sargent's experience, where early on, like maybe on his first or second show, he got invited to have a debate with some sort of academician who then they said, okay, great, we've got it all worked out. Now, he just wants to make sure that this is within his wheelhouse. So he'd like a summary of what all you want to talk about. And then so Mark Sargent put a summary together. You know, mind you, he was invited by some third party for this. And then Mark Sargent wrote down some things, and then the person bowed out and said, "Well, that's not in my specialty. None of that's in my specialty." So I really think that the more we try to do that, the more they're going to wiggle out of this is not in my specialty. Because even even if you're talking about a mainstream academic topic, they're trained pretty much to do that. Like if they just don't want to talk about something, well, gosh, you know, it's not my area specialty, and they use that as kind of a general catch-all. Go back ye from whence thou came kind of statement.
Yeah, I just don't want to compromise our integrity, and you know, to gain some knowledge that we would want to know. Just because we want to know doesn't mean that we have to be dishonest like them. You know two wrongs don't make a right, essentially. So I don't want to have to do that. Like that doesn't that's not what we represent. If we're representing truth, honesty, integrity, and then going around and pretending to be somebody that we're not, that's not us. That's not 24/7. 24/7 doesn't. I don't know, man. Like from what I gather when I talk to everybody in here, I don't think that's what they would want. Somebody that's dishonest or jump on like somebody walking in a hallway and scare them and like, hey, by the way, can I speak to you real quick? Like that either. Like that stuff is what we see on TV.
Yeah.
Put your hand on the Bible and swear you walked on the moon, and he gets a right hook. Like that's baloney, dude. Like that shouldn't go down like that.
No, and I don't like Bart Sabrell. Don't get me wrong. I think that whole thing was asinine, and if that wasn't just 100% staged and scripted, he deserved that right hook. There's no doubt about it. And he deserved that kick in the ass, too, he got from the other one. But having said that, where I guess I'm going with this is that you're going to have to come at this from some angle other than the topic of the Earth being flat or a ball, because they're going to always shy away from that conversation. So you're going to have to tackle this from some other angle. The only question is what angle do you want to try? And so at the end of it, that's what you have to decide is what's that angle? Is what angle would you be comfortable with? Because if you ask them straight up, they're just going to tell you, well, that's not really in my wheelhouse. I know the Earth's a globe. I don't have time for this. But
these type of things would have to be like the questions and all that. And of course, what we'd want to ask the individual, that everything would have to be done in a committee with the oversight as to like what's going to be proposed. So it would be meticulous. It wouldn't be just like, hey, we'll just send Avi over there and he'll fly by the seat of his pants, like asking him questions. Like that's not how it's going to go down. Like if it's going to be done right, it'll be done where these questions are already like formulated and everybody knows what's at stake when you sit down. It ain't going to be like some surprise questions. You know what I'm saying? Just straight across the board, agree to sit down, agree to talk, agree to give disclosure, and nothing to where it's compromising any agency or individual, Just straight up. Because I think we're at that stage already. We don't need to be shying away from that anymore, pretending not to be who we say we are. Like that whole era is over with now.
So regardless, here's going to be the key to it is these people avoid this topic. They avoid it like the plague. So the question is how do you get such people who avoid the topic like the plague to pick it up?
Well, I guess it's all in delivery. I've heard of this saying before. It's not in what you say, it's in how you say it. And that's a true statement. It's not in what you say, it's in how you say it. You could ask anything you want. It just depends on the delivery.
I think you're gonna also have to find more people like Robert Bennett that are like, I'm retired, I have nothing to lose now.
Well, I mean, maybe, but we also are looking for someone that's actually going to put some meat on the bone for, how we understand the nature of the earth based on, travel, the systems that are being utilized. Like, there's going to be some relevant questions. Like I said, like, I'm just saying this right now, as far as like what I think in my head. But of course, when it comes to like a group's proposal, that's going to be different. The questions are going to look different. So I'm just saying this right now is what I'm telling you. How what it's going to look like if it actually manifests at all, that would be something for later,
So I would add in that what you would have to do is you'd have to aim small. So for instance, it would be hard to bring down modern psychology, but yet there's one lady that did that very well, and she did it by debunking the Stanley Milgram experiment. And that put psychology in a bit of a tailspin, which of course they found their way through.
Guys,
the question that you would probably have to go
who
in and ask
like pussy
is
juice? Who like pussy juice? Guys, who like?
Okay, so what you would have to do, I think, is you'd have to go in and want to talk about a specific study, like take the distance of the sun to the Earth, and you would want to go find people and talk about that specific study as an example. So, if you want to talk about avionics, I wonder what we could find on JSTOR that's not like completely modern, not like completely contemporaneous, but maybe 10 years ago or 15 years ago. We can find somebody wrote on avionics and say, hey, look, I'd like to come talk about this paper. And then you could fill in as much back information with them and say, here's exactly what I'd like to know. And I think that's what you'd have to get, because academic types especially, they prefer small measured questions. They don't typically like big grand questions. They prefer something that's kind of small and narrowed down. So my suggestion would be it's certainly possible, but you've got to attack it from a specific vantage point. Roots, you say you like the Earth research team. So I would try to make it something like the Cosmological Literary Society or something like that. something that's pure word salad, but feels like $50, but yet accurately describes what we're trying to do. But I think you're onto something, AV. I truly do. I think I wouldn't be wasting my time thinking about it if I didn't think you were truly onto something.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure in the end, when it all said and done, we'd probably have something really nice to hand. Once it, if this is ever going to manifest, if it ever does, then yeah, we'd have something that's really nice for the public and everyone involved. Welcome everybody. We got T-Dub in the house. What's up, T-Dub? Must be morning for you over there, huh? Probably making some brekkie. Got Rayleigh Criterion in the house. What's up, guys? Lucas joining us again. What's up, Lulu?
Is the Earth still flat?
No.
Darn it.
Three AI Atlas just came by and a green alien popped out of there and told us that he saw it from, light years away. He's like, yeah, it's not flat.
He showed us legit photos.
Yeah,
They
man.
got us a new fuzzy photo of the 3i Atlas.
Really? Did they show the windows where the aliens are looking out of,
Not yet.
and they're pointing at the the camera. So crazy, dude. I swear.
For me, when I found out all that stuff was like, a lie, it was such a weight lifted off my shoulders. I think that always just stands out to me as one of the biggest things that has changed my life in finding flat Earth.
Not worried that ET is gonna come over here and take over this joint.
Get butt raped. Just everything in general, like, comets, aliens, space cows, whatever else there is. They could kill the big bad dinosaurs. Just think of what it would do to us.
Hey, what's up, Brahim? NTF Wiz, I've seen you in the channel. I don't think I've heard you speak. Do you have a mic, bro? NTF Wiz. Same with Miguel. I don't think I've heard you speak either. I could be mistaken. Stark as well, I can see you're a Flood Earther. I don't think I've spoken to you. What's up, bro?
few years since our country began its broad, long-range program of space exploration. Since 1958, when NASA, the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, was established, we've successfully launched scores of spacecraft. Today, it's no longer a question of what can we do in space, but what we want to do. And for many people, the biggest question of all is, why do we want to explore space? What are we getting for the millions we've already spent? And what can we expect from the billions we plan to spend? Much of this questioning of the practical value of space exploration stems from the fact that most of our space activities are primarily concerned with gathering scientific information which often appears meaningless to the layman and seems to have little immediate practical value. The S-15, our gamma-ray astronomy satellite, is a good example of this kind of space experiment. This satellite, while it looks like an old-time street lamp, is actually a miniature observatory equipped with a powerful telescope to detect high-energy gamma rays from cosmic sources. Gamma radiation, which is produced by nuclear activity, has a special interest for scientists because they think it can be the key to valuable new information about the forces and elements that make up the universe. It was the investigation of phenomena such as this in
What was that? Sorry, Space R?
I had to mute that guy, but if the oceans are flat, the earth is flat. And don't give any prejudiced bias.
You're a cunt.
Okay, yeah, thanks for the input. We'll get it back.
past that led to the development of electricity, radio, and more recently, nuclear energy. To simplify and reduce the cost of launching experiments such as these, we recently developed the Scout. This four-stage launch vehicle is powered by solid propellants and gives us a small but highly flexible booster that we can use for a variety of space probes and actual missions. Apart from contributing to our general knowledge about the Earth and the universe around it, our scientific space experiments also give us the special knowledge and experience we must have to use space to improve our life on Earth, which is one of the primary objectives of our space program. In this area of practical applications, we've already made several spectacular achievements. One of these was Echo 1, a communications satellite experiment using a huge inflatable sphere to serve as a reflector for radio signals. The experiment called for the payload to be placed in a 1,000-mile Earth orbit. Here it would be separated from the third stage, and the sphere would be ejected and inflated. Radar tracking stations would observe and plot its course. Skirting the coast of South America, the satellite orbit would extend below the tip of Africa. And coming back over the South Pacific, it would cross between Australia and Asia, proceeding in a northeasterly direction above Wake, Midway, and Hawaii, and down from the North Pacific within range of the NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratories tracking station at Goldstone, California. This station was to be one of the communications points. The Bell Telephone Laboratories at Homedale, New Jersey, was to be the other. When the sphere reached an area of mutual visibility between these 2 points, they would attempt to communicate with each other by bouncing their signals off the satellite. Our first test in the summer of 1960 failed. But several months later, a second attempt was made.
On. Accelerator on. Start tank on. Burn your fuel vent on. Minus 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. 10. Pitch over executed. Tracking normally. Trajectory standard. Main stage cutoff. Ignition stage 2. Antigua has acquired.
Azimuth within limits. Guidance corrected 1/2 degree in elevation.
Trinidad has acquired.
Some 15 minutes after takeoff, Trinidad observed the inflation of the sphere. "35 minutes after takeoff, data from Cape Canaveral indicated that orbit had probably been achieved. Some 40 minutes later, Woomera in Australia reported visual sighting of the sphere with its photo tracking camera.
Satellite beacon coming up. Still coming up. Begin search pattern A.
In on optics.
I have the satellite. Here she is.
1 hour and 50 minutes after launching, JPL picked up the echo signals and began tracking the satellite visually.
Hello, Bill. Yeah, we've acquired the satellite and we're tracking it with our radar.
And a few minutes later, BTL was in contact with the satellite.
The angle tracking looks smooth on the television.
The experiment was a resounding success, and for the first time, a communications link had been established between two distant points on Earth using a man-made satellite. The practical implications of this success were enormous, for it meant that we had found a relatively simple and economical method of relieving our overcrowded communications lines and making the dream of global telephone and television communication a reality. Later tests proved that such satellites could also be used for teletype, facsimile, or even mail transmission. Today, in addition to developing larger and more rigid passive satellites similar to Echo 1, we are experimenting with active repeater satellites, which will be able to receive messages, amplify, and retransmit them. One communications company is so impressed with the commercial possibilities of this kind of communication that it has already begun to build its own experimental satellite system. We've also been very successful in using satellites to gather weather information. Since early 1960, we've launched 5 Tyros weather satellites. All of these satellites carried television cameras, picture storage tapes, and readout equipment, and electronic equipment to transmit the pictures to ground stations on command. Tyros 2 and 3 also carried infrared radiation equipment to measure the heat balance around the Earth. Orbiting about 400 miles above the Earth's surface, these satellites have been able to take pictures of the cloud cover over large areas of the Earth. They've sent back thousands of photographs, and with these, we've been able to reconstruct a weather picture of our country and a large part of the world. The success of our Tyros experiments has graphically demonstrated the great value of using satellites to study the mechanics of weather and improve our forecasting. For example, Tyros 3 located and televised pictures of 7 of the 8 hurricanes that struck the Atlantic coast during the 1961 season. It located Hurricane Esther 2 days before our weathercraft spotted the storm. But in addition to saving lives and reducing storm damage by supplying early warnings, this kind of advanced weather information also helps farmers select the best time for their planting and harvesting. And it may one day play an important role in helping us conserve our vital natural resources, such as land, water, and timber. But important as they are, achievements such as Echo and Tyros only show part of the practical side of our space exploration. For behind them are the important developments and discoveries that made them possible, And often, these developments and discoveries have a great practical value of their own, apart from their contribution to our work in space. The solar cells, which cover most of our spacecraft and convert sunlight into energy to supply power for their equipment, are a good example of one of these developments. Already, these cells are being used to furnish auxiliary power for communications lines, and they promise to have many other uses, such as a cheap and practical method of obtaining water to transform some of the desert regions of the world into productive land. Solar cells are products of solid-state physics, a relatively new area of science which has received most of its impetus from our space work. By producing revolutionary new semiconductors such as transistors, this remarkable new science has helped make micro-miniaturization possible, and in just a few years has transformed the electronics industry and created a multi-million-dollar industry of its own. And from these and related industries have come the fantastic data processing and computer equipment that we have today, equipment which has become indispensable in almost every field of scientific research and business. These amazing machines make it possible to handle data and perform calculations in seconds, which only a few years ago would have required months or even years to do. NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center at Greenbelt, Maryland, uses batteries of these machines to monitor and guide our space flights. This center is also the heart of the International Ground Communications Network, which tracks and directs the Earth-orbiting manned flights of Project Mercury. Project Mercury represents our first venture into manned spaceflight, and it gave us an opportunity to work on the many basic problems that had to be solved before we could safely send men into space. Problems such as determining man's capability in the space environment, studying the conditions he would encounter entering and leaving space, and selecting and training men to work under these conditions, designing and building spacecraft that would safely carry men into space and back to Earth again, and developing boosters that would be capable of lifting such craft into space. It took us over 2 years to solve some of these problems, and in May of 1961, we were ready to test our solutions by sending a man into space. Alan Shepard was the astronaut on this critical test flight. This historic flight lasted only 15 minutes, but it proved that we could send a man into space and bring him back safely. And it also provided us with valuable information for our future space flights. Two months later, we sent a second man into space on a similar flight. This time, Virgil Grissom was the astronaut. Both of these suborbital flights prepared the way for the longer and more demanding Earth-orbiting flights, which were the primary objective of the Mercury project. In February of 1962, the stage was set for the first of these flights. John Glenn was the astronaut. The man and spacecraft and vehicle systems had been carefully checked and rechecked, and everything was working. This was the moment.
Range operations. Mercury capsule, go. All
and the attention of the entire world was focused on this flight.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Roger, the clock is operating. We're underway. Eagle loud and clear. Roger, we're programming and roll okay. A little bumpy along about here. Roger. Stand by for 20 seconds. Roger. 2, 1, mark. Roger, backup clock is started.
The huge Atlas performed perfectly.
Seco. Plasma grades fired. Okay.
A few minutes after liftoff, the rocket was separated and the spacecraft entered its programmed orbit.
Fine. Capsule is turning around. Oh, that view is tremendous. Roger, turnaround has started. Roger, capsule turning around, and I could see the booster during turnaround just a couple of 100 yards behind me. It was beautiful. Roger, 7. You have a go. At least 7 orbits. Roger, understand go for at least 7 orbits.
Over Africa, Glenn began to test his reactions to the eerie world of space.
Roger, this is Friendship 7. I can see the dark side coming up in the periscope back behind me at present time.
Soaring over the Indian Ocean, Glenn experienced his first nightfall in space.
The way the horizon looks is a very orange band just as the sun goes down. It extends way off either side, probably 45 degrees each side of the sun. Comes up into a lighter yellow, then a very deep blue, then a very light blue on up to the black of the sky.
Later, as he crossed the Pacific on his second orbit, he discovered his gyroscopes were wandering, and here again he was able to overcome the trouble by manual control. The fact that he was able to correct these dramatically points up one of the big advantages of manned spaceflight.
Coming off automatic in yaw, and yawing a little bit to the left, observe it. The flying with yaw handle pulled, controlling on manual yaw. Once again, I can see lightning flashes under me very clearly.
As the third orbit about the Earth is completed, the retro rockets fire, slowing down the spacecraft, and it begins its fiery descent through the Earth's atmosphere.
Roger. Retros are firing. Yeah, baby. Are they ever? It feels like I'm going back toward Hawaii. Don't do that. You're going to go East Coast. Main chute is on green. Chute is out in reef condition at 10,800 feet and beautiful chute. Chute looks good. On O2 emergency and the chute looks very good. Roger, what is your estimate on recovery time, over? Estimate pickup now at 20 minutes, over. Roger, understand 20 minutes to pickup. Landing bag is on green.
4 hours and 56 minutes after liftoff, after circling the Earth 3 times, the Mercury spacecraft landed in the Atlantic recovery area. This was not the first time a man had orbited the Earth.
3 times? What happened to 7?
It was the first time such a flight had been made openly, and the entire world shared in the triumph of John Glenn and the dedicated team that had made this flight possible. And apart from the enormous prestige and experience that our country had gained from this flight and from the flight of astronaut Carpenter, the entire world would also share in the benefits. For the volumes of technical information we had collected on these flights and the earlier ones would be made available to all scientists. The fact that a good deal of this was medical information measuring the physiological reactions and responses of the astronaut during the flight showed the important role that the life sciences were playing in this project. And it is in this area, which offers a vast new field of research for medicine and the other biological sciences, that our manned spaceflight promises its greatest practical benefits. In searching for ways to protect men from the hostile environment of space, these sciences are developing a broader and better understanding of the origin and basic nature of life. This research will eventually result in longer and healthier lives for everyone. Already, hospitals have shown an interest in the delicate sensors that were developed to record the astronauts' reactions during the tests. These sensors would
Are you
enable
freaking
doctors
serious?
and nurses to keep continuous watch on the condition of their patients without disturbing them or even going near them. There's no doubt that these and many other developments and discoveries constantly being made by the life sciences in their space work will eventually find important practical applications in our daily lives. The X-15 project, which is another side of our manned flight program.
Sorry, I just paused it there because I can't believe that. I don't even know what to call it. What do you call that? Because are you telling me they had the ability, right, to make this extra sensitive equipment to monitor these astronauts' health, right? And that was the only inspiration for it? That sick people prior to this space exploration wasn't enough incentive to develop such things? Now they're interested. Now the medical industry's interested. After that, like, why didn't they? Okay, so these space explorers, right, develop this technology and don't say to the medical industry, "Oh, here, you guys have it first. Use that's like the sick people are more important than outer space." That's disgusting.
Is also providing valuable information for the life sciences. The idea behind this project was to develop a highly advanced aircraft that would combine and put to a test all our knowledge and skills in aerodynamics. The X-15 was designed to explore the flight problems encountered at very high speeds and at extremely high altitudes. It has been phenomenally successful in both of these areas.
3 minutes to drop.
Going to jettison. Zero jettisoning. The design performance goals were for a speed of about 4,000 miles per hour and an altitude of 50 miles.
Launch light on. Launch light on. Master on. Okay, Scotty, you ready? I'm ready when you are, buddy. Okay, here we go with the countdown.
The great value of the X-15 is that it has served as a testing ground for many of our ideas in flight, and the technical information is sure to have a great influence on future design of our commercial aircraft. It has also proved that aircraft with certain modifications can operate well above the area of aerodynamic lift and at speeds many times that of our present aircraft. One of the most intriguing areas in our space exploration program is our plan to explore the moon and the planets in our solar system, and we've already begun to make the necessary preparations. Our first objective is the moon. The Ranger, which is designed to land an instrument package on the moon, is being used for our first explorations. It weighs about 750 pounds and is actually made up of 2 spacecraft. The main spacecraft, in addition to power, telemetry, and guidance and control equipment, will carry a television system to send back photographs of the moon's surface as it moves down on it. The second spacecraft, which will be ejected and actually land on the moon, will carry instruments to record lunar conditions and radio this data back to the Earth. Surveyor is another unmanned spacecraft that we shall use for lunar exploration. This spacecraft is designed for a soft landing on the moon, and it carries more delicate and elaborate instruments than the Ranger. Once the Surveyor lands, television cameras will begin scanning the surrounding terrain and examining the surface near the spacecraft, much the same way a man would if he were there. One of the cameras will even provide microscopic photos of the moon's surface directly under the spacecraft. After the television cameras have completed their survey, other instruments will go into operation. Instruments suspended on telescopic booms will record data away from the spacecraft. Even the lunar atmosphere will be analyzed. Drills will bore into the moon's surface and collect samples down to a depth of about 5 feet. The surveyor carries its own laboratory to analyze these samples and transmit the results back to Earth. And since all these instruments can be separately controlled from Earth, any observation or analysis can be repeated if necessary. The surveyor will function for anywhere from 1 to 3 months, and in that time we should be able to collect more information about the moon than man has gathered during the last 3,000 years. And this is the information we need to prepare for sending men to explore the moon. We have already begun building the huge vehicles that will be used for Project Apollo, our manned lunar exploration program. The primary objectives of this program are to send a crew of 3 astronauts to the vicinity of the moon and later land them on the moon and bring them back. The Saturn booster will be used for the first Apollo flights. Saturn is capable of carrying many tons into orbit around the Earth or to the moon and even beyond. It will soon be ready for use. It is the first heavy rocket we've built designed specifically for space exploration. The booster, or first stage of this vehicle, is made up of a cluster of 8 large rocket engines capable of delivering 1.5 million pounds of thrust, which is equivalent to about 32 million horsepower. Because it's too large to be moved by rail or highway, the Saturn had to be shipped to its Cape Canaveral launching site by barge. The launch complex with this huge vehicle is the largest of its kind and covers some 45 acres. The big gantry or service tower that will hold the rocket as it is being checked out is 310 feet high. The big Saturn booster has been successfully flight tested using dummy second and third stages filled with water to approximate their actual weight.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Ignition. All engines running. Thrust commit. Launch commit.
At this early stage, it's impossible to evaluate the new knowledge and experience that we shall acquire through our lunar explorations. But if we're looking for immediate practical benefits, we can find them all around us. A good part of the country has already felt the impact of this program in the form of contracts, salaries, and the general increase in business activity that they produce. And this is generally true of all our space exploration, for the vast sums we are spending are being spent right here on Earth and right here in our own country. Most of the money that we are spending for space exploration is being channeled through the various NASA installations and research centers throughout the country. Through them into the thousands of factories, plants, workshops, schools, and laboratories, eventually ending up in the pay envelopes of many individuals across the nation. When we add up all this, and when we consider the many practical benefits we have already gained, and the many more we can expect, it would seem the big question today should be not why are we exploring space, but how could we have ever believed that we could ignore this vast, limitless area with all its promises?
place, a hilltop in New Jersey. The setting, giant antennas like monstrous eyes and ears, straining, watching, waiting. Inside the control station, a team of specialists with ultra-sensitive electronic equipment, ready to probe the vast reaches of the sky. These men are waiting for the climax of a dramatic experiment they've been working on for many months in collaboration with the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, an experiment known by its code name as Project Echo. Men like Luke Lowry here, Dick Klon, Bill Snell,
4166.
and Bill Jakes, project engineer, all scientists with the Bell Telephone Laboratories. In a few minutes, if things go right, Holmdel will communicate by telephone in a brand new way, by routing the call through outer space to Goldstone, California, 2,300 miles away, where scientists of the Jet Propulsion Lab are waiting. This call will be bounced off a man-made satellite. If it works, it will be the first time voice has traveled from the Earth up to a man-made moon and back to Earth again. This is the satellite, a huge empty balloon, here shown while still in its hangar. The inflated balloon is 10 stories high, made of a strong, new aluminized plastic. Strong, yet only half as thick as the cellophane around a package of cigarettes. Its aluminum coating gives it nearly 100% reflectivity. That balloon will soon be hurtling across the sky 1,000 miles high over North America. Yes, these men know why they are on this New Jersey hilltop. But others may wonder, even if it works, so what? Who cares about bouncing messages off a space balloon? What's the practical good of it? We can telephone almost any place in the world today. Thanks to ocean cables, we can talk overseas as if to the phone next door. This year, about 3 million messages will be transmitted across the Atlantic. But 10 years from now, it is predicted there will be 21 million messages. More facilities will be needed. And there are the polar regions where severe atmospheric conditions make radio reception difficult. Here, particularly, the military need for alternate communication systems is great. Powerful microwave transmitters carry telephone calls over barren and open spaces. These systems will always serve us well. But today, as scientists look ahead, they foresee great gaps in our worldwide communications unless more and different systems can be devised. For instance, we would like to see live television programs, history in the making from all over the world. But TV broadcasting presents a special problem. One TV channel requires the space of almost 1,000 telephone circuits. This requirement is simply too expensive for present systems. And even if this problem could be licked today, what about tomorrow? For many years now, Bell Laboratories scientists have been looking ahead to satellites for communication. We are already capable of building a satellite equipped with operating receivers and transmitters, which could be made to operate at a much greater height than a simple reflector balloon like that in Project Echo. The higher you go, the greater the portion of Earth in range of the satellite, and the fewer you need to circle the globe. A worldwide communication system of satellites like this has already been outlined by the Bell system. The plan envisions several strings of equipped satellites, altogether about 50 of them, orbiting at a height of about 3,000 miles. As the one you were using moves out of range, you would switch to the next one coming along, and so on. And if you wanted to send, say, a telephone message or a television program to some area not covered by any single satellite, the signals might be bounced from transmitter to satellite, back to Earth, up to a second satellite, and down to the destination. That way, you could maintain continuous transmission of telephone calls and television programs to various parts of the Earth. But scientists have conjectured even far beyond this. Perhaps someday it will be possible and worthwhile to put up a precisely positioned satellite, 22,300 miles out, which at that distance would revolve in step with the Earth and would seem always to hang in the same place in the sky. If it became possible to put 3 such satellites in orbit, together they could cover the Earth. But this high orbit 22,000 mile system is at best far in the future. As scientists wait in New Jersey and California, today's experimental balloon satellite, the pioneer of worldwide space communications, is already up in the sky, 1,000 miles high, on its first 2-hour orbit around the Earth, hurtling through the vacuum of outer space, ready to relay telephone signals between powerful transmitters and receivers as far apart as New Jersey and California. The men in both locations know that when and if it does arrive, they will have approximately 15 minutes to bounce their messages from coast to coast off its surface. For in 15 minutes it will have swept across the United States and be out of range. These men well know the complicated chain of events that is a natural part of missiles and space operations. Earlier in the day, the first big question was, would the missile system work? Hours before, down at Cape Canaveral, the Delta missile that would put the Echo balloon into orbit was on its launching pad. Ready to be guided through space by the command guidance system, located in the Bell Laboratories control station at the Cape.
Mode control switches.
Less than a minute remains in the countdown.
13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
As the missile hurtles through space, the control center maintains communication with it, checks its position, and automatically sends any necessary steering orders to keep it on its predetermined path. This guidance system was designed by Bell scientists, the same system that meets the precise target demands of the Titan intercontinental ballistic missile. Its job here is to put the Echo satellite in orbit with pinpoint accuracy. Will it? That is the question these men ask themselves as they finish monitoring the guided portion of the missile's flight. And will the balloon, squeezed into a 26-inch sphere, release okay? Will it inflate properly or burst into fragments? They still have to wait. High in the sky, the third stage burns out. The payload section separates from the engine. The protective shell springs apart, releasing the balloon. Floating clear, the balloon is inflated by a chemical powder which instantly vaporizes in the vacuum of outer space. The men won't know it for some time yet, but balloon inflated and in orbit. As the minutes pass, scattered tracking stations take up the difficult job of finding the balloon and tracking it. Now it's up to Bill Jakes and these other communications men in New Jersey and California to find it. When they do, in addition to transmitting tape-recorded messages, they will talk together on the telephone. But until then, they still have their worries. This new, unique horn-type antenna, so painstakingly developed here in Holmdel, will it really eliminate static? It should, with the help of new circuitry and this other recently developed equipment called the Maser. These inventions will make the weakened voice signals come in strong and clear, even after their long journey through space. This is no ordinary amplifying device. It operates in an ultra-cold vat of liquid helium at minus 457 degrees Fahrenheit. In this super cold world, the Maser's ruby crystal helps keep the telephone conversation clear and easy to hear, which makes the Maser one of the greatest new contributions to communications. At last, the sweating out period is about over. Holmdel is in constant touch with Goldstone by an open telephone line. The first actual transmission bounced off a man-made satellite will be from tape recordings. Goldstone has just reported they have picked up the balloon. A pinpoint in the sky, 100 feet wide, 1,000 miles out in space. It's like trying to locate a golf ball a mile away.
We have it now, Bill. Good. Let's hope we can keep it. The signal looks good, Luke. tracking looks good too. Let's see how Goldstone is doing. Hello, Goldstone. This is Homedale. We're getting your signal. How are you receiving ours?
Strong and steady, Bill.
Fine, fine. Okay, here we go. We're going to start our tape now, and you start yours.
This is President Eisenhower speaking. It is a great personal satisfaction to participate in this first experiment in communications involving the use of the satellite balloon known as ECHO. This is one more significant step in the United States program of space research and exploration. The program is being carried forward vigorously by the United States for peaceful purposes for the benefit of all mankind. The satellite balloon, which has reflected these words, may be used freely by any nation for similar experiments in its own interest. Information necessary to prepare for such participation was widely distributed some weeks ago. The United States will continue to make freely available to the world the scientific information acquired from this and other experiments in its program of space exploration.
It really sounds good here, Walt.
Fine, Bill.
And so the first spoken word from man through space to his own satellite and back to man again is the voice of the President of the United States. And as the satellite sweeps swiftly out of range, further transmission must wait for another passage. Now, sometime later, as the balloon again passes over America, the same scientists try the first telephone conversation ever bounced from a man-made satellite.
You can fire up the transmitter.
Right.
Hello, Goldstone. This is Homedale calling. Calling Goldstone. How do you read me?
Homedale, this is Goldstone. You're loud and clear, Bill.
Oh, wonderful. Well, looks like all the hard work was really worth it.
A new, bold stride on a long road has been taken. The road to communications between ourselves and others overseas with the same variety and dependability we now enjoy anywhere in our own country. The balloon satellite of Project ECHO is, of course, for experiment only. But it is an experiment that may result in a new intercontinental communications system. As these men of Bell Laboratories and Western Electric continue their round-the-clock program of research and development, they are determined to keep America well ahead in the field of communications. And today they are looking, as all humanity looks, to the vast potentials of outer space.
up, Toledo?
What's up?
Welcome to the room, bro.
How's it going?
60 seconds a minute. I'm going to be honest. How's it on your side?
Huh?
How are you doing?
Great.
Do you have any questions on the room topic?
I'm new to this server. I discovered
Okay.
it just exploring.
Nice. Well, glad you could be here.
Thank you.
This is the 24/7 Flat Earth room, right? And what we discuss here is whether or not the Earth is a ball. And we usually talk about how your senses show you that the Earth is flat and not moving, which is contrary to what they tell you. Do you have any opinions on the topic?
Mm. Actually, I see this kind of topics. My opinion will not change anything. So, Earth is Earth.
Yeah. Exactly. Because what we experience is what's outside in reality. What they tell us, especially if they tell us that the Earth is a sphere, then we should be able to check and see if the ground is actually curving and shaped as a sphere or if it's not. And what usually happens is people go out and check. They'll either, find something off in the distance so that they can, help identify how far away they're seeing, whether it's 1 mile or 3 miles or, 5 or 10, 20 miles. They'll have an object that they can see in the distance. And then you can look at the horizon, which is where the earth and the sky appear to touch in the distance, right?
Yeah.
You can check the distance to that to identify if there's any down curving nature to the ground, right? So if you're laying down on a hill and you're at the top of the hill and your friend walks away from you and he starts walking down the hill, he'll start to disappear because the hill is hiding him,
Yeah.
So then what should be happening is objects in the distance, if on a sphere with the radius that they give us, they should be disappearing at set distances, specific distances. And what we see is that objects are visible or disappearing at different distances. So if you're at the beach and you're laying down on the sand and your eyes are 1 foot off of above the water, right? Then the distance to the horizon where the object should be disappearing is at 1.2 miles. People can see greater than 10 miles. That means that curving rate of the ground going down,
Hiding it.
that's too far.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
What's up, bud?
I'm back. I'm so tired.
Good deal. But anyway, you got anything you want to add, Delito?
Your speech was so good. I am a sphere believer too, so I couldn't agree anymore.
Okay. Yeah. Some people have cameras set up 3.5 feet above the water, and they see beyond 14 miles. And if you was to use math, the Pythagorean theorem, and check the distance to the horizon so that you can get an arc measurement, so that you have a circumference, so that you can identify the radius with an angle between the 2 points or 3 points or however many, greater than 3.5 feet with a horizon beyond 11.2 miles makes the radius value of the Earth at 94,000 miles.
Pigeon.
Which they tell you that the radius value is 3,959 miles. But you're seeing a radius value of 94,000 miles. That's huge.
Pigeon.
Duck.
Yeah, so I'm gonna open up Universe Sandbox right now. Just gonna get my laptop. I'm gonna try and recreate this on Alien. I just need to open my laptop. Give me a second. I wonder if this is gonna work. Are you able to give me like some kind of image perm so I can share my screen or something?
I don't have that right.
Let me just sample. Alright, how do I do this? Okay, waiting for network to connect. Right, sorry if my battery dies. I'm gonna freak out. 76%. 2 hours. Okay, I've got 2 hours to do this. Alright. So I need an Earth and Moon model set up first. Or I could just use random object.
All right.
I'll
List your
start with the
assumption.
Earth and Moon. And then if that doesn't work, then I'll have to make my own model. Earth, Moon. Come on, why is it laggy?
Question.
Earth with a black hole moon. No, I don't want that, bro. Earth and Moon. Okay, here we go.
Hello.
Okay, let's.
Do you hear
Hello?
us? Yes, I'm speaking to you, bro. And it's like you don't hear me, or you're just lost in your own world, or you're hot micing.
Oh no, I can hear you.
Okay, my question was, what are your assumptions
For what?
for what it is that you're doing? You're making a model, so what are the assumptions?
Trying to see if I can do the sun landing with a globe. And then if it's with a globe, then it can be possible with a globe.
Oh.
Okay, I've got the model right now. So, okay. Is that accurate? Yeah, that's accurate. I just need to turn off the stars because that's going to interrupt the visuals. Make it a black sky. There we go. Okay. All right, can I make the lunar eclipse? Should I move the moon? But wouldn't that disrupt the orbit? Okay, give me a sec. Need to fast forward it. Oh, bro, that's too fast. Whoa, chill.
Mute up until you got it figured out.
All right.
All right. Delito, you got any other questions? What's up, Captain Batman? How's the milk? All right then.
The solar system model doesn't have a moon.
Why are you using it?
And the one that does have the moon doesn't have the sun, which is annoying. It just has a random light that's coming out of nowhere. So I'm gonna have to do the measurements and put them in myself, which is really annoying because I'm too lazy to do that. Sun, Earth, Moon. Do the Sun, Jupiter, Saturn, Earth, Moon. Oh, okay, here we go. Is this it? Okay, that is way too close. I'm just going to do a live. Okay. Got it. Here we are. I'll delete all the other planets so they don't interrupt. Because it's making it really laggy because there's so many objects on this simulator. Tesla Roadster, I need to delete that. Don't know why it's still there. Delete Mars and all the others. Vesta series, Pallas. Is there any way I can have image perms?
Told you earlier, I don't have the right to give it to you.
Oh, okay. This is gonna be
Yeah.
a bit of an issue then. I'll have to use DMs or something. IO. Dude, how many moons are there? This is annoying, bro. Let me just delete all dust particles because I don't know why they included that. Delete, 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 delete. Okay, good. There we go.
Oh.
Turn off the stars. Didn't I already do that? It's just a background image. It's not real. It's just like a little... Dude, that is way too much. Wait, let me refresh this. Give me a sec. So the simulator I've got right now is live time, meaning that the solar system is happening in live time. And
What's a solar system?
it's like a plane with orbits around a star and different planets going around that star. Is the moon on here
So this
or
is
not? Where the
purely,
hell?
is it just fictional? Are you just kind of
It's on my
musing?
simulator. I've got one on my
So it's
simulator right
fictional.
now.
Okay, so you have a fictional. Well, it's apparently a star. What's a star?
It's like a nuclear reactor in space. You can describe it as
Really?
that.
Can you prove that? Can you prove that?
I mean, it's very light. It gives off radiation. You can get skin cancer from it.
That's fantastic. Can you prove any of what you're saying?
Yeah, you can go outside without without sun cream and get skin cancer.
Sorry, we're not talking about cancer right now. I want you to prove what you claimed about the sun or the stars or whatever it is that you're claiming.
Why do you get skin cancer from the sun?
I didn't make a claim about it. Did you? Are you making a claim about it? You tell me.
Yeah, only stuff that has like nuclear reaction and that light radiation can give you skin cancer.
Okay, that's another claim. Can
UV
you
rays.
prove that, please? That's another claim. Can you prove that, please?
Yeah, go outside without sun cream for like such a long time.
I've done that, and I still don't have any skin cancer. So can you prove it, please, in some form or fashion?
Yeah, I've got skin cancer.
Great. So you're here for nothing more than to kind of troll and be retarded. So should I just mute you now, or can you leave on your own?
No, because I'm doing something for someone right now.
Who are you doing it for?
The people I talked to yesterday, I'm trying to prove that I'm trying to see if the sun only works without a flat Earth. But
The
it's really
sun
laggy.
only works without a flat The sun only works without a flat Earth? What's the sun again?
I'm saying the selenelian, not the sun.
Oh, okay. What is the selenelian?
The eclipse where the shadow comes from the top half of the moon, and at the whilst the sun and the moon are on the horizon.
Okay, great. So do you
No,
have
don't grade me.
Do you have any geometrical relationships between these particular objects? Are they solid?
Wait, let me just see who I'm talking to. Who are you?
About it. It doesn't matter. Don't worry about it.
Say it's who? Oh, you're a mod. Okay.
Yeah.
My goodness. Right. Do I have to speed up time or something? Oh.
No, I mean, it's just kind of annoying to listen to you monologue about what you're doing and nobody else knows what you're doing. So
Yeah, well, I don't have
what you're
image
doing
perms,
has
so
any
it gets
point,
pretty annoying.
if what you're doing has any point whatsoever, what would that point be?
To prove that the sun can work without a flat Earth.
The
All right,
selenelian
here we go.
can't work without a flat Earth?
That it can work on a globe.
Oh, it can work on a globe. Well, the Earth would have to be a globe first, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I've got the globe right here.
He wants to give you the
Live stream.
pragmatic realization now.
So, no, what I need from you is Earth curve measurements to go ahead and solidify or prove that the Earth indeed is a globe.
Well, what I've got right here is, let me just.
Yeah, what you've got right here is the makings for an affirming the consequent fallacy. Do you have any Earth curve measurements?
Well, right here I've got radius of 6,371 kilometer, and the mass is
Who
about
measured that? Excuse me, don't rant
5.97
on.
times 10 to the power of 24.
Measured that? All right. Who measured that, please?
Measured by the satellites that were on high Earth orbit.
Okay. Yeah, right. So once again, another begging the question fallacy. What satellites? What are those?
That's not begging the question.
It is begging the question. You don't have any evidence at all that satellites are what you think they are. What do you think a satellite is?
I can search up like the pictures that we've got.
Great. You can search up pictures, composite images of fantastical machines spinning around a globe Earth. You're going to have the globe Earth first. I want you to tell me who measured the curvature of the Earth so that these quote unquote fantastical machine satellites are orbiting said ball.
You have to prove that it's fake first, which you can't do.
No, you have a positive claim. You carry the burden of proof. I don't have to prove anything's fake.
It's actually not a positive claim. I'm giving the negative claim. You have to prove the positive that it's flat.
What? Yeah, no, it's everybody's experience. Everybody measures it that way. You measure it that way. You treat it that way. I can measure it that way. Everyone does. So it's over.
Oh my goodness. I didn't know James Webb Telescope was that far out.
Okay, you're on mute.
Is that nitwit still here?
Bunny whatever, Bunny client.
Oh, is that who it was?
Yeah,
I didn't. I was listening on YouTube.
Yeah, he's still here. I'll unmute him if you want to visit with him.
Hold on, just give me a second. I need to fix my audio. Oh yeah, Barney. Yeah, I'll mute him. Barney, I can prove they're fake.
If you want, but it's going to be really hard to do that.
What? No, it's super simple.
It's not because I can just reject your idea.
What? I said I can prove they're fake. It doesn't matter if you reject
Yeah, and I
it or
can
not.
just reject that idea. It's just
You can
that it's just
reject it. Yeah, you can
I
reject
didn't
that 1 equals 1. You can reject it all you want. I don't care.
No, it's ultra
Objective
skepticism.
truth doesn't care about your rejection. It's independent
It's
of what
ultra.
you think
It's
about
ultra.
it.
Do you know what ultra skepticism is?
Look, yeah, ultra skepticism is bullshit. That's what it is.
It's not. It's a natural thing.
Okay. How are you talking to me then?
Through my mic.
Yeah, how's that even possible?
Because I'm opening my mouth and I'm speaking.
Well, if you're an ultra skeptic, none of those things can even exist. The words you're saying have no meaning.
You're an ultra skeptic, not me.
Communication becomes impossible. The
No,
very
you're
fact
an
you're
ultra skeptic,
there's,
not
there's
me.
things called.
You don't
No,
believe
I'm
1
not
plus 1
ultra
is 2.
I just said I can prove they're fake. I just said I can do it.
Yeah, but trying to prove
Positively.
something, trying to prove reality fake is like ultra skepticism. It's just really
No, I'm
stupid.
proving the image is fake.
Yeah,
Now
which
that
is
could be
reality.
the reality, but the images are fake.
No,
No, nuh-uh. That's the best you can do.
I'm trying to do something less similar. It's really I'm lagging so much on here. So let me focus.
Yeah. So if you showed me a picture of a house,
Oh my goodness, how does
of a pink house in the middle of Times Square, I can go to Times Square and see that that house isn't there, right? I can prove that that picture's fake. And just
Okay.
like the depiction of Earth as a globe that show water, the oceans of the world, to be curving into a ball, I can demonstrate that that is not happening on Earth, and that picture's fake. Because the
Should I
things
put
that are
argument?
depicted in the because
Okay.
the things that are depicted in the picture don't actually exist in reality. That's how I know they're fake.
Yeah. Should I put argument of pericenter at 96 degrees?
What?
Do you know what argument of pericenter is?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
So argument of pericenter is where the object of its orbit is on its trajectory. So argument pericenter could be like so it's like 360 degrees in total, but I could put it at, for example, it's 90, and that means the moon would be behind the Earth, and you'd see a full moon.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Argument of
He's
pericenter.
decided to ignore you.
Debunks.
So
Argument of
Can
pericenter.
anybody understand this gibberish?
Yeah.
The argument
Yeah,
of percenter?
Yeah, so instead of him paying attention to what you were saying, he's deciding to just ignore that and ask you meaningless questions about his simulator. He's trying to simulate the Selenelian with his simulator, and he's asking you questions about his simulator, what he ought to do. So he's being a complete douche.
Doesn't simulate anything.
Argument pericenter debunks the flat Earth, but I'm trying to do this.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Argument percenter?
Pericenter.
Barycenter?
No, pericenter.
What is pericenter? Never heard that term.
It's
Spell it.
where it's so an orbit
Can you spell it?
normally consider an orbit in total
spell
is
it?
always going to be 360 degrees.
Can you spell it?
All right, give me a sec. Let me spell it for you.
Jesus
so it's
fucking Christ. What's the first letter? How about that?
Pericenter.
Okay, what does it mean?
It's about where an object is on its full orbit. A full orbit is always 360 degrees.
360 degrees of what?
360 degrees.
Of what?
A full circle.
Well,
It
no,
can be an
they're elliptical
oval.
orbit. Did
It
you
could be an
forget that they're
oval.
elliptical orbits? Did you forget that part? You
Yeah,
know, it's
it does.
circle.
An elliptical orbit is still a circle.
An elliptical orbit is a circle. Say that again, please. An ellipse is a circle.
How many degrees is an elliptical
An
orbit?
ellipse is a circle. That's great.
How many degrees is an elliptical orbit?
What do you mean? From where?
Oh my goodness.
So an elliptical
How many
orbit doesn't
sides?
have a center. Listen, elliptical orbit doesn't have a center. It has two foci.
Okay, so it's 360 degrees in total, right?
Around a foci or around the entire ellipse? So it's not 360 around the
The
entire
entire
ellipse.
no.
Depends on whether.
But
Look, you have to arbitrarily choose one of the foci for it to be 360 degrees. But an ellipse has two foci.
what is the diameter of an oval?
Oh, the diameter of an oval, it would be called the perimeter, by the way.
I'm not asking about the perimeter. I'm asking about a diameter.
There's no such thing as a diameter to an oval. It's a perimeter.
I'm not talking about perimeter. I'm talking about diameter.
That's how this defined in mathematics as a perimeter. They don't say it's an oval or a diameter. And they have a semi-major axis and a semi-minor axis. You're out of your depth, dude. I bet you didn't even pass fucking 7th grade geometry. You're gonna tell us what
This
the
is
fucking Earth
embarrassing
is,
for you.
please.
So the
I would
perimeter
like
of
you
an
to address
oval.
the fact that
So the
there's no
perimeter of an
measurable.
oval is 360 degrees. How'd you
No
feel?
one said oval. I said an ellipse.
Ellipse is still the same thing.
No, it's not the same thing.
Ellipse shape. Watch this then.
There's just something called eccentricity.
An ellipse is literally an oval. Oh my goodness.
No, an oval.
Oh dear.
An oval
Dude,
is
this is so
symmetric.
bad.
No, an oval. Listen, dummy. An oval is symmetric. An ellipse is not. There is a distinction. An oval is a special type of ellipse, where the foci are
Okay,
both
thank you.
in the
So
same
it's still the
place.
same thing.
They're not. No,
One is
they're
just
not the same thing.
orientated the wrong.
You're doing a fallacy of composition.
It's not fast. That's
Just
bro. You
because things
found
share
these
some,
words. You just searched up on Google.
just because some things share some properties doesn't make them equal. Okay, stop being dumb.
Okay, so an ellipse is
You breathe,
360
women
degrees
breathe.
in
It doesn't
perimeter.
make you a woman.
The perimeter of an ellipse
Oh,
is
now it's a
360
perimeter.
degrees.
Sure, it isn't a diameter. Sure, it isn't a
I
pericenter.
I didn't say diameter.
You gonna do some more word salad? Just randomly throw darts at fucking geometric terms. So let's get back
Well,
to the topic.
you don't know
The
what
topic
argument
is
per center.
the
You don't know what
topic.
the
You don't
argument
know
per
anything
center
that you're
is.
talking about. You have no idea what
Okay,
Kepler
what is an
orbital elements are. You have no idea what you're talking about. I'm not
What is
talking for the
eccentricity?
baby.
What's inclination? What's longitude of ascending? What's true anomaly? What's
What's
the mean
obliquity?
anomaly?
What's the obliquity of an orbit?
I'm asking you the question, not me. Not
Yeah.
you.
What's the obliquity of an orbit? What's the eccentricity of an
What's the
orbit?
eccentricity of an orbit? What's an inclination?
Eccentricity of an orbit is the deviation of circular.
Okay, now what's
the
the
deviation
argument
from
per
a perfectly
center?
circular orbit is the eccentricity of the orbit.
Okay, so what's the argument of per center?
I never heard it before.
You should, because you're a flat earther. You should know these to debunk the
The
globe.
pericenter, I have no idea what that is. Never heard it before. It has no fucking bearing in Keplerian orbits.
It does. If you're a flat earther, you should be able to debunk argument of per
Okay, what do I use it to calculate?
So the perimeter of an orbit.
The perimeter
of an orbit
of an
in
orbit?
total, so 360 degrees, and where the person is. So say the lunar eclipse will happen at
260 degrees from where?
Lunar eclipse can happen at 116 degrees of the pericenter.
Where is the pericenter?
Oh my goodness, the pericenter is not a place.
Where is it?
It's just where the object is on its orbit. It's total orbit.
You're
It's
not
not a
making any
place.
sense.
It's just where it is.
Now I'm gonna just Google pericenter so I can make a fool out of you.
No, because I'm actually using the simulator, and you've not got this. What I've got. I've got
Simulator?
awesome tools.
The point in an elliptical orbit where an orbiting body is closest to the central body it orbits.
No,
that
that's
would
not
be
what
its
the pericenter
altitude.
is.
That pericenter is the point in an elliptical orbit where an orbiting body is closest to the central body it orbits.
No, it's not.
with the other being the apocenter. So that would be the furthest apart.
That's the apocenter distance. The pericenter distance is different.
The furthest, the term is often used as a general term with more specific names like perihelion and perigee, or aphelion and apogee.
Orbital period, 27.5 days.
You have no idea what you're talking about. Okay, you just don't know what you're even talking about, even remotely.
I've just made a lunar eclipse right now, if you want to see it.
You just made a lunar eclipse?
Like we
Yeah,
haven't
and
seen one
it's
before.
a solid
Is it a
alien, and I
selenilian
can-
eclipse? Is it a
Yeah, I can see it.
selenilian?
No, I'll show you what I'm
Shut
seeing.
up. Is it a selenilian eclipse?
Yes, and I'm on the globe Earth.
So the sun and the Earth, the sun and the moon are above the horizon.
Yes, and I just made a selenilian. You know why I can see them? The shadow coming from
Yeah,
the
let's
top is
see it.
because I'm on the other. It's because I'm in the southern hemisphere.
Well, this was observed in the northern hemisphere.
It wasn't.
Oh,
You want me
I'm
to
gonna
do it in the
post
north as well?
chat. Oh,
Yeah,
is
was you
Ohio?
idiot.
Is Ohio in the northern hemisphere?
I'm in Ohio. I live in Ohio.
Scotland.
Okay, so you know where the Cahokia Mounds are?
I can do it from the north. Do you want me
Do you
to
know
do
where the
that?
Cahokia Mounds are?
Yeah, it's in my bedroom.
Okay, you're just fucking getting banned. You're not even going on mute.
Dude, I'm doing it from the north right now. Do you want to see it?
Yeah.
So you don't want to
bullshit.
see it?
I'll
do
I
it right
watch
now.
video of it happening. It doesn't matter what your simulation shows. I go with reality. I don't go with your simulation.
Simulation is a depiction of reality. I'll show you right now. Let me get it ready.
A simulation is a depiction of reality. Okay. What does a simulate exactly?
It's something you could use. It's a simulation. It's
What
like
is it simulating? What is your simulation simulating?
balls in space.
Oh, does
Yeah,
it?
your
Can you show us the code?
imagination.
Can you show us the code?
What, for Universe Sandbox?
Yeah, the code where they model balls in space.
I don't know the code. I just downloaded it.
So you have no idea how they actually generate that. You know Super Mario Galaxy and Universe with planets? Those look like balls, but they're actually not balls. Google Earth looks like a ball, but it's actually a cylinder. Just because the way it's displayed to your eyeballs doesn't mean that's what it's actually modeling underneath in code. Okay? So it's not a simulation of anything.
That's cool.
You're just an idiot. Google Earth is a cylinder, dude.
That's actually kind of cool.
Google Earth uses what's called the Web Mercator GL. It's a cylinder.
I'm not gonna lie though, this simulation is really
displays it
shit
as a
because
ball.
even though there's a lunar eclipse, I can still see the moon and it's not working because of the.
Well,
I'll have
how
to-
come the shadow of the Earth comes down from the top of the moon?
Because the Earth is flat.
What? The shape of the Earth has nothing to do with eclipses.
Because maybe it's not the Earth that's casting the shadow. I don't know.
There is
We
no
haven't-
shadow. Where did you get the idea there was a shadow?
What is it then?
That's
Is it
not
like
an
a
answer.
black monster?
Asking
like
me a
a
question when I asked you a question isn't an answer.
Give me a sec. This eclipse.
This is
I
called
don't
an
know what it
argument
is.
from ignorance. I don't know what it is, so
It's a
it must
shadow
be what I
because
think
that's
it is.
it's a
And
It's a
shadow.
shadow
burden of proof
because why?
reversal.
Because
what?
it's the same as like when you use. Okay, here we go.
It's the same as
Okay.
because when you use here you go.
It resembles something, does it?
How do you know it's a shadow?
Ew! What the hell? Okay, yeah, it's a shadow because of the shadows look like that. For example. Yeah,
Dude,
I'm really
you're
smart.
a fucking sad bunny.
I'm so smart.
So it's a shadow because it looks like a shadow? Oh, well, welcome to Flat Earth.
Did your parents have any children that
Earth
lived?
looks flat.
I'm the only child.
Debatable whether you're actually alive right now. You still never answered my question. You never adjust what I said either. About
Okay, I need to land on
measure that the
Ohio.
oceans are not curving on their surface, and we can falsify every single image that purports to be of the Earth from outer space.
Okay.
It's very
That's actually
simple.
kinda cool.
Well, because they're depicting something that's physically impossible. We're here on the there's an
I'm on
ocean a mile
okay.
away from me. I can go check that ocean. That ocean is in some of their pictures, right?
Uh-huh.
The Atlantic
Right.
Ocean is in some of their pictures.
Yeah, I guess. Right, let
Okay,
me tell you something. I'm in Ohio right now on the simulator. I
Is
landed
the
in Ohio.
Atlantic? Oh, I don't care about your simulator, dude. We're into reality, not fucking video games. Okay.
And the
If you
shadows
want to
come from
live
the
your life
bottom.
by video games, have fun.
The shadows coming from the bottom.
Yeah, you need to come down from the top. Oh, that's geometrically impossible. Why? Welcome to Flat Earth.
So okay, so the simulator's real. Then at least it's real.
No, you need to come down from the top. Reality
doesn't
shows the
work.
shadow coming down from the top. There's
Give me a
look,
sec.
if you look in the chat, there's one,
I seen it. I
two.
like the sound. It's beautiful. I like it.
Yeah. Why is the shadow
Told you
coming
this
from the
yesterday.
top?
I told you this yesterday, Bunny Client. It doesn't matter your placement on the Earth. It doesn't matter your orientation. It's the part that's facing the bottom part, the part that's directly facing towards the Earth. That's the part that should be in your so-called shadow, not the top facing away from the Earth.
I know. So I'm trying to figure this out. This is really, really difficult, and the simulator's really crap as well.
It's geometrically impossible. I don't know why you're trying to. There's nothing to figure out.
The thing is, the simulator that I'm using is really laggy, and the shadows are not really good because it's really crap.
Look.
And I'd have to use Space Engine or
Okay,
something.
so if the sun and moon are above your head, the thing has to be casting a shadow. Has to be between the sun and the moon.
So the thing is, right?
Listen, that was a question.
Yes, I'm saying if the sun and moon. Yeah, I'm answering. If the sun and moon are on the horizon, the shadow has to come from the bottom, not the top.
Look, is the horizon higher than your head?
No.
Okay, so that means whatever's casting the shadow has to be higher than your head.
Uh-huh.
But the Earth is under your feet. How does that work?
It'd probably have to be refraction.
Refracting a shadow upward?
No, the moon shouldn't
Then
be
it's
on the
curved
horizon.
upside down?
No,
Because
we perceive the moon on the horizon because of a refraction in the atmosphere when it shouldn't be there.
But the curve of the moon, the curve of the Earth, right? It would be facing up, not down.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah, I know it hurts, doesn't it?
No, it doesn't hurt. I don't, because it doesn't change my life if the Earth is flat. I'm just saying. Right?
Here comes the cope.
It's not cope because what am I going to do? Go to space and say, "Oh, look, guys, the
You
Earth is
never were
flat."
going to go to space. Earth is flat or ball. You're never going to space.
I'm
Doesn't
working
fucking
towards
matter.
my career at NASA, by the way. So
wait, hang around and listen to Josh and see if you're going to get a career in NASA. He worked at NASA.
wait, where's Josh? Where is he?
Josh Ingersoll. You ever seen him in
Where
here?
is he? No.
Oh,
He worked at
he'll be
NASA
in
as
here
what?
sooner or later.
Was he a scientist at NASA?
He's a rocket engineer, aerodynamic
So it's
engineer.
not like a. That's actually kind of
Now
cool.
he works
not
at
gonna lie.
Amazon on satellites.
That's actually kind of cool. We need
Yeah,
satellites because we need good Wi-Fi, don't we? Like for space.
Oh yeah, that's
the
that's
Starlink.
what it is.
Yeah,
Well, how did
Starlink.
how did they do radio transmissions in the early 1900s from the United Kingdom to Australia? Why did
Was
we need
was
satellites
it like aerials or something?
in 1918?
Yeah, like aerials or something.
Yeah, but there's supposed to be a giant ball in the way. Remember, it's 10,000 miles.
Yeah.
Yeah, what happened there?
Honestly, the only way that would work is if gravity just warps the
My
transmission.
God, you're in total fantasy land.
I'm just saying what's possible with the globe. But if it was flat, it'd be
That's
better.
not possible.
No, they say it's not possible. The Earth doesn't
Yeah,
have
you need
enough
to be on
mass
a. You need to
to
be.
bend
You need to be.
light or radio waves.
You need to be somewhere on a flat surface with.
You need to be in a black hole Earth, right?
Honestly, you know what? I don't think the Earth is a globe. I think we're inverted.
Look at these mental gymnastics, dude. It's
We're
why it's
inverted,
fun.
so we're not.
Like we sit here and like we watch y'all's mind just like it's like a fish that was taken out of water and it's on the dock and it's just flopping around, flopping around, flopping around. That's your mind watching your mind flop around, flop around, flop around.
You're very nice.
It's crazy to us, dude.
Are you in Ohio right now?
No, I'm not in Ohio. I'm in Massachusetts.
Okay. All right.
You don't sound like an
Yes.
Ohioan.
Look, I can say that I believe the Earth
You're
is
a
a globe. I just can't
transplant.
prove it. that I can't prove that the Earth is a globe, but I believe it because it's that's
Because you
what
like it.
the majority of people say and demonstrate.
Demonstrate?
Yeah, I just can't. I don't memorize what they demonstrate, so I can't like dispense it to you all in one go. It's time.
You know, you're not even
you know?
talking to us. You're like talking to yourself. You're trying to shore up your own reasons.
I'm talking to you.
Yeah, man, that's what everybody else thinks. And they demonstrate it. You just threw that in, and then you don't know what they actually demonstrate. But it sounds better if you say they demonstrate it too, other than I just fucking blindly believe it, which is the actual case.
Okay, but who are these people that demonstrate? Have you debated these people that demonstrate it?
Who?
Have you seen, for example, like, what's his name
John
again?
D.
Doctor. Wait, what's his name
John,
again? That black guy that's really good with space.
Dr. John D.
What's that guy's
Okay.
name again? That famous guy, that doctor. That's
Yeah, that's
Fucking
super
Zeus.
John D.
Zeus. I don't know why you're idolizing people at MIT. We literally make fun of them where I live. Okay. So there's a saying here. When you see someone with 12 items
Oh,
standing
here he
in
is,
the tight,
Neil Tyson. Neil
yeah.
Tyson. Have you
Will you
debated
stop
him?
talking over me? Yeah, thanks. So when you see someone in the 12 items or less line and they have 13 items, you ask them, do you go to MIT and can't read, or do you go to Harvard and can't count? So because the
Oh.
kids here that go to these schools are fucking stupid. Okay?
What? Dude,
Do
they're
not be
like the
idolizing
biggest
MIT
muffins
kids.
ever, bro.
Well, I'm just saying, do not idolize MIT kids. You obviously. Okay, so they
I
had
wasn't talking
there was
about
a new.
MIT. Have
No,
you
listen for a second. Listen.
Caltech?
Listen. They interviewed all Harvard graduates that graduated. They interviewed them all at graduation. They asked them what causes seasons. How many got it right? How many got
All
the
of them.
correct globe answer?
All of them.
One of them.
Okay, but
None
probably
of the
they weren't
science graduates got the right answer. None of them. Only
science
person was
graduates in
one
what fields were
person
they
out of
science graduates?
240. Shut up. One
What fields
person.
were they studying?
Dude. It was the entire graduating class, dude.
Okay, but what fields were they studying?
It's in a graduating class. It's all over the place. Journalism, freaking ethics, fucking whatever, dude. Biology.
Look, first of all,
geography.
MIT doesn't really focus on
This is
astrophysics.
Harvard.
That's what Caltech does. They interviewed kids at Caltech, and they all got the answer right. Have you heard of Caltech?
Bullshit. Show me. Show the video right now.
MIT does not have it.
Bro, there's no single video.
Show
There's
me
like
now.
multiple different. Have you seen Caltech?
Hey, MIT does not have such.
This guy's
Look,
really annoying.
Bunny, there's one thing we don't tolerate here, and that's liars. Either you produce the video, or I'm going to ban you. So you got 2 minutes.
No, I'm saying I didn't say that
You
there was a
have
video.
2 minutes.
I didn't say there was a video to begin with. So what do you want me to do?
You said that they interviewed all the people at Caltech got the right answer. That's what you said.
Did I say that?
You said all. Yes, you did say that, Bunny. I don't know why you feel compelled to lie. Shut up, Zeus. Stop white knighting for a liar. Can't stand you guys, dude. You guys are like
Zeus
fucking
is annoying.
cockroaches. No,
Zeus
y'all are
is
like
annoying.
cockroaches.
So I'm just saying, like, I think what I was meant to say is, if you were to interview the people at Caltech, they'll probably give you the right answer. All
I
of them.
think your voice changer died.
What?
Huh?
I don't have a voice changer. I'm on my phone.
You don't now.
What? Let me give me a sec. Give me a sec. Hold on. So yeah, as I was saying, it's Caltech. Their sub focus, like a lot of them is
Right back to
astrophysics.
it. Ain't that crazy?
What, bro? I don't have a voice changer.
It sounds like you have a British accent or English. That's why I said you don't sound like you're a native from Ohio. It sounds
Dude,
like you have
I
an
moved
accent.
to Ohio from England.
Yeah, but you just didn't have an English accent 5 seconds ago when I said your voice changer
it
stopped working.
changes from time to time. It can change. It's
Okay,
like,
you're
not my
just
fault.
okay. Just you're not worth talking to. Just stop it, dude.
Yeah, we got Zeus waiting in the wind.
Yeah,
for you.
Zeus. Speak up, Zeus. Tough guy. Trying to change the combo. Oh, here we go. Well, I'm mute Zeus. Okay, Zeus. Go pray. Tell me all about MIT kids.
Hey, MIT, I guess they are the number one university.
Why do you
So
how do you figure that?
I guess they don't have time to believe and research on such
I've
stupidity.
done work at MIT. So why do you believe that, dude?
Okay, that's great.
I'm a grown adult. I
Are
lived in
you an
Cambridge
elder?
for like 5 years at one point and then left and then came back. So I've lived here like 20 years total. So please tell me why you think MIT kids are smart.
Because it's quite difficult to get into MIT.
You need a 1400 SAT score. It ain't that difficult. So want to tell me why they're smart?
Yeah, because very few people go there.
So what? Very few people go to Bennington College. Very
Okay,
few people go to Williams College. Very few people go to frickin' any number of colleges.
yeah.
Exclusivity is not a sign of intelligence.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to know why you're idolizing people for no freaking reason when you have no idea the quality of the individuals that go there. Let me tell you
Okay,
how it really
so
works. You got a bunch of people in foreign countries that have fleeced and ripped off their citizenry. So they're corrupt. I'm telling you, dude. I'm just telling you how it fucking works, bro. They want their kids to go to MIT or Harvard. Okay,
so
this is what they want, and they're rich, corrupt government officials are loosely associated with the government. Corrupt, kickback, freaking corporate people like from China, Saudi Arabia, Spain, all over the place, dude. And they
did
want
you
their
work
kids to
at
go there,
MIT?
huh?
Did you ever
What?
work at MIT?
I've done work at MIT. I've never worked there as
What
an
were you
employee.
at MIT? Like what
What
position
did
did
I
you
do?
have
I
in?
helped fix one of their robots, for one, and then I did something to their computer system, which I can't talk about.
Oh, nice. So you're okay, nice.
But what's that got to do with anything? The point is that they're not smart. They're just
Mm,
they're rich and connected.
mm,
That's really the deciding thing is rich and connected. A certain amount of
okay.
slots have to go to in-state people, but the out-of-state people, the MIT can fucking pick and choose how they want,
Yeah,
and they
that's a
pick
new
and
thing
choose a
for
lot of
me.
connected foreigners. I know because I
Hmm.
lived in I don't live in that building now, but I lived in the building that a lot of these people lived in. There's no way that they're
Nice.
students and they could afford to live there. We're talking $4,000 a month for rent.
Hmm. Okay,
Okay,
I didn't
American.
knew that earlier, so thanks for correcting me.
It's very expensive to live where I live. There's no way like a college student
Hmm.
can just come live here from a foreign country unless their parents are corrupt.
Hmm.
Because look, we're more well off than a lot of foreign countries here.
Hmm.
So
So,
to go from China, which is like living in like one of the poorest places in America, and to come into the city and live here, it doesn't work,
hmm.
bro. The scale of the money is just fucking way off, dude.
Hmm.
You think about all the prices you're used to paying in your everyday life, and then you go to a place where you save up as much money as you can, and then you go there, and everything costs 10 times more. Your savings are gone instantaneously.
Hmm. Hey, what do you have to say about time zones? If
What about
how
them?
does do you want to discuss that?
Yeah.
If you are comfortable, like, it's okay. Otherwise, I can go. No worries.
There's
So,
no question you can ask we haven't heard.
okay, so what do you think of time zones? Yeah, it only exists on a round globe Earth. How can it
Why is
exist
that?
on a flat Earth?
What? So tell me then, why is there one time zone in China?
Hmm?
Why is there a single time zone in China? There's one time zone.
They are human made, actually.
Oh, so so only humans make time zones, and because humans make time zones, Earth's a globe, and that can't happen on a flat Earth.
Okay, so why do United States of
Time
America
zones are
have their
political. They're
time?
man-made. Okay.
Okay,
There's
so at the
19
same
time
time,
zones in the north. Listen, brother. There's 19 time zones in the north, 24 in the middle, and 32 in the south.
hmm, okay, so what do you have
You
to
look at
say
a
about
time
that?
zone map, you can see this.
Okay, what do you know right now in America, in San Francisco, it's 2:12 p.m. I guess, and
Yeah.
where I am from, it's 2:12 a.m. So it's 12-hour
Okay.
difference. So how do you see that on a flat Earth map? Day and night difference.
Oh,
We are
okay.
living
So
on the
that's the real
on the
question. Why
same
doesn't the
beam.
sun light up the whole Earth?
Yeah.
Okay. Because the air is not transparent.
Hmm?
The air is not transparent.
What does that
At
mean?
long distances, the air is not transparent. If you go under the ocean 400 meters, it's completely pitch black, right? Is that supposed to be some sort of refutation? Nervous
What is wrong?
giggling?
I'm so sorry for that. Yeah.
Is the
Okay.
air transparent?
It looks like it's transparent, but it's
How
not.
far? How far will it be transparent for? 100 miles?
I'll see it on internet. You can tell me. I'm here to learn.
Well, it's under the cleanest possible air at sea level, according to the Rayleigh model of the atmosphere. It's 296 kilometers.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So air
If
absorbs light, and that's just the air. We're not even talking about the dust particles, the water vapor, or any of the other things that also absorb light.
but clouds also like block light a lot.
Yeah,
So
yeah, of
even
course.
even on a
So
bad
if the
weather, we
sun,
do see
so
light.
okay, so brother, so if it's noon in New York City and I'm in frickin' Hawaii and the sun's coming up,
Mm.
right? And I see the sun. How much air is that? It's like 6,000 miles of air between me and New
Mm.
York City.
Yeah.
That's why like when it goes day to night, it doesn't just instantly go to night, right? It's slow. There's twilight, there's civil
So
twilight, then there's
why
nautical
do I see a
twilight, then
sunset,
there's astro.
bro?
Why are you going after me? There's civil twilight, there's nautical twilight, and then there's astronomical twilight. So
Mm.
it slowly gets darker. It doesn't just shut off, right? If the
So
Earth was a ball, half of it would be lit up. It would turn, and then it would like as soon as the sun would set, it should be completely black.
So what do you have to say about sunset? If the Earth is flat, why?
Uh,
If you're saying the night is because of the air particles blocking the sunlight,
the
right?
light,
Yeah.
not
So
blocking,
what about
absorbing.
absorbing? So
No,
I do
absorbing.
see
The
a
energy is
sunset. I do
absorbed into the
sun
air,
setting.
dude.
I do see sun setting.
So
So how
what?
do we justify that?
What do you mean?
I can see sun moving
The
behind the
sun
Earth.
moves. It doesn't
Yeah.
go behind the Earth.
Actually, it's Earth revolving around
You're
on
you're
its axis.
misinterpreting what you're
It
seeing.
seems like the sun is setting behind the Earth.
It's not going behind the Earth, dude. You're trying to
Where the
okay,
where the hell
what do you
does
actually
it
see?
go?
Let's describe what we actually see. We see the sun go down
Yeah.
and the horizon will start cutting it in half. And then eventually the horizon completely where the sun was, all you see is the horizon. It's not going behind the Earth though.
So
This is
you
just
are saying
perspective.
Earth is
This is
curved.
just perspective. Just perspective.
If the Earth was flat, why doesn't we
You're just like
like
gish
why
galloping
do
all over the place, dude. Try
no
to
you just
focus.
proved the Earth's curvature by your statement actually.
How did I do that again? By saying
Yeah.
perspective? So
No,
perspective
I
proves the
guess
globe?
you are dodging my questions.
I am answering your questions. You're interrupting me. Tell
Okay,
me one
bro.
thing I said.
I take my words back.
Tell me one thing I said.
Okay, so
So you
my
haven't been
question
listening the entire time. You can't
and
say I'm not answering you. I am answering you. You're
okay,
not
yeah,
even listening to the answer.
I'm
Just
listening
you
to
just
you
did
the
it
answer. You
again.
said
Every
it's
time I
all
talk, you
about
interrupt me.
perspective.
It's crazy, dude.
You said it's all about perspective, right? I am listening to you.
Yes,
Okay, so
perspective. Yeah, so things that are above your head, right, as they move away, they appear to go down, right? They look that way, but they're not actually going down, right?
So
If I have a
according to
bunch of
you,
street lights, right, and they're all 50 feet tall, and they go down the road off into the distance, the lights will appear to converge to the horizon, and the road
yeah,
will
yeah.
appear to ramp up to the horizon, and they'll all converge to what's called the vanishing point. Just think about
Yeah.
an art class, right? You take an art class, they show you how to draw in perspective, right? Everything converges to the vanishing point.
Yeah.
It's
But
what the sun
why does
does.
it? But even if you see, even if you take an example of street lights, they never get like hidden. They just get smaller and smaller, smaller, smaller. They never hide behind the road. So why is it the case of the Earth?
What do you mean they
How is
never
that
hide
perspective?
behind? What do you mean they
Let's
never? What are you talking about?
let's take a flat road,
You
okay,
think if
and
you had a 10-mile
it's
strip of
light.
streetlights, you'd see the freaking the one that's 10 miles away?
Yeah, very tiny, tiny.
No,
Like,
no, you wouldn't. Jesus, just
yeah, I
stop, bro.
wouldn't because of the Earth's curvature. After 11 miles, I
No, not
won't be.
because of curvature, because you have a resolving limit to your eyeballs.
Mm-hmm.
You're not gonna be able to resolve the difference between the freaking horizon and the top of a street light, which is 50 feet tall, from 10 miles away.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what that angle is? You can just calculate what that
Mm-hmm.
angle is. It's it's tiny.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Okay, bro.
1/10 of the width of a human hair. You know things look smaller with distance, right?
Yeah. Okay,
Okay.
I respect your point of
Including
view.
things, including not the object, right? So if I have a light and then I have the horizon and now that space between those two things, as that
Mm-hmm.
light as that light goes further and further away, the space as shrinks. The distance, the apparent distance between the light and the ground, that shrinks. Eventually, you're not going to be able to tell the difference. And also, eventually, the air is going to absorb that light.
See, it was okay. I did get what you said. I'll go right now. I'll maybe come later. And discuss
That's
more.
ChatGPT.
Hmm?
Well, you know,
I can
if
ask you
nobody
more
told you,
questions right now if you want.
you can ask me questions forever and ever
I'm
and ever, dude. I wish you
I'm
asked
just
better
I'm
questions.
just trying so you don't get a tough time.
You're just doing what?
No, I'm not asking any more questions. I don't want you to get a tough time.
I don't know what you. I didn't understand the last part. That's okay.
No, I'm saying I'm going right now because I don't want to ask you hard questions that would make you put in a difficult situation.
I doubt it. Ask me a hard question, dude. Jesus Christ. You know, you're pretty arrogant for someone that don't know a
No, no,
goddamn
no.
thing.
I really do respect all the knowledge that you possess, and you are far better than me in intellect and knowledge. I might be wrong about my claims. So, how do
No,
you explain? I know
Zeus,
you
what you
might
need,
have
hold on,
heard.
Zeus, slow down, slow down. What you need to ask yourself is that if you don't know the claims of the globe, why do you believe it before you even know what the evidence is? Because you believe it right now.
Cause it
And if me and
perfectly
you
fits
keep
all
talking, you're
the.
going to have to go look for the evidence for what you believe, but you already believed it beforehand. Do you understand? Don't you see
My
that as
teacher
a
taught me
problem?
that. I was a kid, and my teacher taught me that. She brought a globe in the class, and she told me the Earth is a globe, so I believed her.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
you know why she did that?
She was told to do that by
Yeah,
her
exactly. She
ancestors.
was the kid in the class too. And her teacher walked in with a globe and said, Earth is a globe, and she believed her teacher. And her teacher had the
Mm-hmm.
same thing happen to her, and so on and so forth, ad infinitum back until frickin' till forever, right? So this is just an idea that's passed down and down and down like a frickin' like a goddamn disease.
India,
That's
can
what
I
I
ask you
think it
one
is.
more
It's a
thing?
disease.
Can I ask you one more thing if you're finished?
Yeah.
Okay, so you have said me that we can't see the sun just because the air it's so much at that distance that
Look,
it gets absorbed, right?
look, brother, I oversimplified it for you. The real answer is this: the horizon is not the edge of the earth. The horizon
Okay.
that you see, that's not the curve of the earth. You know how we know
Mm.
this? Because I can go to the ocean and I can see the horizon 6 miles away. And then I can wait a couple hours and then it's 12 miles away. Then I can wait a couple more hours and it's 30 miles away. And then I can wait a couple more hours and then it's 3 miles away. So the horizon, where it seems to be, moves around. And if the weather changes, it moves around. So the horizon's not physical. It is completely created. It's a completely optical. It's created by the meteorological conditions and the very shallow viewing angle you have to the surface of the Earth.
Okay, so why does Greenland and why does Norway and Antarctica experience 6 month day and 6 month night, while we don't, especially living in Asia or America, we face 24-hour day and
Why are you
night.
asking me why that happens?
Because you might have
Like what
more knowledge
causes
than
it?
me. Yeah, according to
How would I
you as a
know the
flat
causal
earther.
mechanism? How would
No,
anybody know that? Can you do that
no, globals
experiment?
know that. Like globals say that Earth is tilted 23 degrees, I guess, on its axis. That is why Antarctica.
Why do they say it's 23 degrees on its axis? Why do
They
they
have
say
sent
that?
they have sent satellites into Earth.
That's no, dude. They said it way before satellites existed, dude. You know why?
No, I don't know
Because
why.
when they look in the sky, right, and you imagine that the sky is a hemisphere, right, a hemisphere like a dome over you. You have the
Mm,
celestial equator, and the
mm,
sun cuts through that celestial equator on its yearly path at 23 degrees. Okay, that's why they say the Earth has a 23-degree tilt. You understand? Is that the
yeah.
equator in the ecliptic, which is the sun's path against the background stars? They don't line up. They're not aligned. One is 23 degrees off from the other one. That's
Mm,
the actual observation. Okay, they didn't observe a
okay.
23-degree tilted fucking Earth orbiting the sun. They
Okay.
saw the sun intersect the equator at a 23-degree angle. That's what they saw.
So it's all on assumptions and observations, not
Not that
on.
it's wrong. It's that they're reifying a model. They're saying, hey, we have a mathematical model, but that's what
Mm,
exists in reality. We
mm,
know that is fallacious reasoning. We make models all over the place, which have no ultimate reality in them.
yeah. Okay, great.
I mean, it's just the way it is, man. The entire coordinate system, latitude, longitude, are based upon the sky. It has nothing to do
Mm.
with the ground.
Yeah, I see very famous people on internet. They also believe Earth is flat.
Don't
For
care
example,
about
NBA
famous.
star.
Don't care. Don't
Uh,
care what famous people think. Don't care what fucking, politician. I don't care what they think. You know what determines for me and for most of the people in
yeah.
here whether the Earth is flat or not? The
Mm,
Earth. We don't appeal to other people.
mm,
We go, hey, what is the Earth like in nature, out there, outside? That's where you have to go. It's that you're not going to find it on the
mm,
internet. You're not going to find it in this Discord. The only way you're going to figure out whether the Earth is flat or a globe is to go test it for yourself, which is easy to do. In the mathematics is third grade geometry.
yeah.
That's why we're here, because they make claims. They say, hey, the Earth is a globe, 3,959-mile radius. And just like the other person
Mm,
was saying, he said, I saw pictures from space. Well, you can say whatever you want. We can test all that stuff against what we experience on Earth, and none of it lines up, right? They say all these things, and then we go out into nature, we test. None of it happens.
Did you personally test this laser
Yes.
experiment?
Did I do a laser experiment? Is that what you said?
No. Did you did you do any experiment in
Yeah,
the?
I look, I go by the ocean. It's easy for me to just go to the beach and freaking watch boats sail away.
Okay, so you have verified the claims by John D.
Yeah, so you go on a website, it's called marinetraffic.com. It'll give you the position
Mm,
of boats in the ocean, right? And you can
mm,
observe a
but
boat for a long period of time. So I'll use this example. I did 3.5 hours. I watched a boat. It went 6 miles
mm,
to 30 miles. Now the globe Earth says that boat should be 420 feet under the horizon.
mm,
Okay, that's something like in meters. That would be like fucking 127 meters
yeah, I got
under the
you.
horizon. But I could see the boat the entire time. It never vanished, never did anything. I got bored watching it and went home.
Okay, whenever I'll go to beach, I'll try that experiment. Could you tell me the website?
Marine,
Yeah.
MARINE, traffic,
Mhm.
TRAFFIC
Okay, yeah, I
.com.
got it.
Okay.
Thanks. This okay.
And you can
The
see,
data
and the
that
thing is, like,
mm,
it'll give you a map, and you can like go to wherever you're going to be, and then you can click on the boat, and it'll give you the details
mm,
of the boat, and it'll tell you the boat's latitude and longitude. So then you'll have its position, and then you can calculate based upon the position about how far away it was.
mm. So what was your observation? Like, how far did you like?
30
How
miles.
far? 30 miles, and you could see the all the boat.
Yeah, I could see it with my naked eye from 15 feet above sea level. Naked eye.
Were you
I
standing
took
on a
pictures
beach?
with an iPhone. That's how visible it was. It was a container ship.
Uh-huh. Okay. Okay. Could you tell me what's that phenomena where I don't know about that phenomena? There's a where it seems like boats are floating above the sea. What's
Fata
that called?
Morgana.
Okay, and
It's called
why
a
is it
Fata.
called?
Fata Morgana.
Okay, Fathom. Let me see. Search.
FATA Morgana.
Mm,
MORGANA. Fata Morgana. Now they'll say that's
mm.
caused by refraction, but it's actually caused by the water's actually mirroring the sky so that you can't tell it's on water.
Okay. 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 Got it. Okay. So, mm, okay, I'll do it myself, and if the results are convincing, I'll become one. Otherwise, it's quite
Look,
cause I would
look,
I'm
brother.
ready to
Listen,
believe
I
that
respect that. I respect
yeah.
that because it's further than we get with most people. Most people, they don't even want to know. They're scared. They're scared that they're gonna go do the test. They'll be like, "Fuck, I'm a flat earther." Now my whole family hates me. Now you can go do the test. You don't have to tell anybody. Like you don't have to tell anybody. You don't have to come back and tell us.
Uh,
You just do whatever
okay.
you want. All we're here is to tell you is that
Mm,
they claim there's people out there that for a long time and claiming the earth is a globe. And at this point in
mm,
time, it's such a cultural thing that everybody's just saying it and repeating it to each other in a giant echo chamber. But if you go out and
mm.
test in the natural world to see if it's true, there's no
I'll
globe out there. It's just not out
mm,
there. I don't know what else to say. We go do the tests. We see there's no globe out there. What do you want us to do? So are we supposed to ignore reality and keep watching TV and go, yes, it's still a globe. I don't care what I went and did. I don't care what the ocean says. I don't care what the fucking
mm,
ice says. I don't care what the mirror says. Right? I don't care
mm,
what I'm sorry, but I'm gonna trust my own eyes before I freaking trust the television set.
mm. So, according to you, all that Big Bang thing and solar system, this is all bullshit. Not true as they say. It's kind of different. So, what do you think about the solar system and all those things that they taught us in the schools, the Big Bang and all that? Can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Can you hear me?
Hello,
Yeah, I can
friend.
hear
Yeah.
you.
Okay.
What do you think?
Hmm?
What you talk about, guys?
We
What do
talk
you think
about no
about it?
orbits. No one's ever seen an orbit in the history of mankind.
Indio, I was asking you a question, I guess. What do you have to say about things that they taught us in the school regard like solar system, galaxies, Big Bang?
What do you mean?
Like, are they also telling us wrong information about the
There's no
space?
evidence for any of that.
But I can see Milky Way with my own eyes at night time.
That's not the Milky Way anymore. You need to get the updated DLC lore. That's not the Milky Way anymore.
Why is that not the Milky Way?
They retracted that. Now it's a dwarf galaxy. I'm dead serious. I'll post you from Astronomer, dude. See, this is the thing about that crap. They change it all the time.
I'll see.
Well, I'll post it in the chat.
So it's no longer a Milky Way.
It's no longer that what they call the rift in the sky is no longer the Milky Way. I don't know if I can play with this with the bot.
Okay.
I'll try and play with the bot. Hold on.
So if the Earth is flat, where does the center of gravity of Earth is?
What gravity?
Center of gravity of Earth. For example, right now as a globe, I believe the center of gravity is in the middle of the core. Okay.
Well, I mean, that shouldn't even be the case. But hold on a second. See if this actually plays.
I'll watch that video.
Showing you exactly where you are right here in one of these, in the suburbs of the Milky Way, right? A nice quiet area. But what's interesting is, how did we get here? That our own Milky Way galaxy is consuming one of its neighbors in a dramatic display of ongoing galactic cannibalism. Sagittarius is 10,000 times smaller in mass, and so it's getting stretched out, torn apart, and gobbled up by the bigger Milky Way. So if you ever go night watching out in the night sky, in a nice area with no light pollution, and you look up at the sky, and you see that giant band of stars whipping across, and you go, man, it's the Milky Way. Guess what? You've been wrong the whole time. It's not the Milky Way. It's the Sagittarius dwarf galaxy. Why is this important? Because right where the Sagittarius dwarf, not the Sagittarius constellation, the Sagittarius dwarf galaxy, right where it actually merges and meets, there's a little tiny dot. I don't know if you can see it, a little tiny yellow dot where it meets and is being swallowed up by the Milky Way. That's where we are.
Yeah, time to update your lore, dude.
That's interesting. I did not know that. Really got to
You didn't download that?
more often.
You didn't download that DLC, man? That update
Yeah,
pack,
no, I
bro?
didn't, dude. I'm complaining to myself. Yeah, I haven't downloaded for
You're
ages.
still on the wrong side quest, man. You
I
wonder
know,
why you're
dude.
not winning it. Freaking, they updated that shit. You're on the wrong side of the map.
The fuck?
Hey, Indio. Do you know we
Yeah.
can go from Alaska to United States and Alaska to
Alaska is the
Russia?
United States.
No,
All you got to do is stand still.
that was, okay, you are making fun of me. You're trolling me. That
Oh,
was
man.
I said
Hey,
that
dude,
by
it's our
mistake.
state. I'm having like national pride,
No.
man. We say, because the
I know
Russians are
that,
trying to
but
take their shit back, man. So, like, no, you
I
can't
said
have
that.
it back.
Hey, I said that accidentally, and you
Oh,
were
hold on. I
laughing
got a
at me.
phone call.
Okay, so what are you talking about with Alaska? Make your point again, dude.
Okay, so you can go from Alaska to Russia, and you can also go from United Kingdom to America. So how's that loop possible if Earth is flat?
What? You're talking about going from location to location on a flat surface?
Okay, so
It's
you can go
not
from Alaska
impossible.
to Russia, and then you can from Russia to you can go to United Kingdom,
You
and
can be
again
trying,
go to
dude.
America.
Think about it. Think about what you're doing. You're asking, how do you travel in circular paths on a flat surface? How do I end up coming back to where I started from if I go in this direction, east or west? Now that's just a circle, dude. You're asking, how do you go in circular paths on a flat surface? That's really easy.
Not satisfiable also.
Pardon?
Like I'm not satisfied with the answer.
You're not satisfied with the answer?
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe ask your question again. Maybe put some more detail into it. Which direction are you traveling, may I ask?
Okay, I'm traveling in east while going
Okay.
from Alaska to Russia.
Okay, so if you travel east, what is north? If east being a direction around north.
Good day, good day,
North,
good day.
shh.
Okay.
You must understand that if you're using these cardinal directions, east or west is either 90 degrees or 260 degrees from north. So if you were to travel in a path around a fixed point, by definition, that's a circle. You're asking me what happens when you travel east. I'm pointing out that that's a circular path. So I don't understand why the answer isn't satisfactory to you. You said east, that's a circular path around the pole. How can you travel in circles around a fixed point on a flat surface? It's a circle. Get a compass and draw one.
Okay, bro, I don't get this at all. Why?
Sorry, my friend, if you're going to speak to me, can you not mumble? Your English isn't your first language, so can you enunciate, please? So I and everybody else can
English is
clearly
not my first
understand
language.
you.
English is not my first language.
Sorry, what?
Yes.
Do you understand what a circular path is?
Yeah, I do know that.
You understand that east and west are circular paths around the pole?
Yes, I do know that.
So is the answer satisfactory when you're confused about how you travel in circles on flat surfaces?
Yeah, I do get that, but why is that not the case when we stayed traveling from Greenland to Antarctica?
That's
No.
south. And then you're going to say
Yeah.
that if you
So how?
travel in this path, you will end up where you started from. For this claim, I need verification. Do you have that traversal of the Earth from Greenland through Antarctica and back to Greenland again without changing direction?
Yeah.
Okay, so until you do, we're not going to be able to address that claim because the
So
claim isn't proven to be true at the moment now, is it?
I'll refer you. There's a guy, old dude, and he sent a map of the Earth. According to you, flat earthers. Maybe I'm strawmanning.
So
Maybe.
hold on, excuse me. Someone else has given a map on our behalf. Now, in conversation with us here, if you want anything from us here, you ask us. Don't get third parties involved. I will dismiss any map that you give me.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Could you see? It's not the map of flat Earth. Actually, he's I guess trolling. Could you see the GIF in the chat? Is this how you?
That's
Is this how you're
it's not
telling me?
necessary. It's not necessarily he's not necessarily posting it as a representation of the layout of the lands and the oceans. He's posting that as a representation of how you could possibly navigate, or a compass might point to north on a flat Earth. Right?
Oh yeah.
Okay, got it. So, if we want to go around Antarctica, so how would it be possible on flat Earth?
How would you travel around a continental island?
Hmm?
How would you travel around a continental island like Antarctica? The same way that you would travel around Australia or Great Britain.
Yeah, but that distance would be quite infinite, according to you.
No, see, according what? Infinite? I haven't said the words infinite.
No, you didn't say, but I got it in that perspective.
I don't understand what you're saying, sir.
Okay, I'll come later.
Have you
Bye.
been drinking?
Me?
Yeah, did you start drinking since you talked to me or something?
No.
Starting to become I don't know what. No,
Hey, I don't
incomprehensible.
want to call you India, so don't start
I'm
that.
being nice, dude. You seem like I don't know what happened since I started talking. You're slipping a little bit, boy.
Huh?
Never mind, bro.
Yeah.
You don't get it.
Yeah, I'm here to learn, so I would request all members to have a mature discussion rather than pointing fingers.
I'm presuming Bunny Client is muted for a reason.
We can unmute him.
Is that wise?
Unless someone doesn't
one
want him
sec.
unmuted.
Well, unless there's something he has to, like there's a condition from Indio. I don't know. Is there a condition? Any conditions there, Indio, on him being unmuted?
Oh, who?
Bunny Client.
The only condition is whether you guys want to tolerate him.
Cool.
Oh, nice.
That's on you.
Jedi, are you in? You wanna talk to Bunny Client?
I don't know. We'll not tolerate him. I tell you what. Bunny Client.
Unmute.
I've done that.
Hi. Yeah, the guy sent images in the side chat about the 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
Yeah.
Yeah, DJ,
Right.
how does the 24-hour sun work if in Antarctica? I mean, the Arctic, sorry.
What's the sun?
Just the light that's in the sky. Let's just grant that for now.
Yeah, I
Why
don't
is
think
it?
anyone knows how the sky works.
It's just like going in a circle around the sky without sunset.
Really?
What's going in a circle, though? I mean,
The
sun.
sun.
I think he just answered his own question.
The sun.
I think so.
You don't
Just
even know
the
what
light
the
is
sun
going.
is.
Oh, no. Let's say
Yeah, so
I'm in
What's going
Ohio.
in a circle?
Let's say I'm in Ohio and I see the light in the sky that always sets on the horizon. But now I'm on the Arctic or Antarctica, and now it's going in a circle around the sky.
How do you know
without
it's
sunset.
going in a circle?
Because I look around, it's not setting. It's just staying in the sky. It's like it's 12 midnight and it's still up in the sky.
Yeah, that doesn't mean it's going in a circle.
Yeah, but if I time lapse it, it's going in a circle. It's going around me, around my head.
Okay, dude, here we go again. Could an airplane fly oval around you and look from your perspective like a circle?
Yeah, some planes.
Yeah, okay. So how do you know it's a circle?
It can be. It's just going around in whatever shape. It doesn't have to be a circle.
Yeah, okay. So now that
I'm
that's
just saying.
dispensed with.
Why is it
The
not
sun
setting?
goes round and round.
Why is it not
So the
setting?
explanation is going to be the sun does this.
He's
As the
asking
Earth
why it
is-
doesn't set on a flat Earth.
Yeah. I mean, being as the Earth is measured flat and stationary underneath the travelling sun, then the reason why this happens is because the sky is moving, the sun. You'll notice that when it's summer in one location, it's winter in another. The extremes being the Arctic and Antarctic. when there's a 24-hour sun in one, there's not in another. And this demonstrates to us that the sun is in one location and not in another location. Throughout the duration of the year, the sun cycles to another location and completes and repeats the pattern over and over and over again. That's what we see. The sun moves.
Wow, okay.
Do you
It's
not
just
see
hard
the
to
sun
imagine.
move?
It's just hard to
Sorry.
imagine all of
I
the.
know.
The thing is, it's just hard to imagine a lot of the sunset kind of stuff on the flat Earth. For me, picturing it
Sunset?
is like the
Sunset?
sun.
Yeah,
Yeah, when the
but
sun
we
goes
know the
beyond the
sun
horizon.
actually, sorry, my friend, we know the sun actually doesn't disappear below the horizon because you were observing it for 24 hours for up to 3 months of the year for 2 summers, north and south. So for an observer who sees sunsets, that's just due to their location observing the sun move across the earth. Whereas your observation sitting inside this circle where the sun's going around you apparently shows that the sun isn't actually going down anywhere. The reason why it
It's not
appears
going
to is
down.
obviously
The
due
thing
to
is,
perspective.
it's not. Yeah, exactly. It's not going down. So the only explanation I would say is that the Earth is a globe and the Earth is spinning.
So when we take measurements of this, the Earth is measured flat underneath the circling paths of the sky. So
The
your
Earth is flat
conclusion would have
underneath
to
the
be
Earth's circling part
verified.
of the
Hold on,
sky.
my friend. Your conclusion would have to be verified by direct measurement of the surface that you say is a sphere. When we measure the surface, it's not a sphere. So this is why I keep saying that the movement is of the sky above a measured, flat, measured stationary surface.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, for example, like the thing with this whole thing, like about it, the sky is like the ancient Arabs, for example, they have this thing called the Quran, right? The Quran, and when it explains the sky and like the earth and everything, it says it's wrapped like a ball, and the Arabic word for that is like wrap, as in like wrapping a ball. So they say
That's
that the
nice.
sky is like a ball. So there's a guy called
That's
Ibn
nice.
Taymiyyah. He says that the sky is like a ball. He says that the sky is a ball, and this is
Okay.
yeah.
So J.R.R. Tolkien wrote a book, several books, Middle Earth. We're not going to be going into fantasy or fiction or the Quran or the Bible because they are just going to make claims. The verification of the claim is going to be the measurement of the surface of the earth to see if the earth actually fits any of those descriptions. When we measure the surface of the earth to see if it does, we measure the earth, primarily water, to be horizontal upon the surface, a straight line from point A to point B, not a curved one, which would be necessary on a sphere.
Yeah.
You got any other questions, mate?
I'm just thinking, like, is there a way we could mimic the sun going away at night on our own flat Earth model?
Why?
Like, if we can mimic it, so if we like get the light and we make like some kind of refraction and see if it works.
Why?
I'm sorry. What flat Earth model are you talking about?
We can just make a flat plane, and then we just get a light model. We put the light model further as far away as possible.
No.
But
No.
It won't work.
No, because we can make loads of models and shit, whatever, doesn't matter. But we're not going to be able to measure certain aspects of the model, distances of things in the sky, their actual
I'm just
true
saying,
location.
can you replicate the reality that we're on, but with your own
Yeah.
model?
You can replicate lots of things, yeah.
No, can you
But just
replicate
because
the Earth that you believe in and that you have seen? Can you replicate that on like a model and show me
Nobody can.
how it works?
No,
No
you
one
can't,
can.
and we can't, and nobody can.
Bro, but I can show the globe, but you can't show your own.
Yeah, but you can't show
You
me.
can show
Yeah,
the
you can
globe.
show me a globe, but that globe doesn't exist out there in reality.
Okay.
That's the problem that you're not understanding. If we say, hey, yeah, that's this, you're going to go, well, if I go out there in reality, then this don't match the flat earth. Well, I'm telling you right now, whatever you present, I'm going to say the same thing. We go out there in reality, it doesn't match the globe. and I can prove it, whereas you can't.
Okay.
How do I? Okay, imagine this. We want to model the globe. Okay, using the Earth. Find your latitude and longitude without seeing the sky. I want to tell me how you know what your latitude and longitude are, your whole coordinate system, without seeing the sky. That's how you get the distances on the globe, right?
Maybe.
You want to calculate the distance between 2 points, you get their latitude and longitude, and you do the Habersign formula and calculate a great circle route, right? So that's what you get the distances. Now, you don't have a lot of latitude and longitude on the ground. Now, do you? Because you can't figure it out without looking at the star. All you know is I'm under this celestial latitude and longitude, and I'm under this, and I go to this other celestial latitude and longitude, then I travel this distance. Doesn't mean the Earth is a globe. This is the problem. You guys confuse. See, what you're trying to do is turn the coordinate system we use into reality, reify it. You guys just do this over and over again. You just did it with the 24-hour sun. Did you know the 24-hour sun, the way it's predicted, does not use a globe model?
Yeah.
So how would it confirm the globe if there's no globe model to even check?
It doesn't use a globe model, but there's a
And how do you check?
There's a defect on the model they use, because if they don't use the globe model, then you'll be able to see the sun every single place on the Earth, and there'll be no nighttime.
No.
What are you talking about? What the
This is
fuck?
coping now.
No leil.
You need to listen to what's said, dude.
Okay, well, I did listen, and I just made a conclusion.
I
You
don't
just
know
made
how.
shit up in your head, bro.
The thing is, if I was to
Otherwise
measure stars, if I move from one place to the other and I measure stars, and okay, I'm at this point, the star is there, is above me. Now I'm moving further away. The star is now there, and now it's gone. And I draw that on a line. It would look like a curve.
Yeah, you can only
And
do that on a flat Earth. You can only measure angles to stars from a flat baseline. Good luck.
No, but the way the star is. Oh, there's two options. You either say the sky is moving or the Earth is moving.
Bingo. How to
Dude,
prove
you're
which
all
one
over
is...
the place now.
The thing is, it's either that the sky is a ball or that the Earth is a ball.
That's not true. That's a false
No, the sky
dichotomy.
doesn't have to be a ball. It just looks like a ball.
It can't be. It's not. Yeah, it looks well. There's no other way to imagine it. I'm sorry. There's literally no way I can imagine it. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Really?
Well,
Does
you're
reality
imagining.
conform to your imagination or something? That's like the
I
second
used
time
to
you brought
think,
that up. I
'cause when I
can't
was a
imagine
baby,
it. So what? Maybe you just have a
when I
lack
was
of
a kid,
imagination.
when I was a kid, I used to think that the sun comes out from a crack in the earth.
Okay.
Okay. Did you also think that the end of the corridor looked really, really small because the ceiling and the walls and the floor were getting closer together?
Yeah,
Did you
but the
think, how the
sun doesn't
fuck
look
am I going to
smaller
fit
when
through
it
that
sets.
door down the end of the corridor?
The sun doesn't look smaller when it sets. It actually looks bigger.
Like, okay, I'm just trying to get you to understand perspective, how you see the world, why the sun and the things on the horizon appear to be lower than the ones that are above your head. And that's just based on how you see the world with your eyes. The ceiling and the floor, hold on, the ceiling and the floor aren't actually closer together when you look down the corridor, are they? The walls aren't getting closer together, and the door at the end of the corridor isn't really that small. You know this, right? Yeah, good. Yeah, good. So that's why the sky that goes from one horizon to above your head and then down towards the other horizon looks like a dome, that you're standing on a horizontal plane inside some kind of dome structure. That's just based on how you see. It's like standing on the inside of a protractor.
I debunked his sunsets. The sun gets larger in 2 pictures, so he can forget that one.
Oh no, it's not that it gets larger. What it is just because it's on the horizon, it appears to be larger. It's still the same size. It's just the same with the moon.
2 pictures, yeah, 2 of them for you. That proves you wrong.
It's same with the moon. It's same with the moon. It looks bigger on the horizon, but it's not really. It's just
you wrong. You can say it all you want, but I just proved you wrong.
What that looks the same as what I was imagining.
You agree that when things move away, they appear to converge at the horizon?
Converge. Would you define converge?
Get closer together until they touch, like the surface of the Earth and
Oh, yeah.
the cloud layer at the horizon.
Uh-huh.
It's like,
All right. Well, that explains sunsets, right?
yeah. Why it appears that the sun appears to be going downwards.
Oh, are you saying the sunset only happens because of the atmosphere, and it just disappears, but it's still there? Is that what it is?
No, it's perspective as well as right. Well, obviously the atmosphere has something to do with it, right? But the reason it looks like it's going down, 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 right, and converging at the horizon is because of perspective.
I'm not saying it goes down. I'm just saying, like, let's grant that it's not going down.
No,
I'm
it
just saying.
appears things appear to go down in the distance because of perspective, right? You agree with that, right?
Yeah, but let's say you have a good camera and you zoom in. They'll all be there, but the sun won't be. The sun's
Have you
actually
done this?
going away.
Sorry,
The
have you
ship
done
I
this?
see over the horizon is not going away. It's still there.
Have you done this?
Let me see.
When you get a camera out and you make these observations, is this first-hand knowledge you're speaking about? As in, you've
That
done this
camera,
before?
I'm telling you, that camera is so bad. We need like a telescope or some kind of binocular, like not a camera. Zooming is really trash.
This is a shtick, you know. He'll just kind of ignore the question and talk about something completely different.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
the
I got a
bottom image
question
looks
for him.
clearer. It's
Hey-
just
hey,
the top one. The top one's very blurry, so it's crap.
So you agree so far that things appear to move, like things that are above you, right? When they move away from you, they appear to go downward due to perspective and converge at the horizon.
You mean if
Okay,
something?
we agree on that. Like if you look down a hallway, it looks like the roof goes down and it looks like the floor goes up and they meet at your eye level, right? At the
Yes,
horizon.
yes, yes.
Yeah, so
There you go.
the sun and the clouds and airplanes and bird, everything does the same thing as it moves away from you.
Yeah, but the clouds don't get smaller; they just completely disappear, and the sun disappears. The door at the end of the hallway doesn't disappear.
Depends how far away the doorway is.
Even if I'm a million trillion miles away, it's still there. It's like smaller. It just gets smaller. It's not
No,
disappearing.
it
Sorry,
isn't.
my
No.
word. Right. Can you see bees and bumblebees as they fly away from you forever and ever and ever?
Yeah, if I zoom in, like with binoculars, I guess. I'd have to
If
keep
you
on.
zoom, no, dude, come on.
Not from my perspective, but I mean, you can test it. Like, let's say zoom in with a
Yeah, but
telescope.
there's a maximum visibility rating as well. Like if you look up like what's the visibility rating in a particular location, you'll see it's usually less than 20 miles.
Yeah, you could say that the sun just appears to be disappearing. Yeah, it just
Yeah,
must be
like
very
you
far
can't
away.
you
Then
can't zoom through like
Right.
if it's opaque because of the atmosphere. You can't
it just
like
it just
see.
must be very very far away.
Yeah.
Well, think about
Can I
this.
just
Think
can I
about
just get
this on.
something clear for a sec? Just for a sec. So now we're talking about why there comes a point where you can't see the sun anymore, and not why it appears to be going down.
Mm.
Right. Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Like
So
what causes
think
like
about
what
this.
causes the nighttime and like the sun disappearing? That's all I'm interested in.
Yeah. Okay, so it's a very easy one to cover. Okay, so
Okay.
think about this as just as an example, hypothetical.
Hold on, DJ. Keep in mind, he already heard the answer, but we'll play
No, I wanna see
pretend
what
that
he
you
has-
didn't hear. Yeah.
Yeah. Look, here's an easy way to think about it. If you have a summer day, right? It's the middle of the day in summer, nice clear water in the ocean, and you just say hypothetically you were to go down 200 meters into the ocean. It's pitch black. You can't see the sun anymore, and you can't see any light from the sun. Why do you
Oh yeah,
think
that's
that
creepy.
is?
Yeah, that's
Lots
because
of
the sun went around
there's
the
let me answer. Wait. Let me answer. It's because
the
there's
sun
lots of
went
layers.
around the ball.
Oh my goodness, he's talking to me. It's because there's lots of layers and layers of water to the point where it's really dark.
It's because
So,
because the medium is absorbing the sunlight, right?
Yeah, you could say the same thing for the sky on the flat Earth.
Well, yeah, like what on any Earth, right? The the medium of air is still going to absorb the light, and also the light will diminish it's in intensity like really quickly as it moves away from the light source as well. So the light's getting weaker, and it's also scattering and being absorbed by the atmosphere as well as it moves away. So and this also the sun's like it's not like in the globe model where you've got this ridiculously giant sun that's 93 million miles away. We're not claiming that either.
Yeah, it's just that when you go deeper underwater, it gradually gets darker. But with the sun at night, it gets dark really fast.
Can you see the sun on the horizon? Could you look at it?
Yeah, without
Right, when it's midday, can you look at it?
No.
Right, the reason why you can look at across the horizon is because the air, because it's denser and thickest on the surface of the Earth. When you look horizontally through it, the light's diminishing, like DJ's pointing out. So that's the reason why you can look at it, is because it's diminishing through the gas that we're looking through.
Yeah. It's just it happens right at the edge, as though the Earth is a globe. That's what it feels like. It just happens right at the edge where it disappears.
Yeah, it doesn't get dark. It doesn't get dark that quickly most often. It stays light for like a long time, depending on how clear the day is and where you are on the Earth and what time of the year it is. It can stay light for ages after you don't see the sun anymore.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, exactly. It's like, where's the light coming from? It's like the light is
like
still
on
there.
July 8th. Yeah, on July 8th, 99% of the whole world has daylight at the same time.
Yeah. Did you hear about that? Did you hear about that?
99% of the population of the world sees daylight at the exact same time. How can you do that on a ball?
No, you can't. I might be talking about not the ocean, like the Pacific Ocean, because it's probably
99% of people that can see daylight see daylight. 99% of them.
Yeah, well, I mean, 99%
not
of people.
oceans.
I'll tell you why. 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 I'm going to tell you why. The reason why is because 99% of people don't live on the Pacific Ocean. It's the phenomenon that happened in 2024, right?
Pacific Ocean is half the ball. Then
happens every year.
I mean, it's a big fraction of it.
It happens every year.
You said it's half a ball, and you're wrong, according to your globe model.
Look. 99% of people live on on the majority other side of this ball than they do on this side, right?
Wouldn't it be wobbling and lopsided if that were true? If all the water was on one side.
Okay.
Yeah, so in one case, right, they say we got people on opposite sides of the world experiencing night and day opposite. And then on the other case, it's like, no, they're actually on the same side of the Earth.
Anyways, I wanted to quickly say, Indio, you know that guy you sent talking about the Milky Way, he was bullshitting. That like everyone in the comments were like talking about how he's just an idiot and everything. It doesn't change anything anyways. They still change things about space. It's just this one thing was a bit stupid. But anyways, yeah, so the sun, I don't know anymore. Yeah, well, it could just...
Yeah, wait till you hear what happens with the tropical year. So every 4 years, there's an actual extra day. It isn't just like a leap year accounting gimmick. How do you have that on a ball?
Wait, so can you show me a picture?
Yeah, so, well, I can explain it to you and you can check it out yourself. But if you're to mark the beginning of a year, like you could set it for under the equinox.
Yeah.
And you count the sunrises and sunsets, you'll get 365 of them for 3 years, and then on the fourth year you'll get 366.
300 and what? And 366? Oh, okay.
Yeah, 365 for 3 years, and then on the fourth year, 366 sunrises.
Oh,
and
yeah,
sunsets.
it's because
it goes back to the same spot.
It's because of that leap year thing.
Yeah, but it's an actual extra day.
Yeah, I know, it's weird.
It's not that there's 1/4 of a day for spread out over 4 years. There's an actual whole extra day on the 4th year, and it doesn't line up with the leap year on your calendar.
Yeah, just blame St. Gregory for that.
No, but do you understand? How do you have this in a heliocentric ball model?
I don't know. Maybe the Earth is magic, and it. No, I don't know.
Think, use your brain, sunshine. Come on.
I don't know.
Listen, they
Maybe
don't
because
teach
you
you
know
all this in
because the
school.
Gregorian model. I don't know. Like maybe they just wanted to add an extra. Like it's not perfectly 365 days. It's not perfectly
Well, this
365
isn't
days.
perfectly a globe heliocentric system we live in. In fact, it's broken every which way you look at it, and they don't teach you how it's broken in school.
Mm. Mm-hmm.
Has this guy figured out the Earth isn't a globe yet?
I'm never gonna ever say it's not a globe. I'll just listen to what you have to say. I'm not gonna disagree with you either. I'll just.
That means you do realize that the Earth is
I'm
not a
not gonna
globe.
say.
Good for you.
I will only say that it's not a globe
You
when I
don't have
go
to
into
say it.
space.
You don't have to say
No.
it.
Listen. I will
You
only
already
believe
know.
it's not a globe. Okay. Oh my goodness. Can I finish? I'll only believe that it's not a globe if I go out into space very far to the moon and then see
Out
that
into
it's
space
flat.
to the moon. What makes you think that is possible?
It's not possible, so I'll only believe it if I get into
Oh, okay,
space.
so
And
it's not possible. So you'll only believe it when you've done a thing that's not possible.
nothing is it's impossible, but it doesn't mean it's not possible.
It's
You ain't
impossible,
doing it.
that doesn't mean it's not possible. Well, Bunny, it sounds like your brain's
Anything.
been
Listen.
truly fried. It sounds like
Anything
your
is
brain's
possible.
been truly fried, so that's good.
It's not
That's the
true.
first step.
Anything is possible.
It's not true. It's just
Anything
not
is
true.
possible.
It's not true.
Yeah, it is.
So, Bunny,
I
you must have
can't
been
mate with a
thinking.
roundabout and get baby roundabouts. Now, can I?
You must be
Baby
thinking,
roundabouts.
Bunny,
What?
what's the
Yeah,
best? What's
you
the
said anything is possible. So if I mated with a roundabout, I would have baby roundabouts.
In
Now,
a
I don't want to
possible
dwell on
world.
this point, dude, but
Listen.
seriously.
I'm gonna say this. In a
Dude,
possible world, there's
it's
infinite
weird.
timelines. There's
It's
infinite.
weird. This conversation has just turned into nonsense, and you're the one that's dragging it there. Wow.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm just pointing out that there are limitations to reality. Not everything is possible. Fuck.
Yeah, it's not flat earthers making it weird.
I got a question to ask Bunny Client, if you don't mind me unmuting him quickly.
Yeah, he's still got some juice.
Yeah. So, Bunny Client, can you explain the message that I just posted of yourself in the side chat?
Oh yeah.
Yes, hold on.
Yeah,
I'll read it out, and then you can explain it, right? So, there's no objective ruling of what flat constitutes. A globe has a flat surface. The globe is how flatness subsides or subsists. You do not know basic epistemology. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so basically I was using the example of a tangent on a circle, and that a globe shape can consist of many flat lines all stuck together in a circle. And yeah, that's it.
Wow. So a circle is
Like
made up of
nothing,
flat
for
lines.
example, nothing is perfectly flat. For example,
So
there's always
how many Bunny, quickly, how many flat lines make up a circle?
None. No flat
a
lines,
lot.
dude. When you draw a
lot.
radius, you are drawing a curved line. There's no
No,
flat lines.
dude. When we say the Earth is a globe, we don't say it's perfectly round. Nothing is perfectly round and perfectly flat.
Do you have
Why would
measurements
you
of
say
that
the Earth?
not perfectly round?
Yeah, why would you
There's
say
no
the Earth's a
measurements of
globe to
perfectly
begin
flat
with?
either.
Sorry,
That's all you've
water
got.
is measured and utilized as a whole datum. We actually
Bro, but there's
use
no.
molten
There's no.
tin to flatten glass.
Is the flat
It's a
Earth
leveling
perfectly
tool.
flat?
It's a
Is a flat
leveling
Earth
tool.
Is a flat Earth perfectly flat?
No, we've got mountains. We've got a rate of height and
Okay,
depth. All
that's
taken.
one step closer.
Hold on.
You're one step closer
All
to a globe.
taken. Why are you talking? All taken from mean sea level. That's the horizontal water bit in between the height of the mountain and the depth of the seabed. So water is horizontal on the surface, dude. You can say there's waves on it when you're blowing it and shit, but ultimately, when contained and at rest, water lays horizontal on the surface. If you want to get your microscope out and start talking about that, we'll have a 2-second conversation because we're not talking about that. We're talking about bodies of water. You understand
And
this,
you were
right?
asked. You were asked, is there any measurements of this not perfect sphere?
Yeah, Bonnie, I can already tell you've given up on the globe.
Well, no, I haven't. I'm just saying
Yeah,
how.
you have.
Like,
You have.
how was the how was
you'd
the
present
flat
an
Earth
evidence for it.
How was the flat Earth created, and who made the flat Earth?
See, that's how we know you've given up on the globe, because now you're saying things like, well, how did the flat Earth get here? How flat is it? Instead of saying, no, here's the evidence that the Earth's a globe. That's how we know you've given up on it. Well done.
No, through physics, you can come to know of a globe, but you can't come to know of a flat Earth.
What's your best evidence that the Earth is a globe?
I'm not here to tell you my life story. I'm not going to give you like all the physics.
Given it up. That's how we know you've given it up. Well done.
No, I'm not here to tell you my life story. I'm not going to give you a lesson on physics.
There's no evidence.
I'm not your teacher.
There's no evidence. That's why you couldn't possibly provide any, Bunny. And you know that now. That's why you're not even trying. So well done.
I don't think you know what you mean when you're claiming physics either.
No. He thinks a circle is made up of flat lines. That's how you know he's bricked. He's done.
There's no perfect circle. There's no perfect flat line.
Show me a measurement of the Earth not being a perfect circle then. Just show me a measurement of it.
Now we're switching from epistemology to like show me this.
Oh, shut up, Bunny.
Yeah, verification of
No,
claims.
show me is epistemological. Show me is invoking direct realism. You know that?
But I was telling you, there's no perfect flat line, no perfect circle. I'm not talking about the
Just-
Earth.
No,
I'm just
I'm
talking.
addressing your point.
I'm not talking
I'm addressing
about
your
the
point.
Earth.
Will you
I'm
respond to
talking
mine?
about a circle and a flat line. I'm not talking the Earth.
Yeah, he doesn't want to
You
talk
talked
about the
about
Earth anymore.
naturally.
You made an accusation.
You're talking about naturally or
There's
man-made.
no perfect circle. Naturally, there's no perfect flat line.
Okay, so
That's
naturally, yeah. Apart from the orientation of horizontal water when at rest.
Okay. Water's not perfectly flat either.
All right,
It
let's
lays
talk about that. Okay, so you got like a
horizontal.
sine wave, right? What's the slope of a sine wave?
Tangents are horizontal on a circle as well. I don't get your point.
You got mountains, you've got valleys. They average out to a slope of 0, just like level Earth is flat.
It's not a perfect zero. It's like 0.0000001 something.
No, shut up, Bunny.
Oh, really? So flat Earth is a ramp? Are you a doofus?
He's just given up on the globe. This is classic globe defeatism that we're hearing right now.
Is he the one that said, I'm never going to say it's not a globe? But
yeah,
but I'll sit in here and be quiet now.
Yeah.
I never denied that it's not a globe. I never said that it's not a globe ever.
You know it's not a globe, Bunny. Stop being an idiot.
Well, it's not flat then.
Yeah, it's flat.
Sorry, dude. A line is either straight or curved. Right? Simple geometry, right? By elimination of one, a curved line, you've only left with the other. Why are you talking through me, dude?
Wait, hold on,
Trying
wait,
to now
hold on.
explain to you
Give me a
simple
sec. I'm
fucking
doing
geometry.
something. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. I'm doing something. Wait.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Is there anyone else who isn't already bricked?
Please.
In the side chat, it'd be nice to get them in here. He wants to know. He wants to know all about God. I told him to define God, and he can't, but he wants me to now. And I'm not religious, so I can't help him out.
Sounds like he needs to be in another channel.
The best one I have, no offense to you guys, the best one I got, it's an invisible guy in the sky who watches you pee. And you can't debunk me, so.
He says, so why did a creator created all planets and etc., everything, but made Earth flat and break uniformity of nature?
What? Why did God create
why is Earth a
different
flat
things?
Yeah. Classic stuff tonight.
Because we don't observe any other shapes in nature, right? Just spheres.
It's so funny they're like desperate to try and find a reason why they might even propose the sphere to begin with, and none of them know. None of them know why a sphere was even suggested. So they can't even get to that point. But they'll just say it like, well, it would look flat if it was a globe. They've got no idea why they might assume it was a globe to begin with. Do you, Bunny? Other than the cartoons on TV told them so.
Wait, give me a sec.
Bunny said today he thinks maybe it's
Joke's
just
on
a
them because
giant.
a sphere and a flat surface.
Hold on, what was that,
He's-
DJ?
I was gonna say both the sphere and the flat surface have one face, so the joke's on them.
He was saying today that it could just be a giant sphere.
Could just be a giant sphere.
Yeah, people have been saying that a lot this week.
Yeah.
That's true. That's
Then
weird.
You don't have a sphere. You don't have any reason to claim any sphere for any reason at all. You got no starting position for a sphere other than you were shown cartoons.
They say the same things like on a weekly basis or monthly basis. It'll be like eclipse month, or it'll be like the Earth's a bigger globe month, right? It's like they got like some hive mind or something. It's pretty weird.
Yeah, it happens from time to time like that. We
Yeah.
were just in here earlier today talking about Earth bigger ball.
It's like they've all been programmed with the same subreddits and Quora questions.
It's the 5G towers, man.
Has that guy acknowledged that he experiences a flat, motionless Earth yet, at least? Or can he not bring himself to confront that reality?
I think so. That's why he's so desperate to come up with some reason to say it's not.
Mm. That's what I like to get into, the psychology of denying observable reality. Justify that
So
delusion.
posted a citation there from I can't where is it? Is it Indiana State University? That's just some state university. It's from a paper to do with curvature. In that paper, it says straight lines themselves have zero curvature. So I ask if you can form circles out of straight lines. How? When straight lines have zero curvature? Because you're going to need your circle to curve, right? That doesn't make any sense.
I just got distracted by him in the chat. He said, "There's life on Mars." Honey, have you seen the
I just
Arctic
saw that.
Lemmings too?
That's a good show. I like that show.
Bunny, why are you saying there's life on Mars?
Arctic lemming.
He says there's bacteria. Bunny is spotting
Yeah,
the
show-
bacteria on the light in the sky.
How come when they test that bacteria, they find out it's the same bacteria they find on Devon Island? It's the same exact bacteria. Can you tell me why that is?
Panspermia.
Yeah, or why are there juice boxes on Mars? What the hell?
And little rodents.
All this crap. Birds.
Because Earth is the same shape as Mars. So Mars is flat, Bunny? Wow. I guess she's given
Yeah,
up
we got
on
a lot of
explanation.
mileage out of the Minions juice box back in the day.
That one makes their stomach hurt when I zoom in all the way.
Yeah, maybe we should just post some NASA material, since they seem to be little space cadets. There's life on Mars.
Has anybody
classic.
spoken to Joka? Joka looks new.
Yeah, we've spoken to Joker a whole bunch. Is Joker still here?
Oh, really? Oh.
Yeah, I think Joker couldn't prove the globe though. So Joker doesn't unmute anymore.
Now he's learning about flat Earth. He's given up on the globe. The quiet ones are all here to learn now.
That's fantastic.
All our work is paying off now. That's why we have so many people sitting here quietly. They're at a desk. They've got a pen and
Hey,
paper.
I'm back.
Notes down. And then we got
Back.
one that came back. Bunny decided that Mars is a ball because Earth is a ball.
No, I didn't say that.
But you don't even know
said-
the Earth's a ball.
Some guy in the side chat said, "Oh, there's no life on other planets because Earth is flat and they're balls." And I said, "Well, likewise, Earth is a ball. That's why you
said
find the
there's
same bacteria in
life on
Devon."
Mars.
I
Why
cannot
did you
speak
say
when
there's
people
life
interrupt
on
me.
Mars?
The same bacteria in Devon, same on Mars. You know, because we're both. Mars is the same shape.
Devon,
That's the
Devon
same logic.
Island, only Devon
Mars is
Island and
the
Mars
same
have the same bacteria, dude. Just Devon Island and Mars. Is Devon Island from Mars or is Mars from Devon Island?
Devon Island is on Mars.
Hey Bunny, did you
Wow.
agree that you only experienced a flat motionless Earth in reality? Have you realized that?
What?
Like in reality, you don't experience curvature or motion of the Earth. You know that?
You can experience motion. Like for
Oh,
example,
really?
there's a huge radio tower. Like let's say I go to the Mojave Desert. There's like get on a huge radio tower. There's no wind or anything. You drop the ball perfectly down, it will naturally curve because of the Earth's rotation.
Who
No,
told
it's
you that?
because there's two dimples in it.
The
Who
ball
told you
will
that,
curve on the
man?
way down, and
Where
the
did
ball
you
isn't
get in this
spinning.
mad
The ball isn't
shit?
spinning to curve.
Yeah, because the
The ball
ball's
isn't
not spinning.
spinning.
That's why it goes all over the place because the ball's not spinning. So you want to try again, or do you want to make
No,
up
it goes.
more?
It goes in one direction. The ball just goes
No, it
curve.
doesn't. It does not go in one
Post
direction.
a
It goes all
video.
over the place like a knuckleball is what it does.
Yeah, Bunny, post a
I mean,
video. Let's see this Earth rotation that you've seen.
I don't have it.
Oh, you don't have it.
No.
That's a shame.
You do. You realize that your model claims that motion coming from the sky can actually be caused, and everything you claim is caused by the surface. Yeah.
What are you talking about, dude?
No, I'm reading what this guy's saying in the side chat. I'm reading what the guy in the side chat's talking about. I'm reading the side chat.
Yeah, focus here. You don't have
It's
any
called
motion of the
theory
Earth.
of relativity.
You don't
Yeah, the thing is,
experience any
look.
motion
The
of the
sky's
ground.
moving. The sky's moving, and also Mars.
This kid has TikTok brain like I've never seen. Like he cannot focus at all. Bro,
That's
pick
because
one
he
or
was
the
like
other to pay
12
attention to.
because he was 12 years old when he had to stay home for a year. So they all got brain rot at that point, and they've never matured from that point.
That's true, actually. That's an important point to recognize. What do they call it when you're stuck in a phase of that, that kind of regression? What do they call that? Arrested development?
Yes.
Yes.
We're sorry about that, Bunny.
He's stunted.
We're sorry. Yeah, we're sorry that the government has ruined your brain. We're trying to fix you, but you're not making it very easy.
Well, I was trying to explain to. Is this your wait? Give me a sec.
You have to listen longer than 7 seconds, dude.
Yeah, do you have any medication that you take
Oh, he's
for
here.
focusing?
He's here. Okay, so Joseph, I was saying that Mars and Venus and everything are moving in their own directions. Jupiter as well, Saturn, and we see that in the sky and we observe that. But however,
That's why they're
the
called
stars which are
planets,
further
dude.
away, are moving in their
Planets
own
are called
direction.
wandering
And why
stars.
is that? It's because the Earth
Did
is
you know that
rotating.
planets are called wandering stars? That's why they're called that, because they move in their own cycles. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, but the
Okay,
stars
Bunny,
that are
so
further away don't move in their own
you're
cycles.
recognizing that the sun, moon, and stars are moving. That's a good start.
Bro, listen. The stars
are not like look the
They're
sun
not
and
moving.
the stars. No, the sun and the stars are all moving in the same direction as each other. However, the planets
Okay,
are
so
not
they're
moving in the same
moving.
direction.
So they're
You're not even
moving.
listening.
Okay.
You're not even listening to what I'm saying. You don't listen to us.
I
As
have
a
heard
viewer.
you said the sun and the stars are moving. I agree, they're moving. But you're claiming the Earth is moving, aren't you?
I'm saying, and I'm telling you the way I'm telling you, like, how is it that the planets are moving in their own direction, but the sun and the stars are moving in one direction?
Because they're called
And the
wandering
telling
stars.
me
I told
that
you
you're
that.
asking a question.
Is the moon also a wandering star?
The moon is the moon.
Yeah, what's the moon, dude?
Okay, but where are
You
these
know what the
planets
moon is?
going if they're wandering in their own direction? And who the hell calls them wandering stars?
Well, that's okay, but we're just making the point, like you agree that they're moving, yeah?
Yeah,
Yeah, they're
in
moving.
a different direction to the sun and the stars.
Yep, that's true.
Yeah, and where are they going?
Where are they going?
They do what they
Yeah, these-
do. Every year they do the same shit, or every 19 years they do the same exact
Yeah,
shit.
but the Venus disappears behind the sun,
Right, but that's
Prove
just still them moving.
and
How do you get
Mercury
to them
is
moving?
moving in front of the sun.
How do you get from them moving to the ground is moving?
I'm
I
just
would like to
saying,
know how you
why are
prove
these
it
planets
that these are
going
all
behind
in
the
the same
sun and everything?
When
And
did you see
like, why?
that?
Bro, just use a telescope with a filter.
Is
I
that what you
have
did?
one.
Yeah, you can see Mercury going in front of the sun.
Tell me
And
what
All
day I
right.
do this on.
Okay, let me go into star chart. Give me a sec. Night sky app. You could possibly give me a sec.
So I got to do this at night.
What the hell? Oh, it's actually happening right now. Go ahead. Yeah, when this you can do it tomorrow morning.
Okay.
It's happening right now. You'll miss it though. You have to be quick.
What are you talking about?
Mercury is currently in front of the sun right now.
So I can take a picture of it now, right?
I mean, you need to, if you've got a good telescope and a filter, yeah, go ahead.
I don't need one. It's dark out.
Bro, the sun isn't out at night.
I thought you said it was nighttime app.
Night sky app.
Yeah, that's what I thought you said.
Night sky means it means you know to see the stars at night.
Right, that's what I thought. See, it's not me. I'm not the one that's all goofy.
Bro, you should already know what this means. Night sky app just means you go out. It's just a custom. You know, it's you go outside at night to see the stars, not in the day. I mean, yeah, DJ. You know, like how the sun. You know, like when you talked about the corridor and the sun getting further away. How come we can see sometimes Mercury in front of the sun if we use like a telescope with a filter? Like, what is this whole thing with Mercury?
Your claim, dude.
Yeah, everything
So-
in the sky moves in cycles, dude, and just resets back. You know, like you could go out. What makes more sense? Okay, on a flat Earth, we would say that the stars move in cycles. Okay, and the Earth's not moving, right? And that everything's like a big cosmic clock, essentially, above our head. Okay,
That's
because you
nice.
could go out, and you could map a star like tonight, and you could go back out on the same day next year at the same time, and it's going to be back in the same spot. Whereas on your globe, you're moving at 1.5 million plus miles per hour through space, never to return to the same position ever. Okay, and all of these different vectors, but the stars reset back into the same position each year. Which one makes more sense logically?
It makes more sense that we are all moving with the same stars around the Milky Way.
That's ridiculous.
The government space cartoons
You're a
make
troll.
more sense to him.
The
No,
thing
'cause
is, the
remember,
stars are
Bunny,
further away.
remember,
There will
Bunny.
be a time. No, listen. In a billion years, there will be a time where the stars are not the same. They will be gone.
Cool story, bro. Cool story. Remember, Bunny, you don't actually have any evidence that the ground is moving.
No. I'm saying that in a billion years,
Yeah, in a
that the
billion
stars, the
years,
same stars
yeah,
that we see, are not going to be there anymore.
Cartoon brain. You've got cartoon
When are they
brain.
going to start moving? Dude, when are they going to start
It
moving?
takes a long time for this to
I'm
happen.
going
A
to
very
do
long time.
I'm going to do a time lapse. When do I start?
You're not going to be alive to experience it.
So how do you
So
know
it's not. So it's not happening. Not for us.
So it's
It's
happening. It's happening so slowly.
How do you know that's
hold on.
happening,
This
buddy?
And
sounds
also,
like
not just that, Andromeda Galaxy is going to collide with
hello,
ours.
hello.
Hello.
These sound like unverifiable claims to me. Like in a
Okay.
billion years, you're not going to be able to perceive it because of our lifespan. This sounds unverifiable, fantasy-like. Wow.
Very dumb.
I'm gonna order McDonald's.
Just wow, dude.
Yeah, that'll fuel your brain well. He needs an emergency supply of chicken nuggets.
But I'm not gonna lie,
Brain
DJ.
fire.
Yeah, the first option does make sense. Where they're just it's like a clock. I mean, I'd love to see it that way, but it's just not true for me to believe.
Yeah,
But I
that's
like
just
it. I like it that way. Yeah, I like the fact that the Earth is flat and the whole sky is like a clock. It feels special, but the globe is
Well,
the
lucky for
reality.
you, that's the only thing you could ever evidence.
The globe is the reality that we have to be stuck with. It's boring.
No, you don't have
How?
you don't have a globe. You don't have any curvature. You don't have any motion. You don't have any space. You don't have any of that. You've just got government space cartoons, Bunny. Come on.
And you don't need gravity for anything since you're not.
Why do you keep
spinning
saying government this, government that? I work for federal
Because
government. Why
the
do you keep
only
saying?
observation you have of a globe Earth is from government cartoons
You
on a
don't send
screen.
you.
You've
Oh,
never
the guy
seen a
in the
globe.
side chat just said something.
You've never seen a globe, Bunny.
That Tyson guy. The Tyson guy. Give me a sec.
Yeah,
I'm
he says
reading
the
what you
Earth's
just wrote.
flat. Yeah, he says it's
Earth's
flat.
axle rotation. Yeah, Earth's axle.
Axle
So someone's in the
rotation.
side chat.
Just stop, Bunny. Just stop. You're gonna hurt yourself.
Heliocentric model. Dude, you're ignoring the problem, the fact that you can't actually prove the Earth is moving from the Earth. We look at the sky, see it's moving. We
Sounds
look at the
like an
sky, see
excuse to me.
we look at the sky, see it's moving,
Sounds
and
like an
then say, "Oh well,
excuse.
the Earth is moving. That's
An
why the sky is
excuse.
moving."
That's a concession and a reason why we can't measure shit. Being as we don't measure anything, you're giving us a reason why we can't. Okay, so unverifiable again. You got any claims that are verifiable?
Yeah, he just said that they observe things in the sky moving and then they just declare the opposite for no reason and believe it.
Well, everything's always
Very
the
good.
opposite. If you think about it. Every time they say something, it's actually the opposite. They say the moon's 93 or the sun's 93 million miles away, right? Check it out. So we got globers in here that measured it to be 3,000 miles away, roughly, or 3,200 miles or something. And if we do that math and we get the angular size of the sun, I guess that makes the sun about the size of the United States. And that means if that little tiny dot of Mars or Mercury or Venus, whatever you want to talk about, goes in front of it, that means it's like the state of the size of Lake Erie. Now that's a tiny planet, dude.
You're eerie.
Oh God.
We must have someone else in here by now.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Someone with some self-respect.
Someone said 93 million miles away, parallel light rays. Why is there a hotspot? Well, the northern southern hemispheres are further away from the sun. That's why it's colder compared to the equator.
Wow, dude. You sound like a real scientist.
Oh.
Hey, Bunny, who's your favorite globe scientist?
The Tyson guy.
The Tyson guy.
Stuff
He's
is
the guy that
flat.
said he's the guy that said you'll never see the Earth curving, right?
I mean, if you want to misinterpret what he was trying to say without cutting clips of him, yeah.
What?
Well, no,
That
he said
we
he
can't
said
perceive the curvature of the Earth from altitude such as the International Space Station. We have to thus debunking every claim that people have said that they see the curvature of the Earth out of airplanes.
Well,
I
they're
get
idiots
it.
then for saying that they see the
Your
curvature, and
favorite
he's
globe
right.
scientist is the guy who tells you will never ever experience Earth being a ball. That makes sense.
That's fine. That's
That is
fine.
fine. That's fine, right? Why would you?
But
Why would you want evidence for your? Why would
have
you
you
want
actually
evidence?
debated? Have you actually debated him though?
He wouldn't want to debate us.
Yeah, no, he wouldn't.
He
He
started the
wouldn't
debate.
He has said
go
that he
out,
will
yeah.
not debate flat earthers. You understand that?
Yeah,
He said he
Joe
will not
Rogan
debate
organized a
flat earthers.
debate that he agreed to with Eric Debay, and they even booked
Wait,
the
say that
show.
again. Wait, go back. Say that again, DJ. Sorry.
Yeah, so Joe Rogan
Mm.
booked a debate with Eric Debay versus Neil deGrasse Tyson, and they even advertised the Joe Rogan Experience episode for that debate.
Who's Joe Rogan?
And then you know Joe Rogan, the famous
We know
podcast
Joe
guy.
Rogan. He's just upset.
No.
Rogan. He's the
He's just
UFC
upset.
commentator.
Just a troll. He doesn't know anything.
Wait, no, wait, Joe. Let me have a look. Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan.
I'm sure this passes for humor in a Call of
Oh.
Duty lobby.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
he was
see.
11
Yeah,
years
Joe.
old when he
Yeah,
got
Joe
shut
Rogan.
down.
Yeah, I see. Yeah,
Yeah,
Joe
the most
Rogan's that guy
famous-
that. Yeah, that
most
Joe
famous
Rogan guy's
podcast
like
in the world.
The little
yeah.
midget guy.
Yeah,
He looks like a
Joe Rogan.
thumb.
Yeah, the stuff that Joe Rogan says is so absurd. Like I've heard stuff that he says is crazy.
Yeah, he says the Earth's the globe. Very absurd.
No, he would say like the Vatican and the devil and
He's a
stuff like that. I
fellow
don't know.
globe head like you. You're in
So
good
Joe
company.
Rogan, Tyson, and who else was it? DJ?
No, Joe Rogan had Tyson on his podcast, and he had arranged a debate between Tyson and Eric Debay, who's a flat earther. But Tyson
Eric
backed
Debay.
out. Yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson backed out of the debate.
Eric Dane.
Eric
Chicken
Dubay, Dubay, Dubay.
Dubay. Eric Dubay. Oh, he's got like the sunglasses on, right?
Why
Maybe
Eric
occasionally.
Dubay bad?
Okay, Eric Dubay. And he backed out, right?
Yeah.
No, Neil deGrasse
Yeah.
Tyson backed out.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Neil deGrasse Tyson backed out.
Yeah. Your favorite globe scientist can't debate flat Earth.
So what's
can only
what's Eric
that there's no
Dubey's
globe to be
background?
seen.
What's his like career? What's his background? Like, did he get any good grades in school?
Yeah, he made Neil deGrasse Tyson back out of a debate with him.
That's not what I was asking. I was asking about his qualifications.
That's good. That's a good qualification.
No, it's not.
Astrophysicist PhD.
No, it's not, because there can be reasons for that. Maybe he
needs
just
to be a flat earther at this point. As your
Eric
prerequisites
Debay.
for what you brought up, what you have, right?
What is Eric Debey's background, though? I want to know.
He's a flat earther.
Yeah, but what is
Yeah,
his
you don't
background
need-
in
you
like
don't need any-
qualifications?
you don't
What
need
has he
any
worked
background.
as?
Does he?
What has he worked as? Where does he like? What has he worked as?
Go
What
and
is
figure
his?
that out for yourself, dude. Go and figure that out for yourself. Not that it
I'm asking
matters.
you.
He does yoga, dude.
Yeah,
It's
he
not
writes
relevant
books.
to me.
He writes books. He's a writer. He's he's a full-time flat Earth content creator. He worked as a teacher as well. He's a kung fu instructor or something as well. I don't know.
Does
He's
he-
a smart guy though. Go listen to him. He's a smart guy. We don't agree with all of his arguments completely, but he's an intelligent guy, and he would have absolutely destroyed Neil deGrasse Tyson in a debate. That's for sure.
It's hilarious. They think you need you need qualifications to debunk the globe.
You need
Just go
qualifications to
outside,
prove
buddy.
it.
Just go outside
You need
and you can.
you
debunk
need
the globe.
qualifications to prove it. You need qualifications to disprove it as well.
No, what qualification do you need to prove the globe?
How do you disprove
You need
something that doesn't exist, dude? How do you disprove?
Hold on. I need to know what qualifications I need to prove the globe.
anything in the STEM field.
Anything in the STEM field, such as
Science, technology, electronics, mathematics.
those are words. What qualification do I need to prove the globe?
You could use physics. You could use any like.
What physics would I use?
You could use also. You could use mathematics. You could use astronomy.
Oh, really? Astronomy. Okay. What? Well, you said physics. So, what physics would I use to prove a globe?
It's like physics about like like when it comes to gravity and how
What do you mean?
and how
What
like
do you mean?
water how water functions and
How
solids and
water
everything.
functions. How water functions prove to me that the Earth is a spinning ball?
We're talking about level of water, and
So
you can also
water
talk about
being
like
level
Like not
So
just
what
that,
are
but
being
like
level?
how like spinning objects and stuff, and like
Spinning objects and stuff.
you really,
I need
you're
a,
really
so I
like
need a
you're really pushing
qualification
it,
in.
dude.
I need a
You're pushing it,
qualification
bro.
in
No,
spinning.
stop. You're pushing it. You're
Stuff.
pushing it. You're
That's
pushing
what I
it.
need. The qualification in spinning objects and stuff.
Yes.
Yeah, that makes sense. Is that what you've got? Is that how you prove the globe? Qualification in spinning objects.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah. So you know
You've
there's
got
no
something
globe,
right.
Bunny. It's very obvious.
Consequence of gravity is a curved surface, apparently.
Well, he said water being level will tell you the Earth's a ball.
Well,
Gravity only works on a flat surface. You need a flat floor and a flat ceiling for it to work.
Yeah, Bunny, do you believe in gravity?
Yep.
So it is a belief, yeah?
No, it's not a belief. It's true. Like if I
Then how do you
like
believe in it
drop
then?
if I drop my toy, if I drop my
drop?
like
Or you
ball,
drop,
it will
drop a ball?
fall. So that's gravity.
You drop a ball. Okay, so you believe in that?
The ball is actually falling on the ground. Would you? What?
Okay,
It's not a
so it's
belief.
not a belief.
what do you
Okay, it's
attach
not a
after
belief.
this?
So you don't believe in gravity.
What do you attach after you drop something vertically downwards towards the floor, perpendicular?
What?
So when you drop something perpendicular to the earth,
What?
Bunny, don't be a retard, or we won't educate you.
at the moment you're dropping a ball downwards, that's vertical. That would be perpendicular to the level earth. So after you do this, how do you come to the conclusion that the surface is curved?
Story
I'm
time.
reading. You tell me. I want to hear it from you. I'm not going to answer you.
No,
hold on.
dude, this is your claim. You said gravity, the consequence of that are spheres with curved surfaces. And you figure this out by dropping something downwards perpendicular to the earth.
I'm not
trying to
saying
figure
it's
out how
because of
you
a
jump
globe
from this.
or a curved surface. I'm saying gravity happens because we can drop objects and they fall.
Okay, that's a story, but the experience is you dropping something downwards that's vertical, perpendicular to the earth.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to figure out how you jump from this to a sphere.
Yeah, the gravity only like a big yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll help you. Everything that you say from this point onwards is going to be a presupposition that the earth is a sphere within your example. You're literally going to be affirming the consequent. That's going to be a formal logical fallacy. It's called a formal logical fallacy because it has form. If the earth is a sphere, because of gravity, it is formed. When I drop things to it, this can only happen on a sphere, whichever way round that you want to point this out. Ultimately, your experience is dropping things downwards that will be observed and measured to be perpendicular to the earth. Down, right? So I'm trying to figure out how you get from down to the earth has to be and can only be spherical.
Also, while you mull that over, Bunny, I'd wanted to ask before you really got into it, since you said you believe in gravity, could you tell me what gravity is? Could you define it without Googling?
Gravity is the force of something due to its mass.
Oof. No. You tried
Oof.
though.
Yeah.
I mean, it was.
No, that's not correct, Bunny. I'm afraid.
He just said it was.
No. Yeah, it was, as in it's not anymore.
It's
Past
the force. It's like magnetic attraction. It's the
past
force.
tense.
It's the
Past
force
tense.
of. For fuck's sake! It's the force of attraction, like magnets.
No, they say it's not a force, Bunny.
No. This is not how Einstein describes gravity.
Oh my
No,
goodness,
Einstein is right.
bro!
What?
It's the force of attraction.
Yeah, I understand, but you're talking about Newtonian gravity, mass attracting mass.
So when you said you believed
That's
in
not.
gravity, Bunny, you don't even really know what it is you think you believe.
I mean, all
No,
you
I
got
know
to do
what
is
it
ask
is. I
the
just
first
told you it's the
person.
force of attraction.
It's the bending and warping of a space-time fabric due to the displacement of mass. Bodies of mass themselves are not acting on each other, they're acting on the four-dimensional space-time fabric they are within. Because they're curving, they are causing those straight geometric lines to be curved, anything caught in that gravitational well will be affected by the curvature of space-time. It's not a force anymore. Hasn't been a force since 1915.
Okay, so have you updated your belief now, Bunny? It's not a force of attraction, it's the bending and warping of space. No, you don't agree.
No.
So Einstein was wrong.
Bro, Einstein isn't infallible.
Okay, so you're saying Einstein's theory of gravity is incorrect. You don't believe that.
Yeah, no more space time.
I take different
And that's
theories.
fine. You don't have to believe it. I'm just trying to clarify your position.
I take
Now time
from
travel.
a different theory.
No more time travel. That sucks.
No, this is the dude that you can't time travel backwards. You can only go forward.
You can't do either without Einstein.
Okay, so no
Einstein's not the only
Einstein.
guy that said this. Einstein's not the only guy that said this.
All right, but you don't believe in Einstein's gravity, the bending and warping of space-time. You don't believe it.
No, I believe that, yeah. And that's not what
Oh, you
gravity
do
is. You
believe
got that
that,
part
then.
wrong. You got
It's
that
not
part
gravity.
wrong. You got
Do
that
you require
part wrong.
citation, sir?
What?
part did he get wrong?
Do you require citation?
He wouldn't understand.
References and documents from established educational institutes.
Which citation do you want me to get, though?
I tell you what, if this is the way that you're going to behave, you're just going to get muted. We're going to move on to someone else.
Which citation do you want me to get?
No, I'm asking you if you require us to back up our claim with citation.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, give me a moment.
Well, you're really getting educated here today, Bunny, huh?
Nope. I've not learned a single thing.
You've not learned a single thing, but Jedi just educated you about the latest Gravity cartoon story. You thought it was a force of attraction.
Okay.
See, you're learning.
Oh, Joseph DM'd me. Joseph, what is your field of study? I'm actually interested.
Yeah, take that to DMs. We don't care. Who else have we got in here? My name? What's up, my name? You're unmuted. Can you say hello? My name, so you'll lighten up there.
I'm shy.
Hey, my name, we can be very nice. Don't let the haters fool you. We'll compliment your English. We'll say you've got really good original ideas about the Earth being a spinning ball.
And
And
Cyclone
about
will
why
calm
things
down
don't.
and he won't yell so much like he is right now. He'll talk like this.
Yeah, I can be very soft spoken if that's better for you. He'll be okay. Earth doesn't have to be a globe. What about
DJ.
Spacer? Space R. What's up? Or VLTK? And you guys
Just kick
in?
them out. Kick them out. They're not going to engage.
Well,
Well,
you're the one that's trying to get kicked out, Bunny. Aren't you the one typing
Where is
FU
the
in chat?
Yeah, because this guy just said, like, oh, it's an excuse, but not gonna lie, actually, so many people are
Yeah,
talking to
you
me at
only
once.
just come up with excuses. That's all you do. That's all Globe
How's that
has.
an excuse when so many people are talking to you at once? Can you focus?
Globe only has excuses.
You can't focus if so many people are talking to you at once.
I would guess that you probably couldn't focus even if just one person was talking to you, Bunny.
Oh, I can.
I doubt that.
But people keep switching the subjects, so it's kind of hard.
Well, you just seem to have such a wealth of knowledge on every topic. We want to know.
You guys copy and pasting. Are you guys quote mining from the Flat Earth server?
No, what I'm doing is getting sources that
Yeah,
demonstrate that
bro.
currently
You're
you're
quote
incorrect.
mining. That's called fault
No,
mining.
I'm backing up my claim.
Yeah, those are
You
all
can
Yeah, that's
call
Yale
it whatever you
University
want.
citations. Yale.
Yeah, oh, that's cool. Jewish.
Well, let's see if he can comprehend what's been sent to him. So, Bunny, can you read out what Jedi's just posted there?
Jedi. Okay. Newton's classical mechanics were superseded in the early 20th century when Albert Einstein developed the special and general theory of relativity. Wikipedia. All right.
Okay, what do you think? Let's pause. What do you think that means?
Newton's classical mechanics were superseded, meaning that Newton was wrong, or like something I don't know.
Okay. No, yeah, you're pretty much there. And then what? Who came along?
Albert Einstein came along and corrected him.
Okay. So see, you are learning. What about the next one?
The mathematical equations of Einstein's general theory of relativity tested time and time again, according to the most accurate way to predict gravitational interactions, replacing those developed for Isaac Newton. So Isaac Newton was wrong, Einstein was right, and replaced.
Okay. So see, this is what Ed Jedi was telling you 5 minutes
Okay,
ago.
but these look like copy
understand?
pasted cut out quotes.
From where?
You need to read the whole thing.
They're called citations, bro.
Yeah, but the citation looks like it's being cut out of a bigger citation, so I can't read
That's
it.
what a fucking citation is, bro.
Yes, it does. It looks like it's being taken out of context.
It's supposed to be a citation, you
Yeah,
fucking
it looks like it's being taken out of context.
Hello. So I've provided you a citation that's a direct quote from the reference that's in the blue writing. That you can go to the reference material and you can read the context.
Yeah, and either way,
Yeah,
Bunny,
but what?
what do you think it's going to say? Like, you think it's going to say Newton's classical mechanics were superseded in the early 20th century by Albert Einstein, and then later on it's going to say actually Newton's correct.
No, it's going to say also that but it'll just say that Newton was just an older way of viewing it, but we can still use his and Albert Einstein's at the same time simultaneously.
Why are you
Doesn't
making that
mean
up?
they're right.
You must understand then that we can apply two different mathematical models that give two completely different causes for the observed phenomena, which leaves us within a dilemma. One, we've only got mathematical presuppositions. Two, we've got no scientific validity for either claim. We've got ideas. This one and that one, Newton's and Einstein's, they work in completely different geometry. One's only in 3D, right? Height, width, length. The other one's got time in it. This is an extra coordinate to add to the height, width, length, the volume of space. This
Let me
is
keep on reading.
distorted in one and isn't in another.
Okay, let me keep on reading though.
Okay.
Yeah, put yourself on mute and have a read.
No, you
I
said
can
to read
read
out loud,
more
so
for you.
I'm gonna read out loud because I was told to read out loud. So Newton.
Yeah, and you got to keep in mind when you're saying, "Oh, but it works on this. It can work mathematically like this." They're claiming that these are physical. They're trying to ascertain a physical law of nature, though, so it can't be like two different physical laws doing the same thing, right? You can't have both of them at the same time. I mean, that just defies the point of why these theories have even been posed. It's got to be one or the other. And you've just read that Newton was superseded, so I think that's enough on that. We've got some new people in. Azrim.
Yes, we do.
Byrule. Irina. What's up, guys? Say hello. Ask a question. Sir
Hello.
Will Bobby.
Just want to listen.
Oh, Azrim. What brings you to the Flat Earth channel?
I'm just having food, listening to you guys.
Is this the first time you've been here?
Yep. Yeah.
Okay. Do you want us to tell you why we don't believe the Earth's a spinning ball?
I just want to hear you guys talk for now.
Okay. Well, if no one else picks up, we'll explain to Azrim why we don't believe the Earth's a spinning ball. Who else we got? My name? You fancy talking yet? You want to say hello? Irina, someone save us from this bunny guy, because he's almost starting to listen, but it's still a bit much. Hmm. Well, someone tell Azrim something then. Azrim, the Earth is not a globe because there's no observable, measurable, or detectable curvature that globe would have to have. So the ground that we all live on doesn't curve. You ever heard that?
I never really got deep into it, to be honest.
Yeah, they don't teach you about that at school. They don't tell you, hey, look, this guy came along and measured the curvature. That's a bit weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like if I was to ask you, do you know of anyone that's ever measured the Earth's surface to be curved, as in the curvature of a sphere? Would you know of anyone?
Nope. But
Isn't that
then,
weird?
yeah, because I guess we trust that. Yeah, it's just like we trust that people looked at it from a distance.
Yeah, but
I
for them
guess.
to have looked at it from a distance, they would have had to have known how much it curves exactly so that they can do the orbital mechanics and everything. So how would they have done that if no one ever measured it?
Makes sense.
Yeah, all
Um,
those images are just like cartoons, basically.
I get you. I don't know much about it, but like the things that you shared in the chat, like they're interesting. The links. I'm trying to like save that, go through it.
Yeah,
Seems
that's all
interesting.
right. You don't have to know anything really. I mean, if anything, it's probably better that you don't really have any preconceived ideas and you just go in open-minded and ask questions. That's the best way to learn about this.
Yeah, but I don't like in order for me to ask some questions, I would first have to go through the links to just
No, no,
get
no,
it.
you don't need to go through any links. You literally just have to think about the Earth that you live on and what your experience of it has been for your entire life. Do you experience it to be a ball that's spinning, for example? What do you think? When you go to the beach, you look out over the ocean. Does it seem like a big spinning ball?
I mean, I don't think it's something I can just figure out from one conversation. I would have
No, no,
to.
no, it's not. It's not. But this is just a way for you to start thinking about your reality and your environment where you live.
I get you. Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
Because
it's
the story
definitely
they're
something to look into. Yeah.
because the story they're telling us is that the Earth is a big spinning ball, but we will never experience any curvature or any motion of it. So, from our perspective, we experience a flat, motionless Earth. Do you understand that? That's what they're
Yeah.
telling us.
Yeah.
But what if it's the case that we experience a flat, motionless Earth because it is flat and motionless? Do you think that's possible?
Possibly. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we're here to tell you that we checked, and that is what it is. Because it can be measured, right? And the nature of water, the physical properties of water, is that it takes the shape of its container and the surface will lie level, flat, if it's undisturbed. You know?
Yeah.
Swimming pool, a lake, anything, any body of water. The surface doesn't curve. So this is what people are testing. They're trying to find some curved lakes, but the lakes don't curve, the water's flat. So they tell us 70% of the Earth's surface is covered in water. Well, since the water's flat, we can't have a 70% flat ball. That doesn't work. So really what our situation here is that we're on like a motionless topographical plane. I guess you could picture the world's oceans like the world's ocean, like a giant lake, and all the continents are just like islands sticking out of it. But it's all on the same level surface, right? So you might have been told that you've got an antipodal position. So where you are, you're standing one direction, but in Australia or China, a guy's standing upside down by comparison to you, playing football upside down, with rain and snow falling upwards towards your feet.
Mhm.
But they've given you no evidence for that. They've just shown you images on a screen.
I get you. Yeah.
Something to
I
think
need to
about.
ask more questions. Yeah.
Yeah, just have a think about it.
I'll think
We're in
about
here
it.
24/7
Yeah.
anyway.
Right now I'm kind of like I like honestly I don't have like let's just say that a desire for it to be one way or the other. But I'll look into it. It's interesting.
That's all right. That's good, because the truth is, you shouldn't have a desire for it to be one way or another. You should just have a desire to understand what the truth is of the matter. We
Yeah.
don't have a desire for it to be one way or the other. In fact, most of us desired that it was a ball, a globe, but we were forced to accept the fact that it's not when we reviewed the evidence. So, yeah, you don't have to have a desire one way or another. Just be open-minded, be curious, be inquisitive, search for the evidence.
I get you.
Anyway, welcome. Welcome to the channel.
Thank you.
Anyone else has got anything they want to add to that? I'm sure they do. Come on, Blair. Don't be shy. What else we got here? Gamboa. What's up, Gamboa?
What's up?
What brings you to the Flat Earth chat?
I just got notified in my Discord.
Ooh, good, good. Have you heard this channel before? Have you listened before or no?
Yeah, I joined this channel like almost 9 months ago. Like the server,
Oh,
I
really?
mean.
Oh, what about no, not the server though. This channel specifically, the Flat Earth channel.
Oh no, I haven't heard about that.
Well, this is a different animal altogether. Do you know anything about Flat Earth?
Oh, what do you think? What do you think about it?
I think the Earth is observed, measured, and practically used as flat and motionless, so can't be a ball like they tell us.
Interesting. I'm
Mhm.
just here like maybe I'm not here like to debate because I'm not a scientist or something like that. I don't
Yeah,
have
yeah, yeah. I don't want to debate. I don't want to
Yeah, yeah.
debate. Just ask questions.
How about it's not like we're not talking about the flat Earth, yeah?
We're talking about the Earth, right? So when you go outside, the surface beneath your feet, the land, the water, the hills, the valleys, that's what we are talking about. We're not talking about an image of the Earth from some third party or some outside view. We're talking about what can be observed, what can be measured, you know,
Okay,
reality.
okay.
That's what we're interested in.
So what do you think about maybe like the mission of the NASA with the Earth?
Like the moon landings?
Yeah, or maybe I heard a lot that the NASA stopped like exploring the ocean just to get out of the Earth.
Well, the NASA stuff is basically Hollywood, right? The images, the videos, it's just all fantasy. None of it's real.
Yeah, I've heard a lot about that, and I don't know what to believe really, but I've heard about that.
Yeah, well, that's what you've got to spend your time thinking about. What should you believe? What is worth believing? Is it stories, images, and videos from the government? Or is it your natural senses and what you experience about the Earth? Because those are different things. So yeah, you need to decide what you're going to go with. reality or a story you've been told at school and images you've seen on a screen? It's a tough one.
Yeah, also like imagine people don't realize how big this is, but imagine if just none of the sudden we realize that all was like all was a lie, or people have that thought that we went to the moon and something like that. But if we did not, like,
Yeah,
I
we
would
didn't
be
went.
very I'd be like very disappointed. Like it's a big situation. I don't know how to explain.
Yeah, it's a big situation. It's crazy because, you know, the moon and the sun and the stars, the lights that we see in the sky, we've been taught that those are potentially places that you could go to, right? If you had a spaceship, you could go and fly to those places and land on them. But that's not actually the case, right? It's more like they're just hands of a clock used for timekeeping, seasons, planting, harvesting. So they're like a guide for human beings to conduct themselves according to time. But they're not destinations. So they're not somewhere that you could go to and play a game of golf, like the US government's trying to tell us. You understand?
Yeah, yeah, and also something that I've been thinking is like, imagine they say, yeah, we have never gone to the moon, but that also like means that we're not that advanced in the
Yeah.
science, or in, yeah,
Yeah.
in those like area of the science that we thought that,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah,
We
that we
we
thought.
we we don't have any of those sci-fi abilities that the US and Russian
Yeah,
and Chinese governments are trying to they're trying to convince people that they've got technological superiority that they don't
yeah,
have.
yeah.
It's
Uh-huh.
propaganda. You understand?
That's not good. We're also
Yeah, it's not good. It's not
like,
good. That's why we're here. This is why we are here telling people to slap themselves and wake up because people are living in a delusion based on these images and these stories, right? We're telling people to go out and touch grass, measure a lake, see how far you can see. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. Interesting, interesting.
So yeah, if you want more information, just ask a question. We've got a home server with terabytes of information, videos, articles, all kinds of stuff. We can send that to you. Or if you look up at the YouTube bots at the top, there'll be links to the YouTube channels, to the home server, loads more information that you can read in your own time if you prefer to learn that way. Or where people are in here basically 24/7, so you can ask questions here.
I think you're very a gentleman. Thank you very much.
Appreciate that. You're welcome. So yeah, if you've got questions, feel free fire them out. If anyone else has questions or comments that they want to jump in with, floor is open. Ask away.
you can measure the shadows. If you have a friend 100 kilometers away from you, and yes, and you have a 1 meter staff, you put it in the ground, and at the middle of the day, you measure the shadow. But it must be 1 meter, the staff, and you see you have 0, or you have 10 centimeters, and you can see with a little bit mathematical, sorry, mathematical knowledge, and you can measure the Earth as a flat piece round.
Really?
Yeah, the water is level.
Yeah, so what's the mathematical formula that you would use for that? Alucard? You skipped a very important bit, right? You kind of like brushed over a very important bit, right? The bit where you would have to assume a whole bunch of things in the mathematics. So to do the math that you're talking about, you would have to pre-assume that you're standing on a globe. Okay, and then you would have to pre-assume that the sun is very, very long distance away to the point where the light rays would come in parallel. And then you would do your math based off those assumptions.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yeah.
Oh, I have some problems with my mic. I can only say if it's 7 degrees in 100 kilometers, and you can 360 degrees is a globe, and you can read, or if it is 3 degrees or something else, I can reach what is 3 and what is 7. And if you have a distance of 100 kilometers, and you can, but I have to relaunch. I have to start or restart Gofron. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, you're having to make a whole bunch of assumptions in your
Yeah,
mathematics.
I restart.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Or oh yes, it was the measure of the shadow.
Right.
Or what the next one?
Okay, but aren't you making assumptions, right? You would be assuming the sun rays are coming in parallel, and you're already assuming that you're on a globe
100
to begin.
kilometers.
You need to wake up.
Hello.
Hello?
Hello there.
He's measuring lengths of shadows and what?
I don't know. He keeps like giving like a brief argument, and then he goes on mute, and
Oh, okay.
he's having some issues with his microphone.
I get you. Fair enough. Just to address what went on earlier with our friend Bunny. Bunny was making the claim the gravities of force. It pains to explain with citation in the side chat that that's not the current thinking and understanding of gravity. So we're just trying to point it out to you. We just need a concession at this point so you can rejoin the chat that actually the thing that you said isn't necessarily true. And then we can move on. So get an affirmation or whatever in the side chat. Text that you want to rejoin with that concession, and I'll unmute you.
Okay, he's conceded.
Cool. Ding, ding, ding.
Yeah, so I've moved
Welcome
on
back,
from
Danny.
Newton. Thank you. I've moved on. I've moved on from Newton to Einstein.
So you did learn something.
Yeah, I guess.
There you go. See, the flat earthers, we're always out here educating.
There's so many flat earthers that became globalists.
Nah.
What?
No, you
Pretty
can't.
much every flat earther was a globalist, so all flat earthers were
Every flat
globalists.
earther was every globalist was a flat earther. Like me, as a kid, I thought the sun came out of a crack of the earth.
Cool.
Prove
I'll
it
help you with
doesn't.
this, right? This
Oh, I've
is
got brain
our
freeze. I've
base.
got brain freeze. Wait. I've got brain freeze.
No. This is our base understanding and perception of the world around us, right? As a child, the earth looks flat and stationary and looks like the sun's coming out the floor. Yeah. It's only until
Yeah,
somebody
yeah.
comes along with stories that you can't verify about the earth being a sphere that you don't experience and its motion that you don't experience. That's the
No, because
reason
I'll be
why
like,
you believe it.
oh, that's why. You know what I mean?
Yeah, from people that you trust that give you a plausible
No, I don't
explanation.
trust them. I don't know them. They just say, this is what it is. And I'm like, oh, that makes more sense. That's why I can't find the sun. I can't meet it in the crack in the earth.
Yeah. I mean, it makes more sense also that it's just perspective.
No, that's ultra skepticism.
No, it's not. It's why the mountain that's far away looks smaller than the one that's next to you. That's why the top of the mountain above you is directly above your head, and the mountain that's far away, the top of its mountain, is closer towards the horizon. So you'd have to look horizontally to observe it, where to observe the mountain you're standing on, you have to look up at it. It's perspective, dude.
Perspective is ultra skepticism. These globers.
It's not Deliveroo, it's DoorDash. I'm in a VC with a bunch of kangaroos right now, so
it's good that you've realised that you don't know that Earth's a globe, though. At least you've realised that. You don't know it's
No,
a globe.
when it comes to research, I can't like give you a solid.
Yeah, because you don't know
foundation.
that it's a globe.
Right, I know it's a globe. It's just I can't like
No,
I don't know
you
what to
don't
do.
know it's a globe. You
No,
believe
I
it's a
do
globe.
know it's
That's
a
what you
globe. It's just I
prove
don't
it.
know how to prove it to you.
No, because if you did know, then you would know how to prove it. Because you'd just be like, "This
I
is
don't
how
know
I
how
know."
to independently prove it.
It's
Independently.
That
dude.
means
Then you don't know.
That means you just
No will
believe.
be. Sorry, Cyclone.
No, not everyone is dependent. I mean, not everyone is independent. We have to be dependent on something in life.
No. Yeah, so you believe it. That's the point. You don't know it. You believe it.
You're a
You've been
victim
told.
of brainwashing, globe washing.
Globe washing. Yeah, he's been globe washed big time.
And that's spin cycle.
I'm kidding.
That's a good realization, though. That's a good point. Nobody knows that the Earth is a globe. They all just believe that it's a globe because they were told so at school.
The thing is, I can't prove it's flat either.
Yeah,
Well, you already experience it as flat, so
I don't experience it as flat.
you do.
No, I don't.
Default. Yeah,
Yes,
you do
you
by
do.
default. Because they say,
No, I
remember,
don't. I don't experience it as flat
they
or a globe.
say that the globe side are saying it's too big to see the curve. That's what they're saying.
No, dude,
Yeah, that's
no.
what they're saying. That is what they're saying. If you're not saying that, then you're not a glober anyway. So it doesn't matter. Because that's what the globe side are saying. It's too big to see the curve.
That's an
That's
appeal
what
to
they're told.
authority. That's an appeal to authority fallacy.
The whole globe is an appeal to authority fallacy. And they say, see the curve, meaning you see flatter. That's all they're saying. But then they say
No, you don't see a flat
they
Earth. You
say
see a flat plane, but not a flat
yeah,
Earth.
yeah,
There's a
a flat
difference
plane.
between seeing a flat plane but not a flat Earth.
Yeah, so the
What
Earth
do
that
you
you're
mean?
on here as a flat plane.
You know what Earth
Yeah.
is, and you know what the difference between Earth and a
So
plane.
you recognize that you experience a flat plane, yeah?
Dude, there's a difference between flat and
You
Earth.
just
There's a
said
difference
it.
between a flat
You
plane.
just said it. You experience a flat plane.
Yeah, no. Flat plane, it does not equal flat Earth.
Yeah. So you
Where's a flat
experience a
plane?
flat plane. Yeah.
There's a flat plane on an Earth, like my carpet's flat and I'm on Earth.
No,
Does that mean the Earth is
dude.
flat? No, it doesn't mean the Earth is flat just because I've got a
Yeah,
flat
I mean,
Do you want me
carpet.
to help you?
in the
Do you
flat
want me to help you? Do you know that your floor, your carpet is level by being level with the earth? That's where you get level from.
Yeah.
So level comes from the earth, dude. Do you know that your carpet is level when you orientate it to the earth?
It doesn't. You're orientated to the ground, not to the Earth. The Earth
What
is
the ground? The ground is the earth.
No, it's not. It's on the Earth.
What, the thing that we're standing on?
No. The ground, the Earth
Oh, I love it when
subsists
they do
on
that.
ground. There's a distinction between Earth and the ground. It subsists on the ground, on the Earth.
Okay, so the ground is flat, but the Earth is not. Is that what you're saying?
That's what I was trying to tell DJ. Flatness
Right, that
is
makes sense.
there's a
That
way
makes
flatness
sense.
can subsist.
So the surface of Earth is flat, but the Earth is a globe, is what you're saying.
Bro, every globalist says that the surface is a flat
Every
surface.
globe. So it's a flat
So,
surface, but you're
what?
saying it's a globe, yeah?
That's a contradiction.
No, this is 100% globe IQ. So it's a
Dude.
flat surface. It's a flat surface that's a globe, right? Funny.
It's a straight line, but it's a curved line.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Billions of it's a straight curved line.
No.
You
Listen to
know
your
what?
contradiction.
I'm not.
Bunny,
I have
stop
been
talking to avoid your embarrassment. Deal with it like a man.
I have been motivated to study physics.
That's nice. Now, you're saying a flat line is a curved line.
No, bro. You're conflating. Oh my, you're conflating different. I can't even.
Well, you just said it, Bunny. You just said the surface is flat, but
You
it's a
can't
ball.
debate with facts, with flat Earth facts. There's no
You
debate
cannot
possible.
debate against the flat Earth. That's
Right.
true.
You know, you can
Yeah,
get
because that's
a
so right.
massive. No,
It is
listen. You
correct,
can get
of
a
course.
huge ball, right?
Get a massive
Okay.
ball, stand on it, and it will look flat.
Oh, wow.
It will
Okay.
have a rate of change of slope.
No.
Yeah,
There won't be
it'll
a
be a
change of
curved
slope.
surface,
Get a
though.
huge ball. No, listen,
It
please.
will.
Please listen to me. Please listen to
Bunny,
me.
Bunny,
Because you're
Bunny,
just
Get a huge
wrong.
no.
ball. Get a
Bunny.
huge ball, the size
It
bigger than the
will
Vegas
have a
ball.
rate of change of slope.
Yeah, Bunny, it'll be a curved
Bro,
surface.
you're not gonna
though.
get. I'm not getting to that point yet. We're doing step by step. Get a carpet, lay it out on that big ball. It will be a flat carpet.
Lay it out on that ball. It will have a rate of change of slope.
No, it
Wait,
won't.
Bunny, are you
Yes,
saying,
it
Bunny,
will.
are you saying, hold on, Bunny, are you saying that ball, the surface of that big ball, it's flat? It's flat.
Oh my god, he's a fucking donkey.
You're saying
Are
the
you
surface of that
aware of
ball
the
is flat,
equation
Bunny,
of a
yeah?
line, Bunny?
Yes.
Are you aware of the equation of a line?
Nope.
Y equals mx plus c, also
Y
known as the
equals X.
sloping.
Y equals
Also,
what plus C?
y equals mx plus c.
Oh, I know
Or
that.
b.
It's from Einstein, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're saying that on a curved surface, the curved surface would be flat. I'm just trying to tell you that it would, because it's a curved line, have a rate of change of slope by consequence of it being a curved line. You're saying no. I mean, that's fucking bewildering to me.
I think Bunny's got something in the hopper.
Listen. Nothing is perfectly flat, so I don't know what you're talking about, and you conceded to that.
Sorry, perfectly flat. Yeah, we
Nothing is
understand it's not
perfectly
perfectly
flat.
flat from the idealized concept of a straight line.
Nothing is perfectly flat. A straight
Yeah, I
line is not perfect.
understand. Hello, I understand that, but it's an idealized from the concept of a straight line. You can measure how much something isn't ideally flat from the concept of a straight line.
Okay, first of all, let me just say this. You guys say that the earth is flat, right? But you don't know
You
how
just
it's
said
flat and
that.
what the earth looks like. You just know
You
the
just
ground
said
is
that.
flat. But you don't you don't know what
You just
the
agreed.
earth look. What does the earth look like?
Like flat, like you said, remember?
Okay,
You
but what does
experienced
it look
flat
like? How is
plane.
it flat? Like what in what way? What does it look like? Is it a
Remember when
disc?
you
Is
go
it
outside? Remember when you go outside and you experience the flat surface? That's what it looks like. That's
I
what a
don't
flat Earth
experience
looks
any
like.
flat surface. I'm sorry, I don't.
You did. You just said that.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you said a flat plane. Remember?
It's a plane, but it's not perfectly flat.
Do you know how reflections work?
I guess.
You can tell surfaces are not idealistically flat, but how flat they are by the reflections that they give. One of these very reflective substances is liquid, especially water. We understand by the way that the sky reflects off the water that the water is flat by the way that the sky reflects off of it. These are because of the laws of reflection. We understand these laws. They're very, very simple to understand. And the reflections we get on bodies of water demonstrate that that water is horizontal upon the surface.
Yeah, and we're not necessarily saying it's like smooth, right? Or like idealistically flat and planar. We're saying it's generally flat, not curving. You understand that? So you're saying nothing's flat. But what about if we went to like a big lake and you're looking out over the lake? Is that lake flat?
I mean, not really.
No. What about a salt flat?
A salt what?
Salt flat.
Yeah, dried up sea where all the sediment of salt is left upon the seabed.
You never heard of a salt flat?
No.
Google it.
Jedi, shut
Type
up.
in Bolivian salt flats. Type that in.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Okay,
I guess
so
I don't know.
is a salt flat flat?
Yeah, I guess.
Yes. Okay, now we're in business. How big's those Bolivian salt flats again?
But sometimes it can be bumpy.
It's massive, isn't it? Like
It's got rocks on it.
40,000 square kilometers or something.
Sometimes the salt flat.
It can be bumpy.
So if the floor is bumpy, that means that the surface over there is curving around the sphere. You're going to get bumpy. You're going to get bumpy. That's elevation and depth from a level to say how high this peak is from that trough. It's all measured from level. That's a straight line from left to right. That level would have to be curved if it was around a sphere. But what we measure is that level to be a straight line that we can measure the peaks and troughs from.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why it's called a
Okay, let
salt
me just
flat.
ask you this. I want to like restart this. I'm gonna ask you this. What is a flat Earth?
What is a flat Earth?
Yeah.
Well, depends what you mean by what
Answers
is
in the question.
Depends what you mean by flat.
What is a flat Earth?
The surface that you live on, not having any curvature.
Okay,
That'd
but
make it flat.
no. I'm not asking what I live on. I'm asking you what is a
Yeah,
flat
you are,
Earth?
because
What
you
is
are.
Earth?
Yeah, that's what you live on.
What is
You
the
are
Earth and
asking what you live on.
is flat about? What is the Earth and what is the flat?
The bodies of water and the salt flats and the abyssal plains at the bottom of the oceans, they're all flat. You
It's
understand?
That's what you think a flat
orientation.
Earth is.
It's orientation being perpendicular to vertical.
Yeah, it's not cartoon ball in space Earth. That's what flat Earth is. When you go outside into reality and experience what the Earth really is, that's flat Earth. Like the salt flats. Like you said, they're flat. That debunks the globe. You need
You know what I
it's
could
curved.
do? You know what I could do? But I'll probably need a really big supercomputer to do it. I can use Unreal Engine or something like that, and I can, or maybe
you can
I
make
don't
a
know,
cartoon.
whatever's good, whatever software is the best. Make a
Yeah, you can
flat
imagine it.
plane. Make a flat plane circular map of the Earth. Make it really big.
Why?
And to get the sun, make a thick atmosphere, get the
Why?
sun and move it far away and
Why?
watch it disappear.
Why would you need to do any of this?
No, it looks so I can
Why?
look at the flat Earth from above. So I can look at
Why
everything from
is
above.
it circular?
Bro, you showed me the map is circular.
No. That's a map. We're talking about the actual Earth. There are thousands of maps. They take all different shapes and sizes. Right, there are rectangular ones. Right, no one's saying it's a rectangular Earth because the map exists.
I'm talking
We're
about
saying why is it? Oh, don't shush. We're asking why is it circular? Have you measured the circumference of the Earth?
not a sphere, circle.
That circle, yeah, that still has a circumference. So to prove that there's a circle, you'd have to measure that circumference.
You guys
Asking
say it's a circle. I don't say it's a circle. You guys say
Neither do we.
No one's
Yeah,
saying
we're not
that.
claiming a shape. You understand?
What
Flat
how
is
can you
not a shape.
can I like how can I not get from north to west
No,
then?
let me ask
I mean
you.
north
Let
to
me ask
south.
you. Let me ask you, Bunny. Do
Go
you
from
think
this
flat?
place to that place.
It's just the one when you say it's flat, the only thing I can think of is a flat disc.
What?
Okay, but
Yeah,
flat
well,
isn't a shape, is it?
Yeah, but oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's not a
it's
shape.
not.
So
Why
we're not
would
making a
it
claim
be?
about a shape, are we? We're not saying flat disc Earth, are we?
Yeah, but when you say flat, there's no the only way I can picture it is like
The
a flat
only way
disc.
it could be. Okay, well, that's a limitation of your mental acuity, not ours.
Yeah. It's the only flat surface that you can imagine. So for you, cubes that doesn't have 6 flat sides. The pyramids also doesn't have flat sides.
Let me
Yeah, come on,
help you
Bunny.
out,
That's just you not thinking.
Bunny. Let me help you out. Space is fake. There's no space disc, so you can get that out of your mind.
Okay, what are we?
Yeah,
What
space
what
doesn't
what what?
exist, Bunny.
Can you
You're
show
not
me a
in
pic?
space.
Okay, okay.
No.
Can you show me a? Okay, I'm gonna
No.
be. Can you
Bonnie,
show
let
me a
me
picture
put
of
it
what
in
you think the Earth
context.
might?
This is the context.
No.
Look, I'll tell you that like
What you
everything
think
has.
the Earth might look like? I just want to
Hold on a
see what you
second.
think it might look like.
Just hold on a second, right? Let me tell you what context we're meaning when we say flat Earth. Okay, we're not claiming a shape, right? If you're talking about a surface area being flat or bumpy or smooth or something like that, right? In this, like flat is a descriptive term for the surface area. And in this context, we're talking about the surface area of the Earth being mostly covered in water. Okay, so like they say 70% of the known surface area of Earth is covered in water, oceans and seas and things like that. When we
Yeah.
test over vast distances, say 20 miles, 30 miles, etc., right, there's no curvature detected, whereas if it was on a globe, there would have to be many hundreds of feet of curvature over that distance, but it's never ever detected. It's never been measured. It doesn't exist. So in the context of flat Earth, we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth or the size of the Earth. We're saying that it's the description of a surface, right? Flat, smooth, bumpy. It's just a descriptive term.
Okay. That
Okay, and
makes
think of
sense.
it like this. Think of it like this, right? Don't try to
That makes sense. That makes sense.
and just a little bit extra, right? So what people generally do is they have been taught from childhood that there's a big giant space vacuum, and then you've got all of the balls, including the Earth, like doing orbits and whatnot, right? In this big space vacuum. That's the heliocentric globe model. Okay, erase that when you're thinking about flat Earth, right? I like to think about flat Earth more like the foundation of the system that we live in. We would live in a contained system. It doesn't move, right? The Earth doesn't move.
Oh, yeah. I get it. Yeah, like the
Yeah,
heavens and
it's like the
the seven
floor.
heavens. Yeah, the
Yeah,
heavens and the.
Well,
Don't
not
give
really.
in to the Earth is flat.
No.
Not really.
Look, I know what you mean. Like, it's not a disc floating. It's not a floating disc. It's just flat, and that's the foundation. We build off that
Yeah, but we
foundation.
don't know the size or the shape, right? And it wouldn't necessarily have to be like a triangle or a circle or something like one of those
Would
traditional
you-
shapes. Like a lake. A lake is not a specific shape, right?
Okay,
It's
I
like
get what
all
you.
different.
I get what you're saying. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, are you sticking to the theory that you can't know what the Earth looks like even though it's flat, and that's an impossibility? But rather that it
No,
is
you know what
flat
it looks
by
like.
by
Go
logic, it is flat.
outside.
DJ.
Yeah, we can only get so high up into the air, and we can only explore so far. So we don't know, right? There's no way for us to check to know the entirety of the Earth. So
It's like,
we
for
don't.
example, it's like we know that let's say, for example, this is an example that we know that we have souls, but we can't like show you what that shape of the soul looks like, the soul in our body. You know what I mean?
No, you're fucking it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're trying to use an analogy where we can't conclude something, then yeah.
Yeah, so it's like the Earth is flat, and that's it. That's the impossible. That's the possible. That's like the impossibility is
It
there's no
measures
shape.
flat, so it's not a globe, but we're not positing what the full thing in size and shape is because you can't know that.
Okay, so we've never left the Earth. There's no vacuum. And what is Antarctica?
Correct.
Is it like an ice wall?
No.
Who knows? Go and check and find out for us.
I mean, you said we can't go north to south, right?
Sorry, what?
We can't go north to south, right? In a
No,
circle.
you can go from one place to another. What do you mean?
Like if you once
Can't
said the other day, I think it was
circumnavigate
DJ that
north
said
to
this.
south.
If I could go north to south and end up at the same place again, that would prove the globe, right?
Oh, okay. So if you to go from one pole to another, not change your direction, go in a perfectly straight line and end up where you started. Yeah, we would all love to see that.
In the other pole, yeah. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
we'd all.
Yeah, that's why
So
no one's ever done
what
that.
is Antarctica then? Because that would be like,
Go and check
what is
and find out.
Antarctica?
A continent you can sail around.
So it's not like an ice
A ring
wall.
of ice. Yeah. So the reason why people have this idea is because of a map. Right?
Oh, so you don't
Again, we
believe in
go
an
back
ice
to the
wall?
map conversation. I'll give you a rectangular one. There are loads of different shaped maps. This
So you don't
one,
believe in an ice wall then?
what, a circumference of the Earth containing all of the... No.
Okay, yeah, that actually makes more sense. Yeah, I get it now. Yeah, I
Finally.
get it now. I'm just saying, yeah. So it's like there's no north and south. It's just east west.
Oh, no. Okay. So there are lots of norths and lots of souths. It's depending on what coordinate reference system that you're going to use. There's lots of them. There's like
Oh, that
3
makes
different
sense.
easts.
That makes
So
sense.
there's
Yeah, that makes
2 poles, north and south. That's
What
it.
are these poles, anyways? Why is there an electromagnetic pole? What do you think these are?
That's electromagnetic field that moves. This
But what do
is
you think they
why
are?
we
Like
have
these
to
poles, like what are they?
I don't know, but what we can measure is the electromagnetic influence of the Earth
It's like a
and where
mystery,
it
isn't it?
diverges and converges from. these points move. There's more than two.
Yeah, you're
Sounds like a
right,
mystery.
Bunny. Yeah, mysteries abound, and you'll realize that you know next to nothing about all these things that you thought you knew about. You don't know any of it.
Yeah. Oh, one other thing I was going to tell you, like Space Engine software, like Space Engine, the software you can get on Steam. You can do this thing where it's possible to make the perspective flat when you're on the surface, but on a globe. So when you use Space Engine, you can zoom into the Earth model or the planet model. You keep going down and down and down and down and down until it looks flat. So a
Yeah, we
flat,
understand.
a flat perspective,
Yeah.
flat perspective is working on a global model.
We get it. So we understand that when you zoom into a manifold that's curved, it will appear flat. Yeah, great.
Yeah.
But over distance, it will still curve. So we're pointing out that over distance, we don't observe or measure any curvature where the globe model predicts that we should.
Okay.
Yeah, so your space cartoon doesn't match reality when the surface is measured.
The thing is, if we're on the flat, if the Earth is flat and Antarctica is a continent, how far out can we go to find another new continent? Like, for
No
example,
idea.
Who cares, dude? It
No
measures
idea.
No one's
no,
ever kept going south.
you keep ending up at the same places all the time. It's like we're on some kind of.
No one's ever kept going south, man. Look, there's not
Yeah,
one
really,
person. You're
dude.
not going to find anyone that's just kept going south and then come back to where they started, or
Is
come
there a
back to a
reason?
place because the Earth's not a globe. That's the reason. But
Okay,
like,
but what
listen,
happens if we
think
do
about
try
this,
to
bro.
attempt? If we do
I
try to
know.
attempt to.
Well, there's something called the Antarctic Treaty. It makes it extremely difficult to travel past 60 degrees south without a very, very strict and expensive permit. And there's a whole bunch of like regulations and rules that go along with that permit. Like, you're not allowed to carry fuel with you. You have to take your piss and shit with you and things like that. Like, a whole bunch of those crazy rules that make it near impossible on top of the crazy conditions.
What
Freezing
about the Arctic?
conditions and danger. Completely different. And once again, there's actually restrictions when it comes to the Arctic as well. But the South is the thing that's really in question here.
These restrictions are just bullshit, honestly. You know what I was imagining? I wanted to make Antarctica my own country and like claim it as my own and like, build cities there on the coasts and stuff. But honestly,
we understand.
what I could do
Scientists.
for you guys, I could save up a lot of money and try and experiment this. And if
Dude,
I can get
recently,
somewhere.
Go ahead,
Sorry,
Cyclone.
go on, DJ. Well, I was just going to say,
Oh.
sorry, you don't need to do any of that. Just measure a curved lake, and we'll shut the server down.
Wait, sorry?
You don't have to do any of that. Just measure a curved lake if you want to prove a globe, and we'll shut the server down.
No, I'm not going to do that. I'm just saying the Antarctica thing. Like, I mean, it's weird
It's not a
that they
mystery,
are
dude.
really, really strict over a bed of ice. They should be more strict about national reserve parks, but not ice, where there's literally nothing there. It's a desert of snow.
No, they need to save the penguins, bro. Don't you know?
Yeah, but the Antarctica as well. It's a huge continent.
Yeah, the
It's
government
bigger than
is
America
bullshitting
almost.
you. Yeah, it's
It would
bullshitting
be
you.
such a good country. Like, it would work so well. Like, that's the thing. What causes the seasons, DJ? Like, hot at the equator, hotter at the equator, desert, and then north you get colder, south you get colder. Is there a reason?
Yeah, it's the sun. It's all just to do with the path and the cycles of the sun. That's all. It creates day, night, seasons. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I guess.
Yeah, it's like a smaller, like a more local sun than in the globe model, and it takes particular cycles above the surface of the Earth, even though there's still a stack of unknowns about it.
One
But
can
we
come
see
to
that-
believe, yeah. One can come to believe that the more south you go, let's say if there's no treaty and you kept going south and south and south, that one day the sun will just no longer be there. It'll just be ice for miles and trillions and billions of miles, just ice. You
Yeah,
could
that's a
believe that.
speculation. Yeah, well, that's a speculation. Some people speculate that we're in somewhat of a pond that's been melted out, by the path of the sun within this particular part of the vast plane that we live on. But that's just a speculation. It's not something we would claim as a fact or anything like that, right? That's when anything that's too far south to test is speculation basket stuff, right? And anything that's too high to get to is also speculation basket. And it just so happens there's restrictions like the Antarctic Treaty to go beyond 60 degrees south. And the same thing happens in the sky. There's the Outer Space Treaty as well, which prevents any civilians from launching their own things up into space past a certain height, or filming past a certain height in space, or actually going up there. So yeah, there's restrictions that kind of keep us in this section on the plane where we're at.
Do you think they're putting these restrictions because if we found out, we'd be able to overthrow and discover more, which they don't want us to discover more because we'd have more power over them or something?
I'm not sure who them is at the end of the day. It's kind of hard to come up with a list of them, if you know what I mean.
Could be demons. You don't know. The thing is, like, you know, we don't know honestly. But the thing is, like, I like the idea. It's flat. I get bored with the globe Earth because it's not interesting. But when it's flat, it's like, oh, I could discover more. We could make an alliance and overthrow this treaty and go into Antarctica and go beyond. And you know, but if it's a globe, then you know, I'll be bored.
Well, countless amounts of people have circumnavigated east to west, but that works fine on a globe or on a flat Earth. But isn't it weird that so many people have done it east to west, but not once done it north to south?
Yeah, I haven't seen a north to south looking map.
No, there's a few, right? But if you have a look at the path they took, like one more orbit in 2018 or 2019, it was done on a plane.
Did you? Yeah.
So what they do, like if you actually have a look at it plotted out on the map, they actually went down from the north and they went down to Antarctica, and then they just turn, right? It's like they take like a bit of a U-turn and then they go back up again, rather than continuing to go straight over Antarctica or even just around the edge of Antarctica, but maintain a south direction and then come back around. They don't do that. They always divert, take a U-turn when they get to Antarctica and come back up again.
Yeah. I mean, have you also seen last year? I don't know if it was last year. They launched a satellite into space with people on it that was not going around this. It wasn't going around the longitude. It's actually going around south to north over the Arctic. Have you seen it? And the people were on that.
I have, man. Have like you should look it up like as soon as you get a chance, and just now after all this new information, look it up and actually watch the video. I was super disappointed. I thought I'm gonna look it up and see if you know what they actually did. The footage is just crap. It doesn't show anything. It's like all the videos are like 1 minute or 2 minutes of footage, and it just hardly shows anything. It's really crappy
I mean,
quality.
you could have tracked it. You could have tracked it, right? Like, I mean, if you know, you can sometimes see the ISS at night, right, going really fast across the sky. It would be
think someone would
possible.
have done that though with this thing. No one
Yeah,
did that.
I know. It's like the same thing with MH370. It just disappeared in the Indian Ocean. They came to actually find it. They found it now. It was actually below the arc. So these things are like, who tracked it? Who saw it in the sky? Because, you know, I don't know. Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna stick with the globe, but it's boring. It's not like, oh, the globe. It's really cool. We live on a globe. It's boring. Like, it's more interesting to say that, oh, we're in like a melted part of like, you know, this whatever.
What?
Of like an ice sheet or something. No, MH370, the pilot committed suicide apparently. That's what we've speculated so far. And where the arc was, there's a satellite. There's a satellite. There's a group of satellites called Whisper. And this guy at home for the past 10 years spent 8 hours of his life for the past 10 years finding where MH370 was, and he was actually not far from the original site they were looking for. The pilot actually flew over his home city. He had a simulator at home that showed the same route that the flight was going on. Whatever. The ice wall began as a globe claim. That's not possible on a globe.
It's just ice wall just means like a wall of ice. It doesn't mean it has to be whatever you're thinking of. If you look up the like the government papers on describing the shoreline of Antarctica, they refer to it as a wall of ice because it is like a wall of ice. It's a giant, endless looking wall of ice. You know, not that it is endless, but that's what it looks like from your perspective when you go and have a look at it. I got some crazy footage of it here. I'll see if I can find it. It's like a helicopter flying along the edge of it, and it's just like the giant wall of ice, and then all you can see on top of it is just like an endless flat plane of ice. I'm not
Yeah,
claiming
you
that
know, on
there's
the
like
circle
a
map,
yep.
you know, the circle map, it's like Antarctica is a nice wall around it, but you said it's not, it's a continent. So where would we place that on the circle map?
Yeah, so that circular map it's called an azimuth or equidistant projection, right? And it's a projection, like all of these projections are based off the celestial sphere. So it's just a way of mapping out the sky coordinate system into a ground coordinate system. It's like a polar projection. So you've got like hundreds of different map projections, and they're all just based off the celestial sphere, like the way we observe the celestial bodies. You have a look at what Old Dude just put in the chat, right? So it's basically like a flattened out globe, and then the way that you like that, all of these maps have very specific uses.
Oh yeah,
And
it is a flattened
also,
out globe, yeah.
yeah. So it's not necessarily like everything in the south. You have it's all stretched out, right? Just like on the rectangular Mercator projection, everything's like skewed and stretched out. Like Russia looks giant, right? But Russia's not giant like it shows on that map. And then Greenland looks huge, but Greenland's tiny. And then Africa looks tiny, but Africa's actually huge. Like all these different projections have different purposes and different uses, but you got to learn how to read each one and how the scales work and stuff like that. It's kind of complicated. But it's not a flat Earth map. But there are flat Earthers that say that that's the flat Earth map.
Yeah, as well, like what was I gonna say? Yeah, what was it? I thought I had something I was gonna say, I forgot.
Oh, you're good, man. Happens to me all the time.
Dude, it was actually
Oh yeah, have a look what Old Dude and Aethergress posted it at the exact same time, which is hilarious. But yeah,
Dude,
they're all
what is
different.
that?
That's all map projections. Yeah.
It looks like a butterfly.
Yeah, some of them. Yeah, they're all different map projections, right? They're all originally based off the sky, right? And then they're inverted into like a terrestrial coordinate system, and then they stretch it out in all different ways, and they have different uses and things like that. They all have errors, like they all have distortions, and yeah. There's no like perfect map that's like, oh, this is the map where everything's laid out exactly as it would be and it all works perfectly. All maps are wrong. There's videos about that, mainstream videos.
What's up, guys?
Hey, what's up, Yoda?
Big part of this discussion is maps.
Yeah,
Sorry?
definitely big part. No, I was just about to say, yeah. What's your 2 cents on the map topic?
Yeah.
Projections.
Yeah, first, I mean, you're going to need a coordinate reference system. So if you can imagine graph paper, you're going to need a point of reference, like a point of origin. 0, 0, x, y.
It's just
And you're
DJ.
gonna
You know.
you're gonna
Sorry, what
need
you say?
rules to go along with it. Go ahead.
I was saying, you know, like if the sun moves further away, it should be bigger above us than it is over the horizon or in the distance. When it's not, it's actually the same size. And in the 24-hour sun, in the Arctic, it should be hotter in the Arctic, right? And like if the sun was above us, it should look bigger above us, and then when it goes away, it should look smaller, but it's the same size.
It depends what the sun is.
Exactly.
What is
So-
even the sun?
Circle.
Yeah, I know, but like, what is it? Is it plasma? Is it a burning ball of gas? Is it liquid metal? Is it 93 million miles away? Is it even an object, or is it a focal point of light? What is the sun? So to assume that it's going to get bigger or smaller and all these attributes, I mean, you're going to have to claim what it is in order to have the attributes of what you're claiming, right? I mean, otherwise you're describing something you're imagining. You don't have any claim.
Not only that, when you're looking at the sun, you're not really looking at the sun because when you put a filter to actually see the sun, it looks way smaller than what it looks when you're looking at it without a filter.
No, when it's on the horizon or a sunset, it looks like you can see it as a circle. Like when it's red sun, it gets red.
I guess I'll post
Yeah,
that
but-
sunset again where it's getting smaller because you forgot about it. That was an hour ago.
It's also within your answer. Looks.
Oh, that
like,
it didn't get smaller on that. It's just the light. It didn't get smaller.
already said it. It looks like. We're asking you how you confirm what it looks like. You can't.
Right.
You
If
can
you're
see
going
it
to
as a
declare
circle.
that it
You
has
can
these
see it as a
attributes,
circle. Like if you look on the horizon when it's a sunset, you can see a circle. It's like a disc, a disc light.
Yeah, it's
I don't know.
described
I
as the
think it's an
disk
orb.
of the sun.
Or it could be just something else. We don't know.
Yeah, like nobody knows what it is. We can describe it, right? We know it has certain attributes, but the attributes that you're ascribing
Well, like a
requires you to
a ball of
imagine
burning
something
gas.
that you don't
Like a ball
actually
reactor.
observe and can claim that you do, and nobody does. Nobody hears, like you're imagining a sun on a flat Earth and trying to stick us with that, right? Taking your sun from your cosmology and then putting it on our flat Earth and say, see, it doesn't work. Yeah. Nobody here is claiming that.
Burning gas in a vacuum. Oh, I know what I was gonna say now, DJ. Okay. Do you know, like, let's say I get a hollow ball, like a hollow sphere. I put a
Like
lot
a
of water
football.
in it. I put a lot of water in it, right? I spin it around really fast. The force, the water stays on the edges. It spreads out to the edges. Imagine that, but invert it. It's like a ball with water all on it.
Okay. Why
So you
don't
know how
just
like the
show
water
us-
is not
why
falling.
don't-
It's not.
Why can't you just show us what it actually is instead of using some kind of false analogy?
Yeah, it's just like if you put like let's say you get a football, you put water inside it. Let's just say it's a transparent
Inside of
football.
it.
Yeah,
You
this
put
is
it's
the
a trans it's a
problem.
transparent
Where do
it's
you
a
have
it's a
water inside of
transparent.
it?
Let's say it's a transparent ball. You fill it up with
Hello?
water. You spin it
Hello?
around.
Hello?
Yeah,
This
and
is
then
this is the thing about water and gases. For them to take shapes, they require a container of that shape. Because if you don't have the container, especially with gases, the gases are going to go away. You keep putting things inside of a ball and
the
imagine
container
what's
could be the
happening on
electromagnetic. The container can be the electromagnetic field.
Then just show us that. Then
It's really hard to follow this conversation. I can't.
I'm just saying that you can do the same analogy with spinning a ball with water inside it, but invert
no,
it.
we don't want an analogy. We want you to demonstrate what the physical reality is.
It's some kind of force of some sort, gravity, whatever
Just
Einstein
show,
said.
show that. Just show that then.
It's something that works, right? It's just something that works that you can't.
Anyways, I would love to see DJ. I would obviously love to see going very far out past Antarctica to where it's always going to be dark and we don't see the sun again and it's just cold.
What are you talking about, dude?
I was
Like,
talking to before you joined. I was talking to DJ about going past Antarctica and
It's like he's got a space story. Like if we go
I
far
know.
enough away in a rocket from the Earth and the Sun, eventually we won't see the
no, that's
Earth and
not
the
what I was
Sun
saying.
anymore.
I was saying if we travel
But
by
now
a
we're on
boat,
a flat Earth, and we're doing the same type of thing, so we don't see the Sun anymore. It's like he's trying to shoehorn both things into. It's weird.
It's hard to track and hard to have a conversation respond to and then keep
no, it's because
focused yourself
if you want to
when
go
you
on
stop
an, if
focused. Like this
it's
is
not,
like ADD on crack.
no, that's not what I'm saying.
You're saying a lot of things, but not reaching a logical conclusion with any of them.
I'm not trying to prove anything. I'm just giving
I
like
know you keep skipping from one subject to another without absorbing anything.
I've absorbed everything. Trust me. I'm like that.
Did you absorb about coordinates and maps earlier?
Yeah, no, can't like reiterate it.
So you think you absorb things, and then when you're asked to recall what you absorbed, you can't.
Bro, I can't read a huge book and then just read the whole book from start to finish, like recite it
That
to
would
you.
require absorbing it.
No,
Yeah, but
you'd
you'd
never
have to
give
absorb
us
it
a
50. You'd have to
generalisation of the
absorb it.
flipping
You'd have
story.
to absorb it 50 million, billion, trillion times.
Excuse me. If you read a book, you'd at least be able to tell us what it was fucking about. You might not be able to tell us what was on page 12, line for line, but you'd have a better understanding of what the book said because you read it. Right?
Mm.
Yeah. So we're asking you to do with that. Just give us a brief understanding of what you heard earlier to do with coordinate systems and maps. Brief outline.
I don't know.
Yeah, okay.
You just want to skip over the meat and get to the dessert.
Bro, you'd have to talk to me about at least 10 times about it. Dude, we only just went through it once. I'm not going through it again.
Yeah, we go through it once and then we're on to another subject. So eventually we've spoken about 10 subjects and you haven't really absorbed anything?
No, you just want to change my mind. That's different.
No.
No, not really. We want you to understand and demonstrate that you understand what's said.
Yeah, that's why he's skipping around. Did you hear him? You just want to change my mind. So what he does is he jumps to something else before he, quote, gets his mind changed.
Yeah, we never got to finish a single point of ours.
I'm so tired.
Then go to bed.
No, it's not even. No.
It's acting like a child. No, I don't want to go to bed.
Don't tell me to go to bed then.
You said you were tired.
Yeah, because I just had a carb crash.
You're still tired.
I had a carb crash.
Doesn't matter.
Bonnie, this channel is not a daycare for the mentally challenged, so take it seriously or get the fuck. Really couldn't care if you refuse to accept what you understand is true.
I haven't heard a weird cope like this in a long time.
Got lots of moves, this one. Lots of reversals, lots of deflections. Weird.
Before there was like a huge government body. Have people gone beyond Antarctica to the point where you can't see the sun anymore?
Hey, Jedi, look, he jumped over to the government. It's
Bro,
crazy.
we're not debating, bro. We're not debating, so shut up. No, shut up. We're not debating. I'm having a discussion. My goodness, just shut up. You're so annoying.
What do you mean by beyond Antarctica?
Now it's
Like,
anger.
like for example, the Antarctica. We're talking about the Antarctica Treaty, and I was like, we were talking about going from north to south or beyond south or something on the flat plane, and how like the sun could be like
Antarctica is
like
a
the
ring
sequence.
around Earth.
No, oh my god, shut up!
Oh my god!
Just shut up! You
You shut up! Shut up!
So unfair. I hate you.
Call my mommy on you.
And the mask is falling off. Oh no, we're pissing him off, guys.
Yeah, this is kind of cringe, honestly.
Feelings.
Heretic's razor. Or maybe he thought this topic was pure entertainment. Like, come on, guys, you guys are trolling, right? Like, guys, come on, guys, right? We're just like trolling about this, right, guys? Like, aren't we just pretending to be serious, guys?
Said himself, oh, I like to believe in flat Earth because it's cooler.
Yeah, I was just saying before there was a government body that made the Antarctica Treaty. There could have been like people that went beyond Antarctica to the point where they don't see the sun anymore, and it's just that flat plane of ice.
No, history tells us that people like Shackleton around the late 1800s were the first people to get to Antarctica in like modern navigation.
What
From
about
that
beyond
moment
Antarctica?
onwards, it was a race to the South Pole between the English, Captain Scott, who got there second, and some Danish guy, I think, who got there first.
What about beyond Antarctica? Wait, if there's like a North Pole, where's the South electromagnetic pole? Like, I was talking to DJ about it.
Whoa, calm down. Magnetic poles aren't the same as geographic poles.
Oh, okay.
If you're asking where the North Pole is, that might be somewhere underneath the pole star. We get these coordinates from the sky, right? Celestial north. Directly underneath celestial north is geographic north, more or less. Where do you think we get south from?
I don't know.
Same kind of thing, celestial.
Why does the North Star, why does the North Star keep moving?
What do you mean keep moving? As in
It doesn't stay.
rotating?
It doesn't stay. It doesn't stay in that position. You're like a wobbling Earth model,
Yeah,
globe Earth.
no, it rotates like all of the other circumpolar stars around
Yeah,
an
but
unseen. It's like you ask a question, I try and answer it to the best of my ability, and you keep wobbling through my answer. Do you want to know?
Yeah, go ahead.
Cool. So you're right, Polaris moves about 1 degree around in a circle around an unseen point, like all of the other celestial poles. That's circumpolar, which means they move around an unseen point in one place and another, one in the north, one in the south. That's where we get north and south from. Sky.
So the unseen point is not like a star; it's just empty.
Yeah, the closest ones. It's like the north, right? We're just lucky in the north because there's a really bright star called Polaris that we can see. In the south, we don't see a bright star close to the center point. We've got like other constellations like the Southern Cross, which appear to be rotate around this unseen point in the sky, much like the Big Dipper rotates around the northern one.
Yeah.
Southern Cross rotates around the southern one. So you can go in circles around poles, right? And these would be east to west. East is where the sun rises on the equinox, that direction.
I'm not going to make arguments from this. I'm just going to keep asking you things, but like,
Yeah,
what?
no, that's probably the best thing, dude.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing so far. But what do you think these poles are? Like, why? Like, how do we get to these poles, and what's causing these electromagnetic poles or whatever?
And they're not electromagnetic. Again, I'm not talking about electromagnetic poles.
No,
What
I'm talking about the
causes-
electromagnetic pole. I'm talking about the electromagnetism. What's causing that?
I don't know.
My goodness.
What would you
It's
want
just I
from
don't
me?
know. It's just I don't know. It's like I want to know how you see these things. I want to try and get in your mind.
You ask me what causes a phenomena, right? In this instance, what appears to
We
be
don't
the
look.
electromagnetic radiation around the Earth. You
We
read
don't
the
say it's a
Livestream.
phenomena though.
It is. It's what we. Yeah, God.
Yeah.
You're asking me what causes it. It would be a phenomena that needs a cause to happen.
Are you saying it's a phenomena just for you or for the globe Earth?
No, it's what when we get a compass out and follow electromagnetic field lines. We're talking about this, right? You're asking me what causes this. I'm saying I don't know what causes this.
Okay. I was expecting you to know since like.
Yeah, I don't, dude. And I'm being honest with you. I don't know what causes this. In the globe Earth claim, we're told what causes this, right? What's that then?
It's the electromagnetic, the Earth's metallic body.
The Earth's metallic body, the core of the
Yeah,
Earth.
rotation of the Earth is causing it, really.
The rotation of the Earth.
I think so. I might be wrong.
Okay. Do you want to Google it?
like rotating magnets in a wind turbine, something like that.
Rotating magnets in a wind turbine.
Yeah, it
Like
causes electricity.
What's causing the globe to rotate on your globe?
It was rotating since the beginning, like, you know.
Yeah, you see how stupid this sounds?
This
You
is not
think
an
we're
argument.
crazy?
I'm not making an argument. That's the thing. Just a discussion.
Yeah, so within your story, what you have is a rotating Earth causing an electromagnetic phenomena in a rotating molten iron core, right? A core
Yeah.
of metal that's extreme in temperature, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what happens to metal at extreme temperatures?
Oh, yeah.
What's that then?
It loses its ability to conduct.
Okay. But you require a spinning Earth to what?
Well, not all of it is melted.
Okay, I mean, this is turning into a great story, right?
Mantle.
I mean,
It's not really melted.
Yeah, okay. So you're just repeating what we all got taught at school, right? Nice
Yeah.
little cutout picture of the Earth, and this is what's inside it.
Yeah.
Inner, outer core, mantle, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Right, cool.
Uh-huh.
I don't know that to be true. We all got taught this, Right, this is all just, for best terms, mythology regarding a sphere and what causes this phenomena. The Earth isn't a sphere. We don't know what causes that phenomena.
But I think you should find out.
How?
I don't know. I think you guys should change the world and how we view it and overthrow these idiots that are saying it's a
Okay,
globe.
we understand, right? There are consequences to the claim that the Earth is flat, as in your entire cosmology. Even this, what causes phenomena like the electromagnetic field, falls apart because the Earth isn't a planet. We can't then replace all of these other phenomena with knowledge claims. We don't know.
Yeah, but I'm saying you can discover things. Why don't you go discover?
Yeah, possibly in the future we may discover something, but at the moment, we don't know.
Okay, we can say what it could be though. You don't have to say don't know, as like a full
Yeah,
like a full
it
stop.
could be. Yeah, we could speculate.
Yeah, that's
But
what I like. I
we're
like
not.
speculations. It's
Yeah,
interesting.
it's very interesting, and we understand again it's a consequence of making the claim that the Earth is flat. There's lots of other questions. All right, we're not going to be able to satisfy your answers for them because we still have the same questions.
hmm But I'm not saying like a definite answer. I'm just saying speculation on your behalf.
So, what do you want me to speculate about?
What the magnetic field could be. What this is.
Yeah, so I know that electromagnetic fields are usually caused by some kind of coherent metal, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. So maybe something like that.
Yeah.
There used to
Maybe.
be, I say used to be, back in old writings and old cosmologies, and I think the story's ridiculous, but there used to be the idea that there was a magnetic mounting, which was causing things like compasses to point in certain directions and stuff. Which,
Magnetic mountain. Okay.
yeah. Now we
It's actually
can
kinda
have
cool.
lots. Yeah, we can have lots of metal ore in mountains that do cause these phenomena on a very local scale, but on a worldwide scale, we're talking about a huge amount of iron or whatever type of metal. Maybe somewhere beneath the earth there is something, obviously, that is causing this. Maybe it's a metal. I really don't know.
Mm.
And that's kind of the way that every single conversation is going to pan out. Right? Yeah, it could be this, but I really don't know.
Mm. But it's interesting though, like even beyond Antarctica,
Yeah,
going beyond.
it is.
Like, just imagine
And
if the Earth was really this flat plane and going beyond, and just how creepy and eerie it would be, just going out and out further and further away, and
The
it's just
Earth is
dark and
flat.
nice.
The Earth is flat. You don't have to imagine it.
I'm gonna imagine it for now. For now, I am.
we get it, right? It is a consequence, like I said. And we're not trying to gatekeep this. We're trying to separate the two issues, right? One, which is falsifiable and validated, right, demonstrated to be true, and things that are up to our imaginations and stuff. Now, we used to hold a day called, Speculation Sunday, where on Sunday for 24 hours, we were allowed to speculate, underlining the fact that this was speculation. Because let's be fair, if we make what would seem to be arguments or claims about the earth that really are speculations, those words can get taken out of context. And before you know it, we're in a debating someone's speculation. It's not really why we're here. We're mainly here 6 days a week to talk about what we can verify and what we can demonstrate to be true.
Mm-hmm. Sarf is not a claim because it describes a direct observable reality rather than an assertion that requires proof or belief. When you look across level land of water, the surface appears that flat and the horizon remains consistently horizontal. This is measurable, repeatable, and perceivable by anyone.
Calling the Earth flat is simply reporting what is evident to the senses. You trust your senses.
Yeah.
Even if you're hallucinating.
Let me point it out to you. We can trust our senses so much that we can classify things that are illusions, like mirages and stuff.
Yeah.
Like the boat isn't really reflecting on top of its fucking self. Right? We have reason.
Mm-hmm.
Here's an example, man. Like you can trust your senses, right? Like with some things perfectly, and other things, yeah, you can get tricked, right? It's easy to trick a person with optical illusions and things like that. But when it comes to
That's
like,
what I was saying. I was saying the flat Earth that we see, it could be an optical illusion.
yeah, but it's look, when we see a perfectly clear observation of a shoreline that's 21 miles away, right, across a completely clear lake, like with no wind, no waves, no distortion, okay, and we can set up a camera on one side of the lake, like a really high quality camera, and we can zoom in all the way across to the other side of the lake and see the shoreline on the other side. And then we can repeat the observation again in the afternoon, and then we can repeat it again at nighttime, and we still see the exact same thing across the lake. Okay, and then we look into how much curvature should there be over that distance on a globe. It's actually about 300 foot of curvature over that distance, right? That's like a skyscraper building. So basically, if you had a skyscraper on the other side of the lake, like sitting on the shoreline, like a 30-story building, you would only just see the top floor, like popping out over the horizon. And the horizon, right? The horizon should be at about 3 miles away from that observer height. And then, yes, so it's, and then it's not just that one observation, right? Then that gets repeated and repeated and repeated in all different places all over the world, different bodies of water, lakes, oceans, frozen lakes, and we can't find any curvature. Okay, so that's interesting. And then what's interesting after that is like you go digging throughout all of history from the globe side for someone that's actually gone out and who went out and measured Earth curvature throughout all of history. Nobody has ever done that, and that's not how the globe came to be a thing. It's not like people went out one day and they're like, "Oh, guys, we've just done some tests over the surface of the Earth and we've actually measured curvature. We all thought it was flat, but we're wrong. Here's the results, and you can go and check it for yourself. Look, it's a globe." No one ever did that. That's not how the globe came to be.
Yeah.
Appreciate you listening to that, man.
It makes sense.
Yeah. So we're about empirical evidence, and actually going out and testing the globe, really. Like we're told the exact shape and size. Okay, and that test that I was just talking about just then. Okay, have a look in the side chat. This is the test I was just talking about.
Give me a sec. Let me get into my house.
Yeah, you're right.
Just open my door. Oh, where's the key? All right. Okay.
Use your fingerprint.
What?
Use your fingerprint to get in.
It's a key door.
Oh, it's one of those old-fashioned houses.
I'm in a beautiful apartment. It's like a house. Don't need. Okay, yeah. Go ahead. What was it? Side chat. Oh, okay.
Oh yeah. So look, this is all out of a full-length high-definition video, but this is just some bits and pieces out of it. Okay, so if you have a look at the GIF that I posted at 27 minutes after the hour. Okay, so that's the zoom. Okay, this is the Great Salt Lake in Utah, and it's a really clear, dry environment, so you can see a really long way. Okay, so this is the camera setup. Okay, this is a Nikon P1000, really, really high-powered, good quality camera. Okay, so he sets that up at 5 foot height, and he's going to be zooming all the way across to the other side of the lake, 21 miles away. That's like, what, 34 kilometers away. Okay, so here's the Google map view. Okay, so he's standing at the top of that yellow line. Yeah, Hold on a second.
Oh, are you saying that at this point you should see a curve, but it's not working?
Hold on, who's jumping in? The topic's flat Earth, by the way. So hold on a second, because I'm just going through a long distance observation. Okay, so
You know,
yeah,
they
look,
would. There's long distance observation. Sometimes they'll say it's because the mountains are higher, therefore you can see the curve or whatever.
yeah, this is just over the surface of the water. Okay, so on a globe, over the surface of the water between point A and then point B, which is 21 miles away, there should be 293 foot of curvature.
Who says?
The just like basic, like it's like just math based off the size of the globe.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, you could look it up on any AI or anything. It'll all say that 293 foot over 21 miles.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So look, let me just show you. Okay. So this is what it looks like. So you can see his camera set up there, and then he's zooming in across to this shoreline here. Okay. So have a look at this picture. He's got a friend on the other side of the lake, and he's shooting some footage. Okay. So this is what the shoreline, this is the target, which is this shoreline here. This shoreline should be hidden by 223 feet behind the horizon. But just take a look at it and have a look at the big white tower you can see in the background. All right, so now I'm just going to show you what it looks like from 21 miles away. Okay, so I'll just post, this is a screenshot from the Zoom footage I posted above. Okay, and then he does it again at nighttime. And this is what it looks like at nighttime. Nighttime's even clearer. So we can still
either this is creepy or it's refraction.
Well, it's not possible for this to be refraction, right? Because
I know.
this is really clear conditions. Once to if you were to say this was refraction, right? Let's just say assume the Earth was a globe, and then based off the way that the globe Earthers try to account for refraction, you would have to have so much refraction. It would be like extreme conditions where you would have like crazy miraging. You would have essentially like a ducting type situation. It wouldn't look nice and clear like this, and then it wouldn't look the same during the daytime and then during the nighttime. Okay, it's nice clear footage, and we've got tons of examples of this. This isn't like a one-off observation, right? But this is the thing, like standard refraction, according to the globe side, standard refractions like allows you to see about 8% beyond the curvature of the Earth. If you assume the Earth's a globe and you apply the like begging the question, globe Earth refraction, right? That's based off the radius of the globe. Standard refraction, standard means in standard, like clear conditions on a normal day like this, you would be able to see like 8 to 10% further or something like that. Like it would just move the horizon a bit further away. Essentially, it increases the radius a bit. It makes you be able to see a bit further. But this is like the horizon should be at 2.7 miles, 2.73 miles. But we don't see a horizon over the entire 21-mile lake. Okay,
that's creepy.
Yeah, man. Look, that's what I'm talking about. Like, that's what got me into this. Was I started seeing these observations, and then
Can we get something even further than that? Like much further than just across the lake, like incredibly far. Let's say from one country to the other country, like let's say from New York to England.
We have really long ones. Where we can see
New York to England with a telescope. New York to England with a telescope.
The problem is you start running into angular resolution limitations because of perspective and just the thickness of the atmosphere over that distance.
You could use like an X-ray, this. It's like there's this X-ray thing where it measures, like Venus, right? There's a thick cloud, but for some reason they managed to see what's underneath that cloud, and you can see Venus without the cloud and Venus with the cloud.
Use infrared as well.
Yeah. So you could see the buildings as like a picture of the buildings behind this atmosphere. You know what I mean?
Okay, slow down. Yeah. So using infrared, right, we can cut through what would be a proportion of the atmosphere, but still with distance, the light that's reflecting off of England from New York is going to disperse through that atmosphere, right? Much like the water at the bottom of the sea that was spoken about maybe about 2 hours ago. So just because you have a direct line of sight, one, it's going to be really, really, really small. The technology is going to have to be amazing. We've got limitations with lenses that we can make, right? Especially when we're looking horizontally, we're going to have to talk about the density and the thickness of many, many, many weather conditions along the light's path. We're not going to be able to see that light. So we can see as far as we can see, which is a problem for the surface of the Earth that should be curved, because our limitation is not that. The limitation is the technology that we use and the meteorological conditions.
So what people have done is we've got a guy named Jay Tolan, for example. He goes up on planes. He takes a lot of business trips, and he's got about $8,000 worth of camera equipment, which is he's got a bunch of like infrared lenses and things like that. And he's doing these long distance observations from planes, and he's doing video documentaries of the entire thing, documenting it all. But he's able to see things that are like 1,000 miles away that should be miles under the curvature, like hidden by miles behind the curvature of the Earth. I can try to find a couple of his videos. He's a pretty technical guy as well. He does some good work. So yeah, we've got long ones, really long ones, but you know, I like the shorter ones better because, like Jedi just said, you've got so much disturbance over a long distance when it comes to like pockets of hot air, pockets of cold air, fog, all sorts of different things that can, affect the path of the light along those distances. But over a 10-mile lake or a 20-mile lake or a 30-mile lake, there's still a huge amount of curvature that would have to be there. Like 10-mile lake, 66 foot of curvature has to be there. 20-mile lake, 260 foot of curvature. And then 30 miles is like 400, 500 foot of curvature, I think, over that distance. Because it gets like exponentially bigger, the longer distance. Like over 100 miles on a globe, there's 6,666 foot of curvature. Most people don't realize how much there actually should be because most people have never really looked into it. So as you wouldn't see a curving horizon, but you would see a horizon at a certain distance, and then things would be hidden behind the horizon. It would have to be if it was a globe.
Have you, speaking of horizons, have you heard of the satellite called New Horizons that had that golden disc on it and took a picture of the Earth in a sun ray, and it was a blue dot, and on Mars a blue dot, and the picture on Mars of the same strip, Milky Way strip, and the clouds on Mars and James Webb Telescope, kind of stuff. Yeah, it's just for me. What stops me is just I don't see how the hell someone could make something like this up. I'll say if they were to make it up, they might make it high definition photos that look photoshopped, but it just looks like someone really took a genuine photo. Like for example, Mars. There's a picture of Mars at night, and you can see the Milky Way and everything. And there's the clouds. There's a blue sunset, not a red sunset, and whatever.
It's amazing how they make things to fit your preconceived ideas of how they would appear.
Yeah, but I never had a preconceived idea. I just thought it would be like Earth, but it's actually blue. It's not. It's a blue sunset. It's not red. And so it's like, oh, this is something new. Like, what's this?
Because it's a red planet, and the Earth's a blue planet because of the way the sky looks and the water and stuff. Mars is a different planet.
Yeah, and the refraction, atmospheric, not refraction. I forgot the name. The way the light bounces makes it red at day and blue at sunset on Mars. Yeah. Likewise, for Earth, it's blue at day and red at sunset.
It's amazing.
Yeah, so I was just thinking this could be genuine.
That's a nice story, Bunny.
This could be genuine or something.
Well, it's amazing.
How
it's
far?
just out of
You
reach
can
for you.
zoom into the sun. How far away is it? Like when you zoom into an object across the room, you can determine how far away it is by zooming into it with the camera, and how this camera can zoom in, and the lenses. And when you zoom into the sun, you can then measure how far away it is or big it is with cameras. You agree that you can measure objects and their sizes and their distance with cameras, right? Pretty sure you can do that. Like zoom into the sun or the moon.
No, you can't. You can't just zoom into
This
shit
is
to measure distances.
this is
Have you-
what always happens, right? Someone shows you that the Earth is obviously flat, and then all of a sudden we're back to what the fucking sun is and how far away it is, and pictures of Mars and stuff.
No,
Oh.
I agree with what he said. It's just
Yeah, we know. We know you agreed. It's just always the case. People jump away from that agreement onto something else. Hopefully,
there's nothing
maybe
really
finding
much else to
something-
say. What
something
else am I going to
that's gonna
say?
Okay.
Like, what else am I going to say about it? Like, I can't come back.
TikTok brain, Jedi.
Yep.
No, I've actually got ADHD, so bear with me, please.
It's TikTok brain. It's called. Don't give it its new name.
No, that's offensive. Anyways, there's a thing with oh, what was that? I've lost my train of thought now.
Is there a difference between like ADHD and just a complete lack of discipline?
No.
Yes.
I don't think so.
No, I used to beat the ADHD out of my kids.
I was gonna say
They no longer have it.
no, I lost my train of thought, thanks.
Sure, it's our loss.
They don't want to take this seriously because they
No,
they
this
know what it
is
means if they
serious.
do.
This is serious. This is serious.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Nobody finds out the Earth is flat and they've been lied to about the globe all their life and just glosses fucking past it and starts waffling about the sun and shit like that.
It's because like there's a lot to go through. You have to just throw in one thing. Oh yeah, I was gonna say, have you guys seen the volcanic eruptions on the
I
moon?
mean, you haven't asked, like, if you haven't realized that what we're saying is true and the Earth is in fact flat and the globe is a complete fantasy, made up bullshit.
Yeah,
You haven't asked a single
like the
question of
sun,
how this
the
could
sun
come
and
about in
everything.
society.
No,
How
this
did
is the
we
thing.
manage to get to this point?
Every thrust, everything
He's
works.
roboting. Someone tell him. He sounds like a
Everything
robot.
works with the globe. First of all, you have to refute a lot of things for it
Your
to
fucking satellite that don't work at the moment. You're roboting, like I said.
You got to
The
adjust
thing is,
your
have you
satellite, Bonnie.
you know the dark side of the moon, like when it's like waning to the sun.
He doesn't know that he's roboting.
You can see. No, listen. You can see. Sometimes you can. It looks like there's stars coming through the moon, right? But it's actually a volcanic eruption on the moon.
Volcanoes on the moon.
You just trolling.
Have you seen the volcanoes on the moon? Like literally, have you seen them? Have you seen the lava? Have you?
Ever? You're not
No,
even
dude,
funny at this.
No, listen to me. Have you seen the volcanic eruptions on the moon? They look like little stars.
Nobody cares. You don't know what the fuck the moon is. You can't make claims about it.
It's a rock. It's a big rock.
You don't know that. You have no
He's gonna make
verification
claims
of it.
anyway.
Yeah, well, you don't know what it is either.
Yeah, I'm not
so
making
we
claims
wouldn't
about
make
it.
claims.
Yeah, I'm not making a claim. Have you seen the volcanic eruptions? Pictures of volcanic eruptions on the moon?
No.
I've seen pictures of lots of things.
Have you seen the volcanic eruptions on the moon specifically?
No.
Well, share one with us. Post it.
I need image perms. Give me.
DM it to me or Jedi.
Okay.
Oh, not me.
Space volcanoes.
I used to be fascinated whilst he's getting that. I used to be fascinated with, as a child, with Olympus Mons, the largest volcano in the solar system that's on Mars. I think I even wrote a small piece for a topic at junior school about it, how big
All
it
right,
was.
I've
and
got. Who should
blah,
I send
blah,
it
blah.
to? I've got it. Who should I
Oh,
send it to?
ADHD's back.
Can you stop doing that?
What?
You can send it to Jedi or me.
Who do you want? Someone's okay. I'll send it. To, who do you want me to send it to?
Can you
Yeah,
stop
just send
interrupting
it to me.
people when they're talking?
Send it to T-Dub.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's find somebody you can send it to. Batman.
Is T-Dub even on here? He's not even
Send
here.
it to the YouTube bot.
Jedi, should I send it to you? I've got the picture
No,
of the volcano on the
no, my
moon.
hand, like seriously, all joking aside, my hands are busy. I
Okay.
can't press buttons at the moment.
Send it to
Okay.
me, Bonnie.
I'll send it to you.
Obviously,
Okay.
send it to me.
Check your DMs. I've sent it. That's a volcano on the moon erupting.
Oh, come on, Bonnie. Do you really want me to post this?
Yes, please.
I'm giving you the
definitely do
option.
that.
Do you want me
The
to share
post
this
it. You
with
have
the
to
panel?
post it. You have to post